friends. Welcome to Talking with Famous People. Now is the time for good cheer. So if you have good cheer, and now on your bingo cards, mark them off. Mark them off with your marker and pen. What are these? I'm looking for antacids, but I don't really have any antacids. I'm going to try to find some, though. I'm going to try. Because you know what? You never really fail unless you don't try. Or if you do try and fail. Those are the only two contexts in which you really fail. Keep that in mind. Let's put a little chapeau on top of the old head. Which kind of chapeau? Maybe we'll mix it up today. I got this kind of chapeau. It's a hard hat. It's designed to protect your head from injury. Alright, I'm going to need to eat some more food, I think, since I don't really have a lot of stuff in my stomach right now that would absorb stomach acid, and I'm having a bit of a stomach acid problem, so it makes sense to eat a little bit of cheese. So these cheeses will help me to resolve my stomach acid issue without having any antacids, which apparently I'm out of. Hello, McKenna. What is up? Me and this guy, Denise Driver. Hi from Northern Ireland. Hi from Central California. I'll be right with you. I'm eating this cheese for two reasons, but primarily the stomach acid, but also because it's good to get some food in your stomach, you know. Men can't live on videos and bong rips alone. I mean, he could. Hi, Susan. It's just good common sense. Protect my head from injury. You never know when, like, a brick might fall from the sky onto your head. So we're streaming. We're streaming. We're streaming. Hope you like streaming too. I'm now the Senior Subcontractors Administrator. Well, good for you, Trainwreck. Sounds like you were using your ears. I'm not one to go out of the way to oppress my own farts to please your ears. You know, I'd rather they just emerge audible to all than me have to do something like try to make it not come out or something. Nobody should hold their farts in. It's not good for you. Not good for your butt. It's not good for your spirit. Put down the pipe, brother. It's not too late. What kind of pipe would you like me to put down? Talking about putting down the PVC pipe. It's not too late to retire from my job as Senior Subcontractors Administrator. Do you mean the tobacco pipe, a la Sherlock Holmes? Do you mean what? A pipe organ? I'm not sure what you mean. What would be in the punt? The punt. I saw Mike Hunt said that. What would be in the pipe? What is this cosplay shit going on? This is not cosplay. I'm just wearing this hat today, okay? I can wear whatever the fuck hat I want. All right? It's never play to be safe, okay? That's serious business, being safe. No such thing as playing with safety. I'm not cooking shit. NB Nateful. I'm not cooking any mess. I'm not cooking anything. Sometimes I cook food. I made a couple videos today. Uploaded them. Are you smoking on something? I do have in my hand my nicotine vape. And inside the house I have some bong rips I get smoked of marijuana. But not meth, certainly. Yeah, I don't smoke meth. Although, if you're offering, I'm sure there are other things that are methylated in the world besides just methylated amphetamine. I don't want any fart in your eyes, Nick. I'm so sad your last name is her. Does Nicholas know me personally? Nicholas knows me from having been around this stream a fair amount of times, He's a channel regular. That's how he knows. The thing is, I do like to party, and I will occasionally do other things besides just weed and mushrooms, but it's been a long time since I have, Plus, I am prescribed Adderall. But, I'm going to hum a song for you, and you guys try to identify which song it is that I'm humming. What song is that? Who can identify that song? I found myself humming that melody yesterday, and I couldn't remember what song it was. I was like, what the hell song is that? I finally figured it out. Inappropriate laughter. My thoughts on individuals are always specific to their context and specific to their actions, their behavior, etc. So my thoughts on you are, what a dummy, but I could be wrong. Time would tell. Depends how much, I guess. It depends where you go with it, I guess. So, do I smoke? I smoke weed. That's true. I smoke some weed. I used to smoke cigarettes too, but then I quit back in April 2022. April 2024. End of April, I quit. Shut up, Chief 48D. 408D. I got the moves, I got the hat. So, yeah. It's like that one rap song says, you don't really want to fluff with me. Okay? Only trigger warning that I trust is me. You should try Nile Pups from Geographic. Hey, this is a family-friendly show, and that kind of language joke is both very tired and old and not pleasing to me. So why don't you take your groupest ways and get out of here? Hello, Lorgie. May I make your day? You might be able to. Super Zoe, you tell me. Can you make my day? May you? You're allowed to make my day. I don't know if you can make my day. I am a nice person. I try to be a nice person. I usually am a nice person. Sometimes I'm not. I haven't always been. Oh, Long Johnson 69 says six. Yes, I do. Oh, Long Johnson 69. I'm assuming there's no innuendo to your name. Super Zoe says, I appreciate you, and so do others. Well, thanks, Super Zoe. Okay, I won't doubt myself. I don't so much doubt myself as I hate myself. A little bit different. What got you the moves? You got the hat now doing a jumping jack. Oh, well, that video, I might take that video down because it didn't really come out the way I wanted it to. But we'll give it a little bit more time to, what do you call it? Marinate. Marinating poo. Before that, you loved you. Where's my latest short, though? That's not my latest short. Is it? Where's my latest short? Let me look here. This one's not even showing up on my channel. This one. I don't know. It's weird. Looks like there's something wrong with it or something. It doesn't even show up on all my shorts. Does it? Oh yeah, it does. Never mind. I was wrong, but now I'm right. The rain. I wish it were raining, but it's not raining. Make sure to take care of myself. I will try to take care of myself. That's important. McKenna says we're good people. Thanks, McKenna. Do you remember that show, Salute Your Shorts? I don't. Why would I want to salute my shorts? I'm wearing modesty pants today. Sign holder, be safe and wear your hard hat. Bright green safety vest and modesty pants. Your sign says slow, but you wave me fast as my wife and I confusedly drive past. So what are we going to do after I pull this bong rip on this live stream? What's going to make this stream the nonstop fountain of excitement that keeps you and everyone else tuned in forever? Well, I don't know yet. I'll have to wait and see. Where is Rachel tonight? Rachel is not in this room, but she's here in the chat. She might be upstairs. She might be in bed. I'm not sure where she is. Although there's only really two possibilities. She's either downstairs or upstairs. Hi, Man O'Hara. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. Oh, she's in the bathroom. That's where she is. She probably successfully jostled her poops loose. Rachel and I went on a little poop jostling jaunt to help her jostle her poops loose before we even started streaming, Before I started streaming. Before we even made those videos outside. All right, let's check around outside for trouble. Yeah. Oh, I bet Rachel would love to do some readings. She's in the mood to stream I Don't Doubt and enjoys that sort of thing. I will hand over responsibility for the stream to her in a little bit if she feels like doing that. Right now, I'm doing a little bit more of a poop jostle on myself. I know I pooped twice today already, but I thought I was done. I thought I had emptied all my poops. But now I kind of feel like the third poop. A third poop situated somewhere on the grassy knoll. That's what I'm thinking. I think while Rachel's got the bathroom occupied, I will go pee out here before going poo. Okay. So pretty much everything that happens today with me on the camera anyway, in the stream, is going to be extra productive because I've got this hat on. This is not the sort of hat one wears for unproductive endeavors. They reserve this hat for productive people like me. The first thing I'm producing with my productivity is urine and a little gas to accompany it. Yeah, I know. Well, everyone thinks I'm building something. Why? Because I've got this hat on. It's suggestive that I might be. In reality, I am not building anything. Who do you think you are, huh? Well, I think I'm Eric. Daniel Diaz. Eric Strauss. Owner, proprietor, and main host of the interwebs' only YouTube channel, Talking with Famous People. Winston's mom really liked the sundress. What makes something a sundress? Is the alternative a moon dress? Or just like a overcast day dress? Like Rachel said to me at the store, she got a pinky ring. I said, I don't know about that, Rachel. For example, if you were to give that pinky ring of yours to a little kid, might be a fourth finger ring. or a middle finger ring even. If you gave it to me, it probably wouldn't even fit on my pinky toe, you know. Rachel's got small fingers, small hands, so it wouldn't surprise me if some of the things that she thinks of our pinky rings are actually rings sized for children. Rings are one of the annoying things in the world where you really have to get your size right, you know. You can't wear a belt on your ring. I guess you could put a pair of gloves on underneath your ring. That'd be the equivalent of putting extra socks on when your shoes are too big. I bought shoes that are too big for me. But I've kind of given up on them too quick. I haven't tried retying them tighter and wearing thick socks and I'm just kind of sad that after spending so many months, Rachel was outside, I guess, following me around. But I didn't see her until I came back inside. Whatever I was saying, meow. I think we started up on the wrong step, buddy, said Daniel Diaz. Did we? I don't even remember. Was it the wrong step? I think you just came in with like, I'm sassy, and I'm like, I'm sassy too. We had a little sass down. It's good. Man O'Hare says, Winston's mom, can I have your Instagram account, please? I do not have an Instagram account, says Winston's mom. No, I'm not so worried about OSHA. I was more worried about wearing the same hat I wore last time I wore a hat, and this was right next to it, so I picked this instead.
Are you okay with repeating hats, or?
I'm okay with repeating hats, but not really 2 times in a row.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
Like if last time I wore a hat on stream was that one, I figured pick a different one this time.
Yeah.
But sometimes I'm fine with repeating. It just depends on my moment. Are you ready to speak to the world about the wonders of truth?
Through tarot?
Whatever means you wish.
Wonder of truth.
You could just sit down, you could engage the chat for a bit.
Sure.
After that, if you'd like, you could read tarot if you want.
Well, I figure you do your thing, and then once you're done, or slows down, I can do whatever, really.
Why don't you take over for a bit?
Okay. Hi, guys. Nice to see y'all.
If you want to tilt this up or down, it tilts in the back.
That is, right there is perfect. That's great.
Okay. Smell like some beef, brother. Your call.
Hi, Winston's mom. Hi, John.
Aye, bud. You came with me. Well, that's fine, Daniel Diaz. You know what? I'm not unwilling to squash the beef.
I'm Eric's wife, Rachel. Gamer, that's a good question.
I haven't seen that Dr. Mike interview. I don't disagree that Myers-Briggs is quack science. I don't defend anything except defensible typology, which is a carefully articulated set of claims regarding how people pay attention.
Hey, William. Hey, McKenna. So, TYYP, are you still here? I can, I'm trying to think of what deck to use.
You want me to go to a deck?
Yeah.
How about, people love this deck.
People do love that deck.
Then you can just read the words on. You don't even have to do the whole AI thing.
AI thing? Yeah. So are you guys okay with that? Like, I'm just going to read from the cards. I'm not going to do the AI. It's a little bit much. Hi, Manohar.
Hi, John. I'm excited about it, actually.
Me too. I like that the Olympics is going to be in LA. I think that's exciting.
We'll probably go see something.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Cool.
Weird, you know?
That's so fun. My mom is like, oh, like you guys, if you do that, are crazy. But
I started just putting what out there, Daniel. I don't even remember the beginning of our exchange, so whatever. It's fine with me. You can blame me if you want.
I'm doing well, thanks, man. Har. They're gonna bring back Olympic baseball, huh? When did they take it away? I mean, if they have breakdancing, they might as well have baseball. Are they still thinking about putting football in the Olympics?
I hadn't even heard that.
Yeah, I saw some post that was like, football does not belong in the Olympics.
I agree with them. Football does not belong in the Olympics.
I don't really think that baseball does either.
You only play one football game a week because it's so physical, you know.
My eyes are dark brown. Football and baseball? I think hockey does belong in the... Well, that's interesting. For some reason, I think that hockey does belong in the Olympics. Because, like, there's not that many Olympic sports, like, winter Olympic sports. I mean, now there's much more than there was in the past, but, you know, a lot of countries do play hockey, so for some reason, I think that's okay. I feel like hockey's okay, but I'm, like, not a huge fan of baseball's such an American sport, and so is football, like... For some reason, hockey, I don't mind. Thank you, Shomita. What's going on? Shohei Ohtani's Japanese, and he's great for baseball. Like, he's doing really well on the Dodgers. I'm happy for him. You think both are boring, McKenna? When I didn't understand the rules of football, I was like, why is it so stop and go? But then, like, I learned the rules of football, and I'm like, oh, I'm into this, especially college football. College football is really fun. But there's nothing like March Madness when it comes to, like, college games. You got dragged into a family trip. You're overseas? Ooh, where? I did a family trip overseas once, and I liked it a lot. Hey, Carson Lee. Face slapping? I don't know. I mean, I know that there's, like, a lot of aggressive sports in the Olympics, but I'm not sure if face slapping. I'm not single. I'm married to Eric, who's playing guitar right over there. TYYP, are you still here? They're adding cricket and squash too? I mean...
I should add croquet.
Croquet?
Yeah.
Yeah, they should. If they're gonna do... Yeah, if they're gonna be doing those things... I mean, they have, what's the one that you push on the ice in winter sports?
Curling.
Yeah, so the curling, so why not have cricket? Or,
Shuffleboard.
Shuffleboard. You UFC is really violent. I think if they had it in like, because 16 days is the total amount of the Olympics. So, I mean, I feel like you'd have a lot of injuries. It could get very, I don't know, boxing. I really don't know how I feel about UFC. I'm not a huge UFC fan. I'm a bit of a wuss. I mean, if Eric wants to sing, we can sing together for sure. It's been a while since I've sung on live stream, so I'm down. Curling is fun to watch. Eric and I last Winter Olympics watched it and we were like amazed by it. Gamer says I look like I'd be an amazing jazz singer. Thanks, I'm not very young. I'm actually almost 40. I'm 39. But thank you for saying so. So I can't scat. Skibbity bop bop. I'm 39.
Alright, well, we'll play a song then, Rachel, for you to sing. We'll play Cloudy Day, okay? You put it there, and I'll just, yeah, that's fine.
Hey, Frosty. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today, we hope for more time. Troubles past, struggles still to come. The day is nearly done. Can someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night, and mostly those who say to give in. They'll try to sap your will to fight.
But whether I'm supposed to be or just be seen, forgotten on, is sort of based on what I see and that's on what I avoid.
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today, we hope for more time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Can someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Something to say. Thank you everyone for the compliments. Thank you very much. And it's okay, Frosty. It's no big deal. I actually recognize that my boobs are like definitely on showcased right now.
Hey, baby, you got it, flaunt it. That's what they say.
That is what they say.
And they also say it never hurts views to have a couple boobs. An old saying from a long time ago.
Yeah, so
I'm
we're
gonna
just gonna share the songs with you.
I'll share the set list, Bobet list which has that song with all the chords and lyrics on it, along with other songs too.
Thanks, Gamer.
Okay. How about we do, what are we going to do? You want to do Gregory? Do you want to do something else?
I was thinking Gregory or Wonderful Kitty.
Okay, let's do Wonderful Kitty.
Okay. Thanks, Mahar. Hello, Hayat Alaman. Hey, WDH. How you doing? I was thinking about you the other day. How's everything going in your personal life? You know, with the whole being single. Hope it's going well. It's not an easy thing. I honestly I'm so sorry to hear that. It's so hard. It is just, breakups are so sad.
Okay.
We got another song for you guys.
This song is for anyone who's feeling sad. Remember, sadness and happiness are as close together as a cat deciding to walk away or to stay and let you pet it.
Mm-hmm. Sorry.
Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you've got clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, such a fabulous soft friend.
And now
I was in the wrong key. Sorry.
it's okay.
Let's
It's been a while since I've sung this. I'm like kind of rusty too.
Yeah, I was playing in the wrong spot. Okay. Here it is. So.
Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you've got clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, such a fabulous soft friend. Now it's wonderful kitty petting time again. Just let me pet you. Don't walk away. It's bedding time. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you've got clean lines. But your wonderful kitty is a fabulousness I've never encountered before. And out of that, I want to pet my kitty some more. Just let me pet you. Don't walk away. It's bedding time. Hooray!
All right, good job. That good, a little floppy for both of us.
But
That's
it was
totally
still
fine.
good, you know,
Yes.
like for not singing it in a while.
You know, I have recorded the parts. I need to get to the vocals now. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe
Thank
I'll do
you,
that today.
everyone.
Thanks.
Thanks, Gamer.
Is there anything else I'm hearing you'd like to play, or you want to do?
You want to try ladies? The ladies?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's try to play it on the slower side if I can.
Okay, I'm gonna have to move closer to the. So you want to get in the
You
frame
sit
too?
on this and put the camera in front of you. I can get in frame. That's fine. What's the matter with Chad?
Is he terribly
Good.
bad?
Okay.
Do you want me to start with it? What's the matter with Chad?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the matter with Chad?
Is he terribly bad?
Is he very like Dan?
Who's a terrible man?
Is he sort of like Jill?
Let's go this speed though.
Oh, sorry. I like never know how to do this
No,
speed.
I should set us the speed before we start. I'll sing the whole thing for a second to get you on the tempo, okay? And then join in to get the tempo time.
Okay.
What's the matter with Chad? Is he terribly bad? Is he very like Dan? Is he a terrible man? Is he sort of like Jill, who can't pay her bill? Or rather like Jack, stuck on the facts?
What's the matter with Sue? Yeah, sure. Got it. What's the matter with Chad?
Is he terrible? This is... Here we go. Okay.
What's the matter with Chad?
Is he terribly bad?
Is he very like Dan?
Who's a terrible man?
Is he sort of like Jill,
who can't pay her bill?
Is he rather like Jack?
Too stuck on the facts?
What's the matter with Sue?
Does she know what to do?
If they bring attitude,
Does she show ingenuity?
she talks about you whenever we go walking. What's the matter with Bryn?
Like you're living in sin,
She's been hanging with Jim.
looking terribly thin.
What's the deal with Frank?
Feeling fit in my tank.
He's colluding with you.
Man talking to Lou.
What's wrong with the ladies?
What's the matter with men?
From the feelings of Katie
To the coldness of sand.
they talk about you whenever we go walking. Past that leads to lesser days.
Past that lead to lesser days.
Still spilled out the overwater glass. And whoever's left, that's still okay. Just tie the sails to the mast. Are you angry or Ken?
Or Neville again.
Don't bother with Kev.
He's terribly dead.
Focus on Bert.
He's medium hurt.
What's the quadrant for Liz?
She failed the quiz.
What's the matter with Drew?
Does she know what to do?
If they bring attitude,
Does she show ingenuity?
she talks about you whenever we go walking. Path that leads to lesser days.
Past that lead to lesser days.
Still spill out the overwater
Still out
glass.
the overwater
And
glass.
whoever's left, that's still
Still
okay. Just tie the sails to the mast. 'Cause each of us has much and gravely sinned. Throw up the hands, stiffen the chin. Catastrophe looms heavy overhead again. Time's gone will never be again.
Pretty good. For
Yeah,
some
yeah,
practice, bro.
yeah.
You want to try this? I think didn't I transcribe this down?
I
Oh,
think
yeah,
you
I
did.
did. Here, let's try this in this key. Let me just play through the guitar thing. Let's see. Start at the top.
Thank you guys. Thank you. And thank you.
Thank you for the super chatter.
Yeah, thank you for the
Greatly appreciate
Frosty.
it.
Thank
Greatly
you.
Appreciate it. Yes.
Jesus was people, but absent of sin. He must have then struggled with regular men and women, of course, when they too were present. Disciples all warily eyeing the lesson. If people were Jesus, they'd know as they think, and everyone's work would be true. Feelings once spoken would sit where they sing. find them at last if we're willing to try.
But people aren't Jesus once they're betrayed.
Easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. Yeah, maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost.
Tiring. I went too fast.
I messed up. Too.
I think we
It
did a
happens.
good job. We did a
We
good
did
job
do a
for
good
someone
job
who's
for-
not practiced much.
Yeah, we don't.
Now let's play as our last song before we take a break here, at least.
Yeah, sure.
Let's play Gregory in Disguise.
Okay.
I did put it already. This link is all the songs with the chords and the lyrics.
So you can learn for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
He's Gregory.
Sorry.
That's okay. Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Versus eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Versus eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again, he is denied the chance to yell at them.
Until the bridge bring the new approach and sneakily straight to encroach upon the guilty man. Perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them.
He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Versus eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Versus eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again, he is denied the chance to yell at them.
Because he's
Gregory in disguise.
Great job, Rachel.
Great job, Eric.
Thanks.
Of course.
Thanks everybody for listening. We appreciate it. Let me come over here and repeat to Manahar. I have put the link multiple times. You want the lyrics or whatever to this stuff? I put it already like multiple times. Here, I'll put it again. This is the Google Doc that has all the songs, the chords, and the lyrics in it. If you're looking for recordings of it, no, the brooding song is not Destruction. Destruction of the whole damn world may be named there, but not actually included. I don't remember exactly. Brooding song is just called the brooding song. Destruction of the whole damn world is a different song.
Are you self-taught?
Me?
Mhm.
More or less, yeah. I didn't really learn how to play a lot of other people's stuff, you know.
You're very talented, so it doesn't matter, playing other people's stuff. Like, you don't need to. You have your own. You're talented enough to make your own music.
Thanks, darling. I see why you think that, though. It clearly looks as though it is called that.
Yeah, but it's not.
But that's not what that means, actually. Song 16 is called Brooding. Or whatever it's called. But right now, working title, Brooding here. Destruction of the whole damn world. I'll give you a couple quick chords of worth of it so you might recognize it. And then I'll give the camera back to Rachel and the wonderful art of tarot. So it goes like this. We need to know. We need to see. We need to bend happenings down by a means to judge a logic to life, the device of the unlike, and from which we'll rarely budge. People everywhere gather up enemies, outraged at how they miss a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery, follow necessarily from their valid ways. In garden Desiree, we're stuck with said petty larceny. We all partition in the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Kaboom. So that's the direction of the whole damn world. That one, it doesn't have the chords or anything there. It's missing
the tarot.
Sure. I can help you with your tarot. I can help you with you.
So I'm gonna do 2 tarot cards and then one of these prism oracles.
I'm gonna do a 4-word yeah.
I think 3.
3-word yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, my first instrument was singing and then harmonica. I didn't start playing the guitar until I was 21.
Okay, who's first for Tarot by Rachel and Eric?
I like the piano. I'm not very good at it, but I like the piano. And
hey, Alec T, I'm good.
I have a bass guitar, but it's just for recording purposes, you know. I'm not really a bassist at all. Hello, lady in red.
William, would you like a reading? Is that what you're saying? Hey, lady in red.
You know what they say? Better a lady in red than shady and dead.
They're much better.
They're right to say that.
Okay, William, cool. You're first. All right, McKenna, you're next after William.
Which ones are you doing first?
Those first and then this one.
Okay. So, do you want me to shuffle until you're ready to pick them or what? Do you want me to pick these ones or what?
I'm thinking I'll pick and then we can interpret together. You can maybe pick these.
Okay, sure. You pick. You pick, you whatever you want. Is the air conditioning on or did I
No,
turn it
it's off.
I need to turn it back on. It's a little warm in here from playing guitar.
Okay, lady in red, you're... Okay, William. And lady in red, you'll be last. William. Okay. William.
3-word sentence, huh?
I guess, yeah, 1, 2,
So
3.
you do those cards. By the time you're done with those, I'll be ready to tell you this.
William, your first card is Major Arcana number 21. The World. And what it says here is arrival, surpass, opus, attainment, vast. So you might have completed something recently, like a thought or I can't.
Whatever. You're basically like, it's my world, y'all live on it.
Yeah. And you're feeling good. Like you're like, do-do-do. I want to dance and twirl my batons. Maybe in bed and with a laurel wreath around me, which is good luck. And then you also got the Queen of Pentacles. So you're earthy, you're a mama, you're honorable, successful, sensual. Yeah. Maybe you're feeling like the world. I can't hold her freaking boobs. I can't.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I can't imagine they'd be that upset about that.
They are though. They've
Right,
become. So yes. Anyway, yes, you're like hanging on to your pentacles, your material items. You're successful. You don't need people to tell you how to manage your money. You actually may be managing yours or other people's money very well. And that's what you're focused on. And you feel a sense of completion and arrival at something in your life as well. Just anything that you've been planning for a long time took action and
Put the tape on it.
yeah, I know.
It's silly. Okay. Are you ready? Did you get your 3 things? Or only 2?
Only 2.
Oh, so you got one more to go? Or are you only
No,
doing 2 plays?
I was only doing 2. I was going to do 3
that's fine.
total with that.
Yeah, that's fine. So you did 2 of those.
Uh-huh.
And now it's time for these. So here's your sentence. This is an unusual sentence construction for me, but this is what it has to say. Determination has more to do with growth than confidence does, but confidence has the most to do with determination.
That's good.
Thank you, thank you. I'll repeat it in case you want to hear it again. Determination has more to do with growth than confidence does, but confidence has the most to do with determination.
You're right. I shouldn't trip on it. Like,
You shouldn't trip on what?
you know, the boobs being out on the card. Like,
I don't know. The thing is, on this channel, I don't normally try to cover this up. I never encounter any
all right
problems.
then.
I'm assuming they'd also, like, say, you've been age restricted and give me the opportunity to remove that thing. You're not going to go straight to striking me or anything.
All right.
I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Okay, so who's next? McKenna?
William?
I think McKenna. William was just last.
Oh, that was William.
Yeah, McKenna, I think, is next.
Oh, did Lady in Red get one?
Lady in Red is last. And
Lady in Red
actually,
is last.
Karma's Pimps is last.
Or Karma's Pimp?
Yeah.
William says he wants one. I don't know about Alex T.
McKenna.
McKenna.
Karma's Pimp. And then Lady in Red and then Karma's Pimp. Okay, McKenna, this is for you.
I mean, we do keep things on the up and up, Acid.
Yeah, we do.
We really do. But
Yeah.
I'm not too worried about getting demonetized, okay? Because I think I understand the kind of nuanced relationship that YouTube's trying to establish with content creators.
So McKenna, if you're still here, you got the Fool. This is number 0 of the major arcana, which is the beginning or the end. It depends on how you think of the number 0 of the Fool's journey, and opposite of William, who got the World, which is the last card. You get the first card, so you're like, yeah, new beginnings, vention, open, pure, clear, innocent, faith. It's like, yes, the world's my oyster.
But the thing is, here, Lamb, it wasn't that I got reported for bullying before. It was that I'm sure I've been reported for it many, many, many times and never even had any awareness that I was reported for it. It's that in that instance, they had just changed some rules. I clearly was in violation of the new rules, and I got a strike for it. It was the right call on their part. I was slow to adopt to the new mores, you know?
Yeah. And this isn't a strictly tarot card channel. I think they're a little bit more, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we do sometimes, but yeah, here, the thing is, I'm not worried about people um, claiming shit, right? I get people are out to get this channel, have been for the entirety of its
Yeah,
existence.
it's true. Amphetamines. All right, and then your next card, McKenna. Earth Mama. You got the Queen of Pentacles also. So you're honorable, successful, sensual. Um, you're set with your material goods. Like you're like, look at all I have. I feel so comfortable. I feel so at one with earth and in my life, and I feel so relaxed. I'm focusing on material success. So you're starting off new with your material success and you're really enjoying it.
Who's this one for again?
McKenna?
Hey, here's your thing. Remember, love is just a positive space reflection of fear.
Wow, that's really good.
Yeah, I like these better with 3. You were right with the 3. I like it better with 3 cards than 4.
Yeah, than 4. Yeah, sometimes it gets a little bit.
Almost.
Okay, so who's next? Lady in Red, I believe.
Our will to love is more powerful than their fear of difference. I mean, I say a lot of times love and fear are 2 sides of the same coin. The more you love something or someone, the more you fear losing them.
I express that a lot.
I do too, you know.
Okay, Lady in Red, you're next. Then Karma's Pimp. Then WDH. Okay, Lady in Red. Ooh, this one turned over. Should I take it?
I think you should.
Okay. Lady in Red, something.
Disaster upheaval. Or this one say catalyst.
Either you. So a lot of times when the Tower card, number 16, this is a major arcana, shows up, a lot of times it's a big change that's happened. And either a lot, honestly, when this card comes up for a person for a reading, it's like something they did caused abrupt change. Or it could mean, you've been doing this, you've been building this tower for so long and you thought it was like so good and so protected, but actually you didn't think about the things that could go wrong, and it forces an abrupt change. So that's your first card. And then your second card for Lady in Red, the 4 of Pentacles. Miser, possessions, hoard, greed, limit. So this insane, like, I shouldn't say insane, but this like dramatic change that happened, this drastic change that happened, either caused by you or by thoughts or a project that you were working on that like really didn't have steady ground, can cause you to maybe hold on to your possessions really tight, being like, you know what, things are kind of chaotic right now. I want to possess my things as much as possible. They're important to me.
You possessed your little ass off, girl.
Yeah. And now Eric has your word oracles for you.
Right. The word oracles. Let's see what it is. Cow. Energy. Pure. Abundance. And pure strength. Abundance attains its strength in conjunction with energy.
Yeah, so maybe like the Tower card is changing up your energy and actually going, even though you're holding on to your material goods, it could be meaning that like abundance is actually going to be coming in for you. So you really don't have to worry about your possessions too much because if you put your energy and strength, you'll gain abundance.
I was saying that the strength of energy, the strength of abundance is only realized in conjunction with energy. Otherwise, you're just, coddled and limp.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Cards drop all the time. A lot of times, if I'm using a deck and it's like really wanting to get like messages out to people, the cards will start jumping. They'll like fall on the ground.
Just like fish when they want to get caught.
Hey, Raul, reader. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so this one turned over, so this will be for you. And then this is Karma's Pimp we're doing right now.
Okay. Well, that seems accurate to his moment from what I remember saying. What I remember of our conversation last time.
Okay. First card. 8 of Swords. This is for Karma's Pimp. Stressed, worry, fear, anxiety. 8 of Swords. So you're feeling bound by your own thoughts right now. You're in your head. You're not feeling great about your thoughts. And you have a lot on your mind. But just remember, the blindfold and the things that's wrapping you really isn't that tight. You have the power to get away and break free. And then your next tarot card is Major Arcana number 12. Why did I forget his name? Hangman, yeah. The Hangman. Suspend. Pause. Bode?
Yeah.
Body?
Oh, Bodhi tree.
Bodhi.
Yeah, this is Bodhi, like the Bodhi tree.
Oh.
Law, clarity, and hang.
That's it, yeah.
Hangman. I see it. That's good.
We both couldn't see it.
It's just tricky, these words, the way they put them together, you know?
They are. So even though you're in this phase of self-doubt and worry, you're taking time to look at things from a different perspective, and you're not taking any actions right now. You want to gather up all the information, try to, like I said, see things from a different perspective, and then come to a conclusion about things. You're just hanging out. You may have gotten in trouble, and that's why you're hanging out. You got to think about things that you've done, because a lot of times people were hung in public to shame them. So Karma's Pimp, you might be just hanging out right now.
And isolation comes between intuition and abundance.
Ooh.
Stands between.
It goes with the other cards.
Right? Isolation stands between intuition and abundance. It's like a gully one must bridge.
Yeah, so maybe talking to people about what's on your mind can help you gain more of a hanged man perspective.
Well, you talked with us about it around here last time, so I don't know if we were much help. You weren't here.
No, I wasn't.
I want to take a shower.
Okay, so...
Is there anybody else we have to do before I do that?
WDH.
WDH, you're ready for one? Okay, here we go.
Can I take the the phone into the shower with everyone?
I wasn't planning on going. I mean, if you want to take, you mean you want to go into the shower with me and take the phone with me?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm a little fiendy to stream.
Oh, yeah, I was planning for you to continue streaming while I shower.
Oh.
I was going to leave this with you and go shower.
Okay. Whatever you think is best. I hate being away from you.
Oh, okay. If you want it, that's fine. I was not sure if you understood that when I said I wanted to go take a shower. That didn't mean I wanted to end
Oh, I
streaming.
wasn't. At first, I wasn't sure. Okay, so WDH. Are you here? Wow, that's crazy, Lady in Red. You witnessed something special, it sounds. Okay. So, WDH, if you're here, here's your cards. You got first card, 6 of Rods, Victory, Triumph, Prestige. 6 of Rods. You're like, yeah, I'm coming back, and I'm the man, oh yeah, or woman. I don't know who you are, but you're feeling yourself, and you're feeling the victory of life. Okay, and then your second card, WDH. Yeah, Lady in Red. Second card for WDH is another 6 cards, 6 of Swords. Transition, voyage, tour, go, depart. You're thinking about moving on from something, and you're thinking about moving on something and taking important people. It could be your dog, it could be your girlfriend, it could be your family, or just things that you.
Could be your dad's girlfriend's family?
Yeah, it could be your dad's girlfriend. And you are moving on. You're just, your thoughts are gone. Your thoughts are on the future. They're not in the past, and they're about taking a transition.
Okay, now it's time for your 3 cards of wisdom. Your 3 words of truth. Let's see what the deck of truth has to say with its words. What's that say?
Reflection.
Reflection. Sweetness. Success. Success is best when it reflects sweetness.
Ooh, success is best when it reflects sweetness.
Yeah.
There you go, WGH.
Rather than exploits it. Okay. I'm gonna go show.
Okay, I'm gonna follow you. Let's put these away.
You're probably gonna want to bring a chair in here of some kind.
Oh yeah.
You want to bring a little roll? Bring a stool. Okay.
Perfect.
I'm going to close this door again. There. What does it say is the electricity in it?
I didn't see.
Because if I just got plenty to see, I'm just not worried about this. Okay, make sure you don't show my nakedness.
I promise. That's just for me. Happy Friday, everyone. Fridays, when I was like working conventional jobs, not the restaurant business, because restaurant business, you are working basically all of the weekend, and you have like the middle of the week off. Even in, like when I worked at Trader Joe's, oh, you're back now? We read yours. Scroll back in the stream. You'll see your reading. Hi, Gunna. So even when I worked at Trader Joe's, the essential time of the week was the weekends. So basically everyone worked the weekends, but when I worked as like an admin assistant and a paralegal, I'm as a data I would do with billing, medical billing. And I loved Fridays. Fridays, it was like, yeah, freedom. I get to hang out with my friends now and do what I want. Did you bring tea and breakfast at home? You won't give it to me. And there are lollipops too. Oh, Alok Mina, I don't know what you mean by that. What was the work experience like for you, Rachel? How did you feel about work? When I was an admin assistant at a law firm, I really liked it. I had someone who was really knowledgeable train me, and I was very specific in what questions I asked. Like if I had any question about like what needed to be done, what's the priority, what's the priority was the big question. Or if I didn't understand a certain aspect of like the program that I was working with, it was easy. Like once I had what was most important for me to get done during the day, I did exactly that every single day. So there weren't many changes in the work environment. So it was like I enjoyed it.
Was the person who trained you Steven Seagal?
If it was Steven Seagal, it probably would have been a lot more action packed.
Yeah, he started out as a personal trainer.
Oh.
I don't know if he trained people how to do that job.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, maybe. I missed that, Mark. No, her name was Mohini.
Mohini, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Was she Hawaiian?
I think she was some sort of Indian or, yeah, Indian, I think. I don't know. She could have been an ENTJ. She was very family. She wasn't. I shouldn't say she wasn't very family oriented. She had kids. We were around the same age, and she was trying to balance work life and family life. And I basically came in to help with the workload because it was getting too much. And
would you say she was one half mojito, one half martini?
Yeah.
That's why she was named Mohini.
Mohini, yeah, maybe. Yeah, she was a lot of people didn't like her because she would leave early, and she was forgetful. Again, she was trying to get the work-life balance. But when I came in, I helped a lot. I mean, it took. I was, the work environment was very friendly, so I had a good time when I was there. Um,
And you're always having water balloon fights and stuff.
No, but they did like, like they had like a Hawaiian theme one day, and they did like they did, like in the office, in if you've ever seen The Office, working in an office place is very much like that. Um
On the Hawaiian day, did everybody hate the white people?
they might have.
That's kind of what Hawaiians do, a little bit,
They
from my
do.
experience.
You've been in Hawaii a lot, so
Right, you were there at that little
yeah,
too,
she was kind of like,
You Howleys are horrible. Even though we're paying to see her freaking luau thing.
I know. It was like, oh, um Hawaiian tradition is so sacred to us. We have this purple yam thing. What is it called again?
Boy.
Poi. And we're so proud of it. And we're so proud of our culture. And then people from the United States started coming over and taking over our culture, basically. She wasn't very much like, come on back, like, welcome here, folks, this is Hawaii. She was very much like, this is a very personal thing to me, don't mess it up.
But the truth is, if you got two bowls in front of you, one full of poi and the other full of poo, it's a toss-up.
It is a toss-up.
That's how bad poi is.
Poi doesn't taste like, it tastes like I remember eating it and being like, oh, this tastes like feelings. Yeah.
It does taste like feelings.
Yeah.
All like damp and cold and slimy and just like
Purple.
and having no clear pin downable identity.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But people put all their feelings into poi, so it tastes like feelings. What is the work you've done that felt meaningful to you, and what work you've done that hasn't felt meaningful, or was it all meaningful? Oh my God. Well, the most meaningful was when I was camp counselor. I was a camp counselor. It was one of my favorite, my first jobs, actually. And my first year I worked with kids who were like 6 to 8 years old. And they were just so cute. And I had a really good camp counselor partner. And we worked really well. She was more like, all right, kids, time to get lined up. Like, let's do this thing. And I was more like, sure, you can braid my hair. Or, oh, that's interesting. Oh, you have this cute little thing. That's interesting. I would be the good cop, I guess. And she was, my partner was more of the bad cop. But she was very, like, she wasn't scary. She knew boundaries and how to keep them, and she did it well with kids. So that year, especially my first year of being camp counselor, I loved babysitting too. I babysat for a lot of like young girls whose parents just wanted to go out. Boys too. I had a neighbor who I would babysit their 2 boys. And I really loved it. I think I'm good with kids, to a degree, when it's fun. It's in those jobs, it was like I was having fun with kids, and I was having fun with counselors too, at the camp job. Um, but I always was happy to be like, okay, we're dealing with them now, but I can go home. Like it was never on my mind. And a lot of times that when I was doing camp counseling, I would get jobs, babysitting jobs from doing camp counseling too, which like felt like really special to me. It was very personal. Like being a camp counselor and a babysitter was very like it gave me a lot of FE rewards. I felt like what I could do with my tool function as an FE tool person really helped me gain self confidence in being with kids and being in the workforce. And my the least meaningful was medical billing. I could not stand medical billing. There was one place that I worked at that I had so much anxiety that over the weekends, even though I love Fridays, the weekend would come and I would have like nightmares about going back to work. Like Sunday night was like dreadful. It like kind of ruined my weekend because I just kept on thinking about things that I needed to do and how I wasn't living up to the place's expectations, and like my coworkers didn't like me, and like literally we were in this one room all together, the medical billing people, and they would be talking about me. Like I wasn't facing them, but I could hear them talk about me, and I was like, wow, like you really don't like me. Like this is like I just started working here. This is work I've done before, but it's done differently.
Well, Rachel's not telling you. She employed a strategy of billing just random amounts to random people.
Oh my god.
And so, some of her coworkers were like, "Hey, maybe you should try a little harder."
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, yeah.
That's not true. I'm just making that up, everybody.
No, but they did talk about me. It was really rough. It was really rough. They thought that I was like. They always wanted me to be the woman who I replaced, and it sounded like she couldn't handle the job, so.
Well, this Rachel certainly is no Judy.
Yeah. It was bad. It was a toxic work environment, and yeah. Am I Alec T? Yes, you got that right, Winston's mom. My name is pronounced Rachel. Lady Red says a lot of new places and made some new friends. It was a big adventure for me. Yeah, working in the workforce is a big adventure. And if you're lucky, you have nice you either love what you're doing or you like the work environment, hopefully both. And you gain some knowledge.
Don't forget that you have to periodically go from all messages to top messages and back to all messages again because it'll freeze on the phone.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's good now.
Okay.
Alati says, you seem to retain a lot of meaning and purpose from those early jobs, counseling and campers. You had clear remembering. I do. Literally, thinking about it, I can picture myself, on a summer day, being at the park with the kids, how, funny they were, because, kids say funny things. I also remember some of the children who we had, we had to tell the parents, hey, so-and-so is Um,
Being
no,
a cunt.
yeah, in adult terms, like, and the best we could do was tell the parents that their kid was misbehaving. Um, but, yeah. Yeah, he did open the tap, Raul Reader. Eric is taking a shower right now. Hey, Chung. Vichai. Because I was working, whenever I worked as a counselor, it wasn't just me. So, facing difficulties with children who were misbehaving wasn't too difficult because it wasn't just me who had to break the news to the parents. I also had another counselor. So it was me, it was like kind of like me and the other counselor. Chung, I'm very confused by what you're saying. But it took up the whole day, basically. Like, we would be, like, I remember me and, Nicole was her name, the first counselor that I ever worked with. I remember she was like, we would think about it the whole day, like, oh man, we have to tell on Ashley, we have to tell her parents that she, I can't even remember what she got in trouble for. Just giving us trouble, not participating, being rough with other kids. And so it did take up like the whole day, like of thinking about, addressing it to the parents. But it didn't weigh heavily on my heart. What weighed heavily on my heart was when I worked at the billing companies, the billing. Can I say it any more times? The billing offices weighed heavily more on my heart than it did having to tell parents that their kids were misbehaving. Because a lot of responsibility was like on me. So those thoughts of dread used to take over. I don't know how to say, I don't know how to speak Morse code. Raul, Rita, does it snow where you are? Yeah. Alex T, the human system I was comfortable with. The feelings and the parents. Oh my gosh. Like, I got so much love, so much positive feedback. I mean, it wasn't every year that it was so loving, but at the end of the camp season, a lot of the parents would, thank us and really tell us like how their kids were just like so happy this summer, and we got gifts sometimes and tips, and like I said, I got babysitting jobs out of a few of the years that I worked as a camp counselor. And yeah. So dealing with people I can do, except when I'm in an office and I get pulled into the office because they're like, are you okay? One time I was a human resources assistant, and I had to calculate people's hours, and I just couldn't do it. I remember my boss at the time like pulled me into her office, and I was like dreading it. I'm like, oh no, I know what this is going to be about. She sat me down. She's like, are you okay? Like, what's going on? We want to help you. We want to work with you. But, like, we can't figure out what's going wrong. And I just said, I'm like, I don't know. Like, I can try and do this stuff in a slower pace, maybe. But calculating hours and doing math in time was really hard. Yeah, it was, yeah. The whole thing was hard. The whole being human resources assistant was really hard. One of the first mistakes that I made on the job, one of the first things I was told to do, and one of the first mistakes that I did was I had to update the calendar with everyone's birthday because the company liked to celebrate employees' birthday. Well, the human resource woman that I was working for, her birthday was coming up, and I could have swore it was May 5th. And I sent out, I felt so good. I'm like, oh, her birthday's coming up. That's great. Like, I get to show my appreciation. I get to do my job and get people to, like, tell her happy birthday and give her a nice day. And I messed up her birthday. Her birthday wasn't on the 5th. It was like on the 9th or something. And she was like, Rachel, like, my birthday's not today. And I sent out all these messages to, like, all the offices that we worked for, being like, today's Stephanie's birthday. Give her hello or whatever. She was getting
like, to approach her and say something today.
Yeah. And then she got like tons of emails. She got gifts and flowers, and it wasn't even her birthday. And the head of the company actually pulled me into the office, and he was like, so you didn't get this right, huh? And I was like, no, I really thought her birthday was on May 5th. I could have swore she told me. And he was like, I thought it was May 5th too. Like, don't worry about it. Like,
the boss thought it was May 5th too?
The boss thought it was the human resources birthday was on May 5th also. So he was like, I can't really be mad at you because, like, I also got her birthday wrong. But after that moment, I was like, oh God, I don't want to be pulled into the office.
Yeah, the problem is that it's not his job to get her birthday right.
Yeah, it was a real, like, embarrassing mistake. Which kind of set the tone for me getting pulled into the office for getting the hours wrong, and for messing up the birthday was like it was just the tip of the iceberg of what problems I would have in that company. Just anything with data entry, I'm terrible at. I thought I wanted to do human resources because I thought it was going to be more dealing with people, but it was more.
Rachel, could you make me a couple of noodles?
Yeah, sure.
I'm feeling a little blood sugary.
Okay. What's the longest period have you had for a job? 3 years, the counseling job. 3 years. I didn't last many years at no. I worked as a host. No, that's not true. I worked as a host at a restaurant. For hold on. I worked in a restaurant for like 4 years. Even more than that, probably 4 or 5 years. I worked as a hostess in a hotel restaurant, and that was a good job. I liked that job. But a lot of jobs after a year I would quit if it wasn't right for me. One of the jobs, a data entry job, where I started off as a human resources assistant. I lasted 2 years, and that was like, I mean, I'm glad I lasted the 2 years, but it didn't end well. I found out that the managers were talking about me behind my back, calling me like a dumb blonde and stuff. At the time, I had blonde hair. So, I gave my 2 weeks notice, and then I hear all these rumors that that they were like making fun of me behind my back. And I called up early in the morning before work started, and I left a message on my manager's phone, and I was like, I heard that the higher ups were making fun of me behind my back, and I don't stand for that. I'm not coming into work anymore. I quit. And that was it. So I couldn't use them for a lot of places that I quit like that. Like I couldn't use as what do you call it? Those people who give you references. I couldn't use them as a reference because of the way that, referral. Exactly. I couldn't use them. I didn't have many people to use as referrals because I was like, peace out, in like a real quick way, like real like no 2 weeks notice. I'm done with this job. You can suck it. So now I'm making cup of noodles. I used to eat cup of noodles all the time my freshman year of college. My parents and I went to Costco, and we bought a whole like bunch of cup of noodles, and I learned what sodium could do to the body. So you take the cup of noodles, you open this halfway, because you're gonna have to cover it again. But you open it halfway, and I'm gonna heat up some water. I don't know how to read Morse code. Fill this up. You can't. Cup of noodles cups can't go in. They have cups now that do go in the microwave, but this specific kind of cup of noodles, it's styrofoam, so it can't go in the microwave. You have to microwave the water separately. I put it on for 5 minutes to boil. That's usually a good amount of time for it. Then we'll wait. How about you guys? What were your favorite jobs, and what were your least favorite jobs? Sometimes I feel like making a dramatic scene and telling my crush how I feel. I mean, WGH, that is I'm not new at this. I'm just not very articulate. My NE is fifth, so it's ignoring. So sometimes it's hard for me to not repeat myself and to articulate myself because I just ignore words so much. But so like I used to be like that. Like I used to be like, oh, I want to make on my crush. I want to do like cute things, like leave notes on his car and stuff. But if you make a big scene and the feelings aren't reciprocated, then you have to kind of live with that. Does everyone know how to make a cup of noodles? Alex T asks, were there times when you worked and were living independently, or were you spending time living with roommates, flatmates, housemates, or family? I lived with my family. My whole working career, I lived with my parents, which helped out a lot because I wasn't making a lot. But I didn't save. I mean, I saved a bit, but I didn't save. Yeah, it is a very easy tutorial. I just figure like talking about it is good because some people don't know how to make cup of noodles. And it just happens to be what I'm doing right now. Yeah, I lived with my family when I was working. And it was nice because I was supposed to save and I could have saved a lot. And I did at one point. I did when I was working after doing medical billing and going into the hotel industry and working as a hostess there. I saved up money and I moved for the first time. But so I saved a lot of money then to move because I had a plan. But when I didn't have a plan to move or anything, I was like, I might as well live at home because I don't know anyone else who is looking for a roommate or looking to move out of their house. So I kind of just spent what I got. Your crush seems like the complete opposite of you. Well, they say opposites attract. I usually would be the one to tell my crush how I felt, yeah. And it actually usually, I mean, I got rejected for sure. But I had times where I would express my interest in a person, they would reject me, and then like a year later, we'd be going out. But one time I got rejected really bad, but it was a bad situation. Like the guy that I had a crush on was like having problems with his girlfriend, and he like he put the moves on me while he was like with the girl, with his girlfriend, and I was like, this is so fucked. Like I don't want to be involved with this. Like she needs to know that her boyfriend is cheating or going to cheat. Hey, Acacia. And so I messaged her and I was like, oh, you should know, like, your man put the moves on me. But I still had like a crush on him afterwards, which I shouldn't have. Because obviously, like, he showed himself to me. And like, if he, like, my friend kept on saying, like, if he cheated on her, he'll probably cheat on you too. So, but most of the times, like, I mean, it could be relieving to tell your crush that you have a crush on them. Sometimes I would tell my crush how I felt, and then yeah. But then sometimes I would be surprised, and a guy would say that they had the crush on me. Yeah, it was relieving because I like I'm thinking of myself in like junior high, and I had a crush on one of my friends. Like he was in our friend group, and he was very outgoing, and I couldn't read his signals. Like he would be like flirty to everyone pretty much. And telling him that I had a crush on him was like relief for me because and at the time he didn't reciprocate the feelings. But telling him, even though like it sucked and it hurt when I found out he didn't feel the same way, it just like brought things to light, and I was like, okay, now I know. Like now I know, even if he is being like funny, playful, flirty with me, it's just because that's how he is. It's not because he has feelings for me. Did I ever keep the feelings to myself? No. I'm not really good with keeping feelings to myself. I mean, when I was with my friend group, in my late teens to mid 20s, I no, I never. It always. It, I no, I always. I didn't ever. I didn't ever not reveal. I think for most of the crushes that I had, I revealed because it just became like so. I become so consumed with thoughts of the person and doodling, you know, their name and stuff, and um, you know, being a teenager. Um, and in my late teens into from like my my senior year of college into until I was like 25, I had the same boyfriend. So here he is. It just has a minute and 8. Sorry.
That's fine. I just have to be a little more patient.
How do I feel about friend groups compared to one-on-one connections? Well, back in the day, I loved being in a friend group because if one of my friends wasn't available to hang out, there was a good chance that another one was. And I felt included, you know? Like, they'd be like, okay, we're going to go smoke weed and go to the movies today. You want to join? Like, hell yeah. Or okay, it's Wednesday night, it's wings night, it's wing night at this place, this bar, like let's go. So it was really nice. It helped. Like it gave me a big social life. Now they're ready. Sorry to be so like
Oh, that's fine. Thank you for making it. I appreciate it.
Of course. Gave me somewhere to go, something to do, and my friends were fun. One thing that we had in common was that we liked to have fun, like go to baseball games and go to bars, have parties at when parents went away, stuff like that. Like they were very active and very fun, and they liked watching cartoons like I liked watching cartoons, and we would go away to the Poconos in Pennsylvania. We did a lot. We were very active, like when we were single and friends. Things like when we started dating other people, like when my friend Joe was dating my old roommate Katie, they needed their time to get to know each other, so I was like excluded from a lot of stuff. But yeah, like when we formed relationships, then it like changed a little bit. Your crush was wearing a dress. Then I think of my ex and how I should have woken up from this Matrix. Well, I mean, WD, it like no, that's my husband. He's 53 and I'm 39. But like WDH, like, did you cheat? Like, I think usually like if you didn't do anything wrong, it's not that you were like in the Matrix or anything. It just sometimes it just doesn't work out. You could like the person a lot and like have things in common, like books and TV shows, movies, sporting activities. You could have all those things in common, but when the personalities clash, sometimes it's just over. You grow out of each other. Bye, Mitch Miller. My life now is great. First time being married. I'm very happy. Been in the longest relationship that I've ever been in, which is amazing to me. It feels very special.
Are you sure about that? Because didn't you say somebody you started dating when you started college, you were dating when you were 25 or something?
Until I was 25. We were together for 4 years, but it was long distance for most of it. So it's like that was a long time, but
Are we a little bit past it now? 4.5 years.
yeah, we're past it now. We're fully past it. And when you're with someone who for 4 years in a long distance relationship, you basically cut that time in half because you're not together most of the time.
That's true. Did you ever tell your friends who your crushes were, or do you usually keep a secret?
No, I didn't keep it a secret.
Can you hold that? Continue
Yeah, sure.
having that until I'm done eating, at least?
Yeah. I was never good at keeping secrets. My sister and I lived together for a long time. She's 2 years younger than me. So I would talk to my sister a lot about my crushes and stuff. I made it very known when I had a crush on someone. I mean, I it was hard for me to keep it a secret because I wanted it to go somewhere. Mm, you know, I am really open with feelings. Uh, until I'm in a relationship, or at least this was the younger version of me. This I've changed. I've grown a lot and learned how communication is very important in a relationship. So I was, after getting burned a couple times and having bad breakups, um, I really was like fragile and telling people during the relationship like how I felt like them about them, because I felt like I was being like too needy or something. So it took me a long time to gather up the courage after telling the person that I like them and after being in the relationship, like, hey, that thing that you did, like, which would probably be like looking at another chick or something. Like, I never had the guts to be like, hey, when you were checking out that girl, it like kind of hurt my feelings. I never play. I played it off as if it didn't matter, and it wasn't ideal.
What made you feel better after a bad breakup?
Mm, music, listening to music, writing, crying, and honestly, like, I didn't really feel better until well, this is younger me. Younger me didn't feel better until I had another relationship. Um, but then as I got older, like in my 20s, if there was a breakup, it like made more sense, or it would hurt a lot. And I would grieve the loss for sure. Um, but I took the time to like get to know myself more. I learned the importance of um
You were slower to trust them and less willing to trust completely.
yeah. So I would take time to myself and like really dive into the things that I enjoyed. I spent time with my friends, um, just like became more of an individual than a person who was constantly seeking relationships, because in socionics, like my subtype is definitely SX. Like I've even when I was single, I would attach myself to my friends, or I would attach personally to like my sister. Um so yeah, it yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
I think after a bad breakup, and I saw YouTube on this recently. They say that after a bad breakup, it's really good to get to know yourself better, to take time to get to know yourself better. So then when you're in your next relationship, it will, you'll be more secure in your choices that you make, in your communication style, and you'll gain this sense of individuality, which you don't get if you go from relationship to relationship. Thank you, WDH. I remember my first breakup. I felt like so much like an INFP. Like I locked myself in my room and it was just dark and I was crying and I was like listening to sad music. She was your first serious relationship? Your first relationship?
What were the best ways you learned about yourself?
Mm,
Learned what you won't put up with the next time.
yeah. Yeah. You really do learn about what you don't want for your next relationship, what's important in your next relationship. I built bonds between friends then, and I learned that, like, music was really important to me. That um, I like to live a pretty easy lifestyle, more laid back than adventurous. I learned that I love nature a lot. I used to go on a lot of walks too. But I threw myself into the things that I loved. I studied astrology a whole bunch. Um, Chinese astrology I got into too.
Whee!
That's part of it, WDH. That's good.
When you're experiencing in life suffering about something very specific, like a breakup, one of the advantages of it is you're probably not suffering from accumulated bullshit over the years very much. I tend to suffer from accumulated bullshit over the years, memories of my failures of all kinds of range of scale and scope, some very minor, some not minor, but ranging back from early childhood till yesterday. And, you know, they periodically enter my head and make me say bad things about myself to myself,
We all make mistakes.
On the other hand, if you're suffering from something acutely like a breakup, then the other things from your past tend to kind of fade and pale in significance to the current thing and get lost in the shuffle a bit.
Sometimes you focus a little bit too much on the past too, like at least in the initial stages of.
Well, I'm saying you might be focused on the past of that relationship, but you're not going to be focused on a mishmash of different bad memories from age 4 to age 50 like I do.
Just yeah.
Do you think it's easier to be not introspective and know yourself and live in ignorant bliss? Or do you think that there's negatives to not knowing yourself that make it not ideal? Well, I'll answer this. I think that everybody's ignorant about themselves in some ways and knowledgeable about themselves in other ways. So I'm very knowledgeable about myself in the sense that, like, I know where and when I can trust my decision making to be objective, whereas other people can't necessarily know that and trust that about themselves. But I don't really have a great relationship with knowing my own who I am as a person and how to deal with, for example, my story not being perfect. It's like I didn't write this story where I wasn't. I chose the noble course and wasn't mean to that kid that time. I didn't write that story for myself. I wrote a different story, and it's unfortunate that I have to live with the weight of my sins. The older you get, for me, as somebody who's bipolar, has a poor relationship with introverted feelings, the older I get, the more things that may have avoided notice as significant before, I'm increasingly aware that, hey, that was significant, at least to that person, probably. So it's an unfortunate burden. They say youth is wasted on the young. I would say that innocence is wasted on the innocent.
Yeah.
Well, Chris Muffin, 91. I can't be your dad, but I can be your voice of YouTubing cheer here on this Friday evening.
Hi, simple girl.
Hi, simple girl.
I still don't know myself well. Like, I took this quiz recently. It was like, are you right-brained or left-brained? And I had to ask for help from Eric, like, of what I do most. Some things were internal, like, what are my thoughts on this? Is it that or the other thing? And I would have to answer myself. I would really have to sit there and think, like, how do I act in this way? Or think about things. How is it that I think about things? When it came to acting, how I act, it was easy to ask Eric because he knows me. So it was weird, like the test said that I was right-brained and creative, but I always thought that the left brain side of the brain was the more creative. Oh, okay. So right brain is mostly emotions, Alec T? Or, because like the quiz confused me at the end. I was like, oh, I'm more right brained, but I answered these questions.
Oh, Eric, says Rebel Reader. Why are you saying, oh, Eric? I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't understand either.
What am I doing? I'm just running around, taking some trash out and stuff.
Ah. Yeah, yeah, I turned out it was like 67% right brain for me, which makes a lot of sense. I am logical. I do use logic, but I'm not good at categorizing black and white. No, true or false. No. The Time Loop Chronicles is about a group of friends who wake up from this matrix. Matrix is so beautiful, like you are watching a movie. Is that from a book, WH? I think honestly, when you have FI backstack, it can be hard to know what's right or wrong for you as an individual because it's unconscious what you know what's you don't the best way for a backstack FI person is to actually go through it and learn. Yeah, LT, that sounds right. That's how I was answering a lot of the questions. I was surprised. I thought that the left side was more creative.
Meow. Meow.
Oh, they time travel back and forth through time? That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm feeling refreshed after my bath, my shower. I am. Meow. I need to do the SI reset periodically, you know.
What people think about what creative stuff is nowadays is like going on TikTok and like I remember hearing this Charlie D'Amelio, right? I think that's her name, Charlie D'Amelio. She got famous from TikTok dancing. I remember her being interviewed by another YouTuber, Brad Mondo. She was getting a makeover, and she said she was at like a coffee shop, and she was like, you know what would be so creative if I document myself at the coffee shop, and she didn't even document herself, she just documented her coffee and the empty bag that was there, and like considered it creative and art. And I'm like, that's not art. Like, that's like, I mean, yeah, like, I mean, that's some like basic shit for sure. Like, I'm sure Andy Warhol might have done something like that. He did. I mean, he made multiple prints of the Campbell soup can, so he considered that sort of stuff art. But I don't believe that making a TikTok of your open, empty donut bag and your coffee is artistic. I don't think it's creative.
Yeah, being very creative is very different than being talented or gifted.
Which show would you choose if you had to be tracked in a TV show for a year? Now, okay, so are we talking about any TV show?
Do we take the TV show back to its time when it was on?
Yeah. Because, like, okay, I loved Friends growing up, so I would say Friends.
I was thinking the same thing.
Really?
Friends too, yeah. That'd be fun.
Yeah, I thought it would be fun. One time, Eric and I did an analysis of, like, what the type, which each character, what their type is, MBTI. Like, Monica's definitely ESTJ. Chandler, definitely ENTP. Joey is ESFP. Rachel is ISFJ. Ross is ISFJ. And Phoebe's ISFP. So we were talking about how, like, if an INFJ character had been in the show, how different it would be. Because an INFJ would get along really well with Chandler, the ENTP, and probably get along really well with Ross and Rachel. Semi-dual is ESFP, so ESFPs and INFJs do get along in the beginning, especially when they're first establishing a friendship. But that ESTJs and INFJs are conflictor types, so they wouldn't get along. And Chandler and say, like, not the INFJ would probably be more likely to form a relationship. I don't know. Because you would have thought that, like, the being duals, ISFJ, ENTP, that, like, Rachel would have been with, like, Chandler, but it wouldn't have been the same show.
They weren't writing for that.
Yeah.
They weren't writing to be typologically accurate or stuff like that.
Yeah, no, they wouldn't. Do you think if someone chose Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, the money they earned would accumulate?
Damn it.
So would they win all the time? I mean, the money, if they wanted to live in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire for a year, right? Then I would expect them to accumulate some money. But you never know, because it was like a game of chance. I like where your mind is going, Acacia. I don't know, haha. Or maybe they just have one chance, and if they lose, they're in the audience. That's funny. But then I feel like the person who's living a year in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire would be like, no, this is my next shot. I wanted to redemption. I want redemption for myself. Carmen's Pimpin says, not everyone's brain is thought to have a right brain, left brain delineation, and right being more logical and left more creative is reversed in a lot of people.
In other words, it's not a very good way to distinguish between people at all.
It's not.
It's not a very meaningful distinction. It's kind of like bullshit, like big fibery, you know?
Yeah. WGH, it was a big deal. My dad used to talk about when there was TVs in the house, how it was a big deal, and not everyone had a TV set in their house because he was born in 51, my dad. So he was there for this transition of color, and he was like, it didn't happen until he was older, like in his teens, and how it like was like, whoa, just how like when the Wizard of Oz came out and it was in color, it was like a big deal because it hadn't been done before. So when TVs turned into from black and white to color, it was like a pretty big transition, and I would guess that it was more fun, like for the creative people on set, like costume design, set design, because they had to think about color theory more than because it had to fit an aesthetic pretty much, because people could actually see the different colorful parts. Hi, Ghana. But it was pretty big, WDH, when TV went from black and white to color. It was a pretty big thing, and it wasn't an automatic thing. Like, I believe my dad said, or my mom said, that the TVs, they came with like a screen that made things look in color, and then later down the road, like later in the 60s, is when TVs were made for color. Oh, Magic School Bus. I used to love the Magic School Bus. I like Felicity too. I would love to be in the first season of Felicity. I showed Eric the image of Kerry Russell with her big, fluffy, curly hair in Felicity, and then I showed him the chop that she went, the buzz. Well, it wasn't a buzz cut, but the pixie cut. You know, the pixie cut that like ruined the show. Like, people like stopped watching the TV show Felicity because she cut her hair. Because it was like such a trademark of the character. And Eric was like, yeah, you know what? Honestly, like, if that was like a big part of her character, they shouldn't have cut it off. That is a big deal. That would affect ratings. At first, he was like, no way. Like, a haircut can't do that. But when he saw the drastic change between her hair from before to now, he realized, like, oh yeah, they made a mistake in cutting her hair.
I don't want to wait
for my life. Well, that was Dawson's Creek, but they were on the same channel, so they was sort of the same thing. I didn't like Dawson's Creek though.
Dawson's Creek.
I don't know Over the Garden Wall, but I definitely loved Magic School Bus. I used to love all those like PBS shows. What was the one with the dog? Spot? Was it Spot the Magic Dog? Something like that. And Carmen, Where in the World is Carmen San Diego? Loved those shows. Where's my hat? There's a hat right over there I could put on. But it was already worn by Eric and I don't want to repeat. So hold on, I'll get a hat. I follow a lot of, not as much anymore, but I follow a lot of like style people, and they say that people who they think, oh, thank you.
Now you're looking fresh to death.
I wish there was like a hand signal for Johnny. But these fashion YouTubers were saying that, like, two of them who were asked, like, what makes a person have good style? And they were like, I automatically think that a person wearing a hat is way more stylish than a person who doesn't wear one.
Good answer.
It is. It's true, too.
Yeah, when I don't wear a hat, I'm not being stylish. I'm like expressly not being stylish.
Yeah.
When I do wear a hat, I might be and often am being stylish.
Oh, I love lamb chop, too. I don't like covering my hair either, really. I don't wear a lot of hats. I used to wear baseball caps all the time and a fedora hat that I had. But then I crushed it in my car. I left it in my car over the summer and it like got crushed and that was the end of my fedora. It's a Johnny cap. You should definitely get one. He has merch. Thanks, James Ortiz. Same thing for Eric. He looks good without a hat or without. Or with a hat or without a hat. Hi, Joe from Kentucky. What kind of weather does Kentucky get? Do you get all 4 seasons, or is it more like hot summers, cold winters? Or is it like a steady temperature throughout the seasons? It's very hot, really. Is it usually very hot or just this season? It was very hot in California a couple months ago. Not even a couple months ago. What are we talking about? In July. And I guess the end of June, we had some record-breaking temperatures. Kentucky Fried Chicken. I've never been to Kentucky.
But you have had Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Oh, yeah. Can it be called Kentucky Fried Chicken now, or still just KFC?
Well, it's KFC, but I think it's still also called Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Okay. So in Kentucky it gets hot and then cooler. You get cooler weather as the months go on. I like ice cream too. Raul Reader.
Yes, winter is colder. Where's my lighter? Gosh darn diggly doo. I had Whataburger before too. WDH.
It goes straight to cold, so you don't get the 4 seasons, and it just goes from hot to cold. I always wonder what weather is like in the other states. I mean, I know what the weather is like on the East Coast for the most part. Like, the more north you are, the more you get the 4 seasons, and the more south you are, the more hot and humid it is. But you get like temperate, like 60s weather in the winter.
LA's got broiling hot, very pleasant, and then the schizophrenic months where it can be pleasant or broiling hot.
It's true, yeah.
And there's not really anything in between.
Mm-mm.
Up here, we
Yeah.
got more like 4 seasons.
Yeah, you do get more 4 seasons here.
Because we get snow up here.
Yeah, we get snow. And the leaves change too and stuff. It does start to feel. You get the change. Yeah, you get the changing of the seasons. Yeah.
Spring when all the plants, the trees come out.
Flowers.
There's a lot of deciduous. It's either deciduous or evergreen, so it's not like. I guess that's the only 2 kinds of trees there are. But the deciduous ones are abundant enough that winter looks very different than summer or spring or fall in terms of the foliage and the amount of vegetation.
Mm-hmm. Cross the river from Cincinnati, huh? Cincinnati, Ohio. So Kentucky and Ohio touch? I'm not good at geography, really.
They do, but it's in a platonic fashion.
And when we were looking at different places to live, I never realized that Knoxville, Tennessee, and Nashville, Tennessee are like far apart. They're like on the opposite ends of the state.
Even though they sound similar.
Yeah. My second cousin Caroline is going to college. I can't believe she's going to college. I mean, it's weird. Like,
because
I don't.
She's a dumbass?
What?
Is that what you're saying? Because she's a dumbass?
No, I don't.
Oh.
No, I
Or because she's
It's
so
like-
old. You can't believe she's this old already. Like that?
kind of, but I don't really feel that way. Like my cousin Leah, who's now 20. I think she's born 2000, so she's 24. I can't believe she's 24, actually. She graduated, and I was just like, oh, like, that's cool. Like, it didn't feel like her growing up. Like, it just seems like, oh, that's the next part of her life.
Right.
Like, it don't.
What did she go to school for?
Well, if she's the one who wanted to be a doctor, like a medical doctor. And I was like, everyone's like, oh, Leah's gonna be going to school to be a doctor. She got into Wisconsin University, or University of Wisconsin. And I thought to myself, I didn't say anything because
You didn't want to start shit.
yeah, I didn't want to start shit. So, but I was like, oh, doctor, is a really intensive course. You really have to like be dedicated to being a doctor to have that as your major. And she graduated. I don't know what she graduated with, but she's going to get her PhD in psychology, which I was like, that sounds more like Leah than being a doctor.
Hi, Divine Channel Call. Divine Call Channel.
Hi, Divine Call Channel.
Hi, Joseph. Yes, Rachel is a cool person to chat with.
Thanks, Joseph. Oh, you're from Michigan? I have a cousin also. My cousin Ryan went to Michigan State. Loved it. He loved it. He stayed in Michigan for a long time. Now he lives in Indianapolis with his wife and child, and they're having a second baby. I have to congratulate them. I haven't done that yet. But I didn't want to. Oh, Grand Rapids. I've heard of Grand Rapids, Michigan. I have never been though. Winston's mom is our AI, but she's a real person. But she like, if you have a question about anything, Winston's mom is definitely the person to ask about because um, she will find the answer.
Eric, do you know what I'm doing to hide? I'm not hiding. And what I was just doing, I was just cleaning this resin cake. I can't even pick it up because it's so hot.
Best place in all Michigan? Where's Michigan State compared to Grand Rapids?
I was cleaning this resin cake tool by torching away some of the caked on resin. So I doubt that's what you thought I was doing. So you're probably very wrong, Raoul reader. You say, Eric, I know what are you doing to hide?
Oh, Lansing. Yeah, it is Lansing. I feel like I heard him say that the area that the school was in was nice, but that outside wasn't so great. That's a lot with a lot of campuses, though. The campus is safe usually, like the where the school is, but then outside of the school tends to be kind of crappy.
They're like USC is like that.
USC is like that.
Yeah, the campus itself is nice, but it's in a bad neighborhood.
I mean, even Kutztown. So Kutztown was in Kutztown, Pennsylvania, about 30 minutes from Reading, which is not a good place in Pennsylvania. We did have some people who were Pennsylvania Dutch in the area, but like, yeah, the outside of the campus was there was nothing.
Winston's mom is not an AI.
No, she's not. I was just joking. I was just saying that she is our AI because she's so knowledgeable. She's able to she's knowledgeable in a lot of things and she's able to look things up really quickly. But she's not an AI. She's a real person. Go you refresh me like ice cold soda. My heart is requesting for you to come over. You were the best thing. You were the best thing. Oh no. How is Alabama? I've lived in New York most of my life. I was born in Yonkers, raised in Franklin Square on Long Island. Hey, Phil McCracken, we're good. And then I lived like 8 months in North Carolina. It wasn't a good match for me. And then moved back to New York, lived there for another 10 years, and then I've been in California for 5 years. So I in New York, they say you have to live in New York for 10 years to become a New Yorker. No, it wasn't too dark in North Carolina. It was just it was a bunch of things. I didn't know the area well enough, and I didn't do much exploring, you know. Part of it was my own fault, was that I just didn't. I'm gonna get lines because my hair is wet. It was tough, coming from New York and then going to North Carolina, because a lot of times people were nice to your face, but then would talk about you behind your back. So the whole Southern hospitality thing was kind of wasted on me. I'm not racist. It wasn't too dark in North Carolina. In fact, people really weren't happy when I would tell them that I was from New York originally. They would be like, because a lot of New Yorkers after retirement would move to North Carolina to build like bigger houses and stuff because the property taxes weren't so high. So a lot of native North Caroliners were like, haha, nice that you're here. Now, can you find another place to go? Because we have enough of you Yankees here. But I was frustrated by the slow pace. And I hope that you won't go anywhere, 'cause you're the best thing. I know I'm obsessing. Oh no, I'm out to you. Oh no. I know that you won't go. Yes, WDH. I have a song stuck in my head. That's why I'm talking about it. That's why I'm singing it. It's stuck in my head. Best Thing by Johnny. What's up, WDH? Oh, your dad's from Alabama and mom's from Michigan. So where did you live first? Were you born, Joseph? You know, like when we were talking about possibly moving to, like, it was tough for me because I'm like, oh my God, like I thought this was going to be like the place for us to live. But the truth is that a lot of people move. Like a lot of people don't stay in the house that they formed a relationship in. Hey, Divine Call Channel. How you doing? What's going on? It's crazy that in September it'll be. What's the biggest challenge of moving? Oh my God. It's stressful. Moving is so stressful because there's so many moving parts at the same time. Like when we were getting ready to move here, we had to travel here beforehand to visit to see what the house was like and to see what the town was like and if we liked it. Um, then we had to sell all the stuff that was in Eric's parents' house. So we hired, and we couldn't do that by ourselves. So we hired like this company that was recommended by our realtor to take all the stuff and sell it, basically. So we, while the house was showing, they were like, you can live in it, but you just can't like live in it, if you know what I mean. Like you can't like leave a mess around or anything. You kind of have to. It was staged. The house was staged, so you kind of had to like leave it as it was. So we had like a pods storage unit in front of the house where we were keeping the stuff that we wanted to save for the trip to Mariposa. And we didn't want to mess up the house while it was being shown, so we stayed in a hotel, and we stayed in a hotel for a week. Then we decided, okay, let's try another hotel. Then that hotel was just like it was kind of trashy. So we went back to the hotel that we were at, and it was just the time that we sold the house. There was time when we sold the house, but we weren't ready to move into this house. Moving is very stressful. They say it's one of the good stressors. Like they say that getting married is a good stressor, moving is a good stressor, starting a new job is a good stressor. I still just think that stress is stress, and Yeah, I still think that stress is stress. And that even, well, that's good, WDH. I'm glad that you're falling asleep. I mean, yeah, stress is stress. I mean, it's moving stressful. Like, when I moved to North Carolina, for instance, I wanted to move in right away. So we we drove from New York, stopped at one of the states around the way, maybe Delaware or something, and then we continued on to Raleigh. And once we got into Raleigh, I was like, all right, I'm here. I want to put all my stuff, I want to get all my stuff in closets. I want to build um, more shelving. I really wanted to move in already. Like, I wanted the process to be over. Oh God, it probably was emotional. When I moved, I was ready to move each time. Like, living at home was never like a pleasure for me. um but it was, you know, you have these, like, I do this where I have like expectations of how things are supposed to go. And a lot of times, if you make plans like that and you have expectations for how things are going to go, they usually go the opposite way. So I'm trying to think of what. Oh, having children is also supposed to be a positive stressor. It was it because I had such a close knit group of friends. It was worth it for me to stay at home for the time that I was at home. At least before I moved. Um, they got me out of the house a lot. And my mom didn't know that I was smoking weed before I moved to North Carolina, so it was like there was no tension around that. Like, yes, as long as I was working, my parents were happy. Um, but they didn't know about my smoking weed, so they didn't know about that until I moved home from North Carolina. And that transition, when I moved when I was 25 until coming here, was very uncomfortable. Because at that point, they knew that I was smoking weed and they were trying their best to prevent it. So.
For a period of time lasting about 9 years.
Mm-hmm.
Was there any tension they were aware of while you were there? Did they sense your longing to live out of the house?
Yeah, probably. I mean, when I was 8, I remember I got into a fight with my parents, my mom probably. And I packed up all my things, which were my Barbies at the time. And I packed up my little suitcase and like I was ready to like walk up the street and go up to my friend's house because I wanted to stay over there, but I feared the rejection, so I turned around. I never did it. Um, I got along well with my dad. We used to do things together. We watched shows and movies together. Um, but there always was a tension between my mom and I. Um, as I got older, I wanted to be more social, and she was so used to me being shy and having to like rely on her for things.
Like you didn't adjust well to change?
No, my mom doesn't like change.
Please caption facility provide in your live chat. We can't caption live streams. You know, it's like YouTube YouTube auto captions what they can. I don't think they auto caption live streams while they're being streamed live.
No, not while they're being streamed live, but they might auto caption after.
Yeah, after it's processed, it'll be auto captioned eventually, but I don't think they do it real time.
No.
That's out of my hands in general. I have everything turned on, like yes, maximally caption, maximally facilitate shit or whatever, but they only do certain things. I have no beverage. I guess I have no beverage.
That's not.
This is the mystery of the man
Uncommon.
with the missing beverage.
I was thinking about Johnny. This is his hat. So it'll be a year that we saw him in September, and on the tour that we saw him at, he got basically medically tapped.
Yeah. He used naked and afraid jargon.
Yeah. He was basically medically tapped from the tour, like 3, 4, 5 places in.
Yeah, he hurt his vocal cords or whatever.
Yeah. And like, I look at the back of his shirt that has like all the places that he would have been touring, and like, that had to have hurt, you know? Like, I would be like...
It hurt him, it also hurt his fans, you know?
Yeah.
When I smoke weed, says WDH, I get happy, then I get sad. I like being in nature as well. I don't know what I get when I smoke weed. I think I get faded a little bit, you know?
With what? Smoking weed?
Yeah, what exactly happens when I smoke weed? I get a little faded, you know? It's not a big deal, but not like a huge head change, but it's a little bit faded.
Mm-hmm. I notice it mostly when we have edibles. I like what edibles do to me.
Yeah, well, the edibles obviously impact both of us more than smoking does.
Yeah.
But smoking weed still does something to me, and what it does, it just kind of gets me a little faded.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, I'm gonna go walk the little circle. Okay, if you get tired of streaming, just end the stream, turn it off or whatever. I'm sure you don't want to go on the big walking.
Not really.
That's fine.
I'm sorry.
No, I don't. That's totally fine, darling. Completely fine. I just feel like taking the binoculars, taking a walk, looking at the different angles of the sky. I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay. I got this locket from Free People, and I put a picture of Eric and I in it. I always liked lockets. You started talking about truth, WDH. Like, what do you mean? Like, what kind of truth? Like, what is the truth of things? You got all philosophical. I just like to, when I would get stoned with my friends, like, I loved going to the movies. That was my favorite thing. I listened to music at home, obviously. But, he's I'm at Thanks, Winston, Mom. Isn't it both? I think you're right, though, in that sense. It was Eric and me. My crush comes to mind as well. So you're what? Oh. Thank you for correcting me. Me and Eric. Eric and me in the photo. Yeah, I always liked having a locket, but I never had a picture of I was never with anyone to have a picture of, really. Cuz like honestly, like I am like I think family is important and stuff, but I always thought that the family that you create is more important than the one that you're born into. We've been together, it'll be 5 years. 5 years in September 14th. Anissa. We met actually through the channel. I about 5 years ago, probably 6 years ago, 2018, I was very interested in Enneagram. And so I would look up Enneagram videos on YouTube, and I came across talking with famous people, because Eric would talk about at the time he was talking about what it's like to be a 6-wing 7, or I mean 7-wing 6 or 7-wing 8, and I found his content interesting, and I continued to follow his channel. And a year later, he started posting music, and at the end of the videos, the music videos, it was always like, please like comments are appreciated. So I was like, oh, I really like his music, I'm going to let him know. So I would leave comments, and then he started live streaming, and I would show up in the live streams, and a lot of times like I would just hang back, I wouldn't say anything. But then I was like interested in learning about ENTPs, so then I started talking a little bit more, and then I got a typing session from Eric, and he typed me with Spacey at the time, and I mentioned that because Eric at the time was single when he did the typing of me, and he mentioned in a live stream that he was looking to date someone 30 years older, and I was like, I'm 34, like I would like I would date you. So I let them know, like I let Spacey and Eric know, like, hey, just so you know, like I'm 34. A lot of people think that I'm younger. And in the typing session, I believe I spoke about how I like tarot, and Eric, one live stream after that, asked, he was like, hey, I'd like to get my cards read. Can one of you guys do it for me? I'll hop off the live stream and we can do a tarot reading. So at first I was like, there was another tarot reader in the stream, and I was like, oh, I could totally do a reading for him, like I'm good at it, like he would probably have fun, and I would love to see what would come up. But I don't know, like there's this other reader in here, should I let her go? And then I was like, no, I'm gonna tell him. I'll be like, so I said, I'll do your tarot reading. And I did a tarot reading for him privately, and then we spoke, like just kept on talking after that. We had a lot in common, and you know, I was very honest with him up, like from the beginning. I was I was always honest with him, even in the typing session. And yeah, so after the tarot reading, we just kept on talking. We kept on like meeting up for voice chat for on Google Hangout and stuff, or Whereby. And yeah, that's how we got together. one day he was like, "Do you want to come out to Los Angeles?" And I was like, "Hell yeah." He's like, "Okay, you can stay with me. You pay, you pay for the flight and I'll pay for everything while you're here." And I was like, "That sounds great. Let's do it." So I told my parents, I'm like, "I'm going to LA," and I just never came back. I did have a stint where I went back to New York for a little bit, but I've been here for 5 years. Thanks, First Last. It was nice because we were both like single, it wasn't Eric he was single, I was single. I had just gotten out of a relationship. He had just gotten out of a relationship. So there wasn't any overlap. It wasn't like when he was with Kimberly, I was in the live streams trying to get his attention. Or like when he was with Kimberly, like I, like I didn't know why they were together because it seemed like they fought a lot, but I wasn't looking to like ruin, get in the middle of anything. So, um, I wish it felt more like a big decision, Alec T. But it was only supposed to be for a week. I was supposed to only stay for a week, and then Eric was like, I was having problems at home at the time, and Eric was like, "I can't let you go back to the environment that you're living in. Like you're staying here." So we made that decision to stay, and Eric let his parents know, and then we let my parents know, but my mom flipped out on Eric on the phone. It was really bad. Bad first meeting. I mean, of course my mom and my dad were probably like, "What? She's only supposed to be there for a week. She's not coming back." Like I'm sure they were like nervous. Yeah, it was hard. Yeah, exactly, WDH. I want you to stay. Uh, but yeah, so there was no overlapping. It wasn't like I was with someone and then I met Eric and was like fascinated with him, so I broke up with who I was with to be with Eric. And he didn't do that either. He was very much broken up from Kimberly at that point. Um, and that's how we met. But I'm a millennial. Um, I'm not Gen Z, but I'm sure that's a very Gen Z way of getting together, like nowadays. It always makes me, when I watch YouTubers who are younger than me, it always makes me feel really happy to hear about like their relationships and whether they're pregnant or getting married or that was a Katy Perry song. I was thinking of the Rihanna song. Do 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 do. Round and around we go. Oh, let me know. Something in the way you move makes me feel blah 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 blah. That's what I thought you were singing. I want you to stay. I don't know that Katy Perry song. Summer after high school, we first met. The one got away. Were you guys ever the one who got away? You guys, yeah, I want to know. Were you guys ever the one who got away to someone else? I was my friend Caitlin and I dated the same guy at some point, not at the same time, um, at different points in our high school lives. And his name was Andrew, the guy that we both dated. And like she was like well over him. She was dating someone else. And Andrew showed interest in me. But he wasn't a very consistent or good boyfriend. He was very hot and cold. Um, and later on, I met up with Caitlin, and Caitlin told me, she was like, "Guess who I talked to the other day?" And I was like, "Who?" She's like, "Andrew." And he said that you were the one that got away. And she's like, "That's funny coming from me, him telling me that, because we went out for so long." I'm like, "Yeah." I was like, "Yeah, that's weird." I was surprised that he said that because he wasn't very there for me when we were in a relationship. So, you're hot and cold. It's better to be hot. It's like he did have a romance. You know what? Honestly, Alex T, a lot of the people that I dated in my past, a lot of the boyfriends that I had this romanticized, idealized version of me. And then when I proved to be human, um, they were not impressed. I am an INFJ, so I'm not very adventurous or freedom seeking, or and I'm also SX, so I like to I as a 9 Enneagram INFJ SX person, I like to merge with my partners. So a lot of times um like I seem different or whatever to the guys that I dated, but then once I like showed that how much like I wanted to merge with them, cuz sometimes merging with a partner, hi Russia, once I merge with a partner, I take on a lot of their traits just by habit. Effie tool, like you want to like be agreeable to the person that you're with. So it happened a lot, Alec T, where um, there was this idea of me. So merge means like I want to be a part of their life. Like I almost want to be like synchronized with them so much that we're almost like the same person. That's what like INFJ 9 SX like gets into trouble because they can lose what's important to them being in a relationship. Yeah, it's like a unification. Like I would take on a lot if I was dating someone who was into, like, for instance, when I was dating Billy, the guy from North Carolina, he was very into like current music. So he would make me these like mixed CDs. So I would like listen to these songs over and over again, and I would get into the music that he would get into, and I would watch the movies that he suggested. And um not everyone appreciates that. Like this guy that I dated in high school, Mike, like he really just like wanted me to have my own life. He always wanted me to be someone different anyway. He was always telling me to change. What did it feel like to do that? It felt like right to me. Like Luckily, I enjoyed the things that Billy was interested in. Um, so I didn't mind like getting suggestions of movies and music to listen to from him because our interests were very similar. Um, but I stopped listening to the Beatles when I was with him because he didn't like the Beatles. And that was one thing that I was like, I never really liked about what was going on. I'm like, I really don't listen to enough classic rock anymore. Like, I'm listening to a lot of indie, new wave, um, yeah, a lot of indie music. I wasn't listening to a lot of classical rock, and I kind of felt like I was losing what was important to me, but I didn't do anything about it. You know, I was just like, oh, Billy doesn't like the Beatles, so we're not going to be listening to the Beatles. So, um, as I got older, I got better with not losing myself. Um, and then once we broke up, like I got back into the Beatles again. I was like, like classic rock again, and I was like, I felt good about it. It really helps that Eric likes the Beatles as much as I do. Um, because I could actually have like discussions about the bands and stuff and the albums and the songs with him because he enjoys it just as much as I do. But yeah. Mm. It's interesting, like I even like when I was like merging with the part with Billy, for instance, I was blonde when I met him. Um yeah, it is hard when you can't talk about your favorite music. We were able to talk about the music that he introduced me to that like we both liked, but um I love the music my ex not loved. I miss her singing. I'm sorry, WGH. Did the breakup come out of the blue? Like, were you. My eyes are just red because they're irritated right now. But I am thinking about breakups, and past relationship. It's. I've always been an a relationship person, almost like a serial monogamist. Almost. In my late 20, mid 20s to till now, like till meeting Eric, I was very independent and did my own thing and shared music with my friends and stuff. But even then, um, like I liked like with my group of friends, like I merged with them too. Um, so the first time I was single, like after like having a boyfriend for the first time, and then him breaking up with me, um, it was just any. So my breakup with Peter, who was my first boyfriend in high school, he was one of the people who I told I had a crush on, and then we started dating a year later. Um, that came out of nowhere pretty much, and I was really sad for a very long time. And then I met Andrew, the one who was like hot and cold, and he helped me get over Peter. So it was kind of like that for like a while for me. And then I was single for most of my freshman year of college, except for the beginning. And I had another bad breakup. I was dating this guy, Mike, who I started dating my junior year of high school, and we continued to date until my freshman year of college. And then he broke up with me then, and I had a stint of being single, and I felt very alone, like very much wishing that we would get back together, even though it was not right. Hey, Boba Fett. I remember she would get on her nerves when I tried to sing LOLB. I would do this high pitched thing. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Like, would you're just trying to have fun, WGH? Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Cosmic Pentastar. I just had a 5-year live-in relationship engagement, and it's so hard. It's so hard. Relationships can be so difficult. My nose is running. I'll be right back. Um, yeah, in a way, when we finally broke up, Mike and I, in my freshman year of college, there was definitely a part of me that knew it was right, but it stung. It really hurt, and he moved on really quickly too. So, yeah. So I've dated mostly, honestly, yeah, I just didn't want to be alone, Alec T. I didn't appreciate being alone until I was older. I felt very unwanted when after my breakups, after someone would break me. WDH, if you were just trying to have fun with her, then you should definitely find someone who thinks your silly singing is fun. Because that sounds fun, and it doesn't sound like it should annoy people. 8 years if you count the first time we dated, LOL. Maybe that should have been a sign that it ended once before. I mean, I definitely have dated people. First last. That sounds like it really hurt. So the zodiac sign that I've dated the most definitely is Taurus. Eric is a Taurus too. Yeah, I've dated a lot of Tauruses. I shouldn't say a lot, but my boyfriends from my past were Tauruses, a lot of them. And Chinese zodiac sign. Um, hmm. know. I always got along with Year of the Pigs. I dated 2 people who were rats also, like me. Um, I dated a person who was a dragon. Peter, the first relationship was a tiger, I think. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, it was my fault. WGH, what did you do? You feel like you're in a hole. That's normal. Since you don't know yourself, do you both of you get scammed or manipulated easy or not? I definitely have found myself in scams before, but I never let it get to like money. Anytime a person would be like, "Oh, send me money," I'd be like, "No." And when I was like I've been scammed in the sense that like people would be like, "Oh, you're my friend. Here's this like MLM multi-level, what is it? Multi-level, what a pyramid scheme thing." And at first it sounded great, and then I would think more about it and leave like whatever like meeting the multi-level the business was trying to like sell, and I'd be like, I don't really trust that. But I am naive. I can be naive. Whoa, I'm missing a lot. Sorry, guys. Thanks, Alex T. I can remember things that were like emotionally important to me. Songs bring me back, movies bring back memories, stuff like that. But um my short-term memory really stinks. Like I was going to school I took a couple classes in acting, and memorizing stuff was the hardest thing. It's really hard for me to like someone, even sometimes in the chat, like people will say like, "Oh, that was so good what you said just there. Um can you repeat it?" And like I have to say no because I don't remember what I said. Tigers are wild. Yeah, he was fun. I think he cheated on me. You're a dog Taurus? Cool. Eric is a pig Taurus. The Lord has praised me multiple times. It felt very nice. Ponzi, yeah. You're on day 10 of COVID, it's me? That's a long time. I know that. I know COVID does take a while, but I'm so sorry. That stinks. Having COVID sucks. Interesting, show media. It was kind of like that. Like, um, what happened is we were dating, and then my family and I went on a trip to Florida for my birthday, and I come back and he was like acting all weird, and he never gave a reason why like he was breaking up with me. He just broke up with me. So I assumed that he cheated on me because like, hi Divine Call channel. So and I don't think he had much remorse for it because he never confronted me about it. Like I'm almost positive he cheated on me because it just didn't make any sense. Like there wasn't anything that actually happened. Like so yeah, like so I was away for a week and I think he cheated, and yeah, I don't know. It was a tough one, but friends helped me get away from that stuff. Yeah, before, because I was gone. It was weird, you know, like I blamed myself a little bit because I was very insecure. I was very insecure. Like I was like 15 when we were dating. 16. Um no, my eyes are just like this right now. Like I'm not sure why they're so watery, but I promise you I'm fine. Um so yeah, so we went to Florida, and like my parents bought me calling cards to call Peter while we were away. And yeah, I was really, really insecure, and I was like, don't cheat on me, stuff like that. It got really, really like my insecurity really showed when I went away. And we would talk. So the first couple times we talked, it was fine. It was fun. We like expressed how much we missed each other and stuff. And then maybe the third time that I called him, which was later on in the vacation, he was just like very quiet and didn't have much to say. And I was like, uh-oh, like something's wrong. And I get home, and of course, like I'm like 15, so I'm like, I'm on this stupid trip with my family, like I'm blaming like everything. And I wanted to get home like ASAP because I was like, I knew something was wrong in the relationship. And then we had a New Year's Eve party that we both attended, and it was a sleepover. And we barely even talked. He like didn't even say hello to me when I walked in to the party. And the day after, he broke up with me over the phone. And I remember saying, I can change. I can change. That's why I love the LCD Sound System song, I Can Change, so much, because I literally was that person. I literally was like, I can change. But I think he cheated. Because like I said, like I was being insecure. I was highly insecure. Especially being away from him. So I guess I didn't really trust him. Oh god, my mascara keeps going in my eye. Um, I swear I'm not crying. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I was 15 when we broke up. So I mean, I was 16 when we broke up, and I'm definitely 100%. I'm over every single boyfriend that I've ever dated. Like I don't long or pine for any of them. Like they ended for reasons. I'm not crying, I promise. I got my mascara is like, but I'm not very nostalgic when it comes to like relationships either. Like I don't look back on them and think, "Oh wow, it was so much better then." No, I'm 39 now. I'm way past Peter. I wish him the best. I guess. I don't know. If he cheated on me, he had some things to learn. But you know, yeah. I don't need like I don't need to be thinking about that stuff. The only reason why I'm talking about it is because it's the subject that we're talking about right now. People just keep on people are asking. So I was always warned female dating tigers. I always warn females dating tigers. Some of them get mad and block me and come back and say I was right later on. Interesting. Trouble. I sorry, I'm like watching Trouble right now. He's watching Capio eat. Andrew Tate's a tiger. Isn't oh, Bill Murray's a tiger. He's he likes to be single too. How did you know? My birthday is in January. Alada. Thanks, Alec T. Yeah, I'm not waxing poetic like, oh, Mike really changed me for the better and stuff. It's like, no, actually, he like smashed my heart into pieces. And at the time, I mean, I wasn't the best partner to Mike either. I was not good. Good night, WGH. Sleep well. Yeah, I'm a Capricorn, January 16th. I wasn't totally a good girlfriend to Mike either, because we were very on and off, fucking on and off. That's like a first sign of like a relationship not meant to be, is if you constantly break up and get back together. We did. I am married actually to Eric. He's coming home soon. He went for a yeah, Lena Dunham is a tiger. I think Robert Downey Jr. is a tiger too. Yeah, I'm married to Eric and I am very happy. He's coming home soon. You'll meet him, Lucian, 5:30. I think he is. But he was kind of a playboy, I think. Like he doesn't seem like the easy, like he's very charming. But he doesn't seem like the easiest. You want my Instagram? Hold on. Robert Downey Jr. Robert. Oh gosh, my allergies must be bothering me because my nose is running. Tiger girls are easy if you can't get a girl, even if hot. Well, a good example of tiger to me is Delilah. Delilah is a tiger. She's a Libra tiger, and like I admire her like her don't mess with me attitude. You definitely don't want to mess with Delilah. And I see that, at her as a tiger, being like that, like don't, like she's very attractive. So she gets a lot of attention. But you don't want to mess with her. She has no problem. I think it's my allergies. Like my eyes are really itchy and my nose is running. Oh no, I'm a child team. And go anywhere because you are the best thing. Let's see. Robert Downey Jr., you a tiger. What the heck? Why can't I find out? There it is. Oh no, he's not. He's a snake. Never mind. I'm wrong. Huh. I wonder who else is a tiger in show business. Is tiger male. Tony is a tiger. I worked for a tiger. Oh my god. I was a barista, or not a barista. I was a full-blown Yeah, Downey is an Aries. He's an Aries snake. Which makes sense why he cares so much about appearance. He's very appearance focused, you know, he likes looking cool. And snakes, I read, like, they like to look, they like the refined things in life. Uh, you're an ox, were you born 1985? Yeah, they are like natural caffeine. I, for some reason though, like, Aries, like, I'm Capricorn, so Aries don't really like me. I never really got along with Aries. I admire them for like being such like go-getters and really like not afraid of a lot of stuff, of like starting things, doing things. Um are you born in 2002 and you're an ox? Cool. Hey Amir. I'm not crying, I promise. My it must be my allergies. I'm not crying. It's got to be my allergies. Thanks, Dan. Thank you, Winston's mom. 2002 is a horse year? Were you born in January? No. They're not even close. How would you be an ox if. July 29th, your birthday wasn't too long ago, huh? First, last. Did you celebrate it? Are you a Leo? You're a Leo, right? Do you like being a Leo? But yeah, Aries. Capricorn and Aries are square to each other. So, they can clash sometimes. I mean, same thing with like Libras, but I've always had like my dad's a Libra, and I've always had friends who were Libras, and I got along with them better. You have a mini crush on Lena Dunham? That's cool, show media. I I liked the show Girls. I hated the ending. The last season sucked. Yeah, Girls was a good show. I liked it. So I'm Capricorn, and square to me is Aries. So I never really I had one friend growing up that was an Aries. Um yeah, I had Leo friends, I had Libra friends, Gemini friends, and Sagittarius friends mostly. You admired her work in creative writing. She is very creative. I mean, she grew up in a artistic family. Um I liked I liked especially the first season of Girls. I really liked it a lot. And I followed like all 6 seasons. I think it's a good example of how millennials were in the 2010s. How am I with Scorpios? My brother's a Scorpio and we don't talk. Um oh, that was a good episode. Show media where like she's at the guy's house, and yeah, she's basically like, you're a jerk, like you take advantage of women, and then she got taken advantage just like the others. So it was a good example of how that sort of um how that sort of thing can happen. The last season sucked. The last season sucked. I mean, I don't know why they got her pregnant. I mean, sure, whatever. She could have been pregnant, and it just wasn't a good season. The last season sucked, I thought. I always wanted. Eric took a walk around the loop. He took his binoculars, so there's a good chance that he's looking at the sky. It wasn't the only memorable episode from the 6th season was when um Hannah's character crashed. Oh, what's her name? Shoshana's engagement party. She was like, "Hey, like I heard you got engaged and you didn't invite me to the party." And then like Jessa was there because Jessa's the Shoshana's cousin, and Jessa was with Hannah's ex, so she had to like confront that, and it was basically like their last hurrah together. Oh, the guy who worked in the coffee shop, I was so happy um about his character, the way that his character ended with get like being in like the starting of a relationship that would be healthy for him. I thought that was a really nice ending. Yeah, so first last year a horse, you're the opposite of me in show media. We're we're rats. I was so upset when I first found out I was a rat. I was so upset. I was like, America hates rats. Rats have a bad reputation. They're not even cute. Like, I thought it was an ox, but it didn't learn till the internet that I was a rat. And I had like this existential crisis. I like went on like several different sites to put in my birthday to find out my um to find out my zodiac sign. I'm Lao Tzu. How's that? Show media. I really admire horses though. Like the people that I know who are horses are like they're like very independent and do a lot for themselves, and like I don't know, they're go-getters. They get shit done. Oh, Lao Tzu is mouse. So one of my best friends in my 20s was this girl Jen Kuzumano, and we were both into astrology and both into like Chinese astrology, and she had the same thing. She's born in February, but she's born 1991, but because she was born February 2nd, she she's a horse, not a goat. And we bonded over the fact that we had birthdays that were different from the years that we were born. We had different signs the year we were born, but she got very impatient with me. Like, cause I I feel like rats and mice can be timid kind of. I'm timid anyway. Um and she was very much like, go forward, move ahead. Don't do anything. Just whip it. Whip it good. I'm glad it did make you LOL. Cosmic Pentastar. Giant Jerry Seinfeld is a horse. Doesn't he kind of look like a horse? It's a very long face. My brother's a horse, and we got along when he was little. Like when he was little, I would babysit him all the time. I'd read him books to go to bed. We played all the time. But then once he started going to high school and making his own friends. And once I got older and was making my own friends, we stopped, like the connection between us sort of stopped. And then as we got older, it became increasingly hard for us to relate to each other. Gosh, my nose is still running. Winston's mom, what's your Chinese zodiac sign? Oh, dog. I usually get along with dogs. I don't know many, but I had a boss, excuse me. It's definitely my allergies. Um, God, it really does look like I was crying. I promise you, like I'm not. I hope he didn't get abducted by Martians. I worry, like when I have expectations of when he's supposed to be home. Yeah, it could be or Moon Man. Eric took a walk around the block, but he took his binoculars with him, so there's a good chance that he's just like having fun, which is good. I'm trying not to worry about it. Oh, you're a monkey. Monkeys are in the same group as rats. It goes dragon, monkey, rats. They get along really well. I don't know many monkeys. Yeah, I don't know many monkeys at all. It's supposed to be fun. Create a little chaos too, the monkeys. They like to show off. You're a snake? Cosmic Pentastar? Yeah, that's very common for Chinese restaurants to have the zodiac stuff at their table. In fact, actually, my sister, for my birthday one year, she was in Epcot and she got me as a birthday present a poster that said Ox, because underneath Ox it says 1985, and I was like, actually, I'm a rat because I was born in January, and the Chinese New Year didn't start until like February something, the year that I was born. So I'm a rat. And she was like, "Oh, really?" And she's ISFJ, so she's sort of interested in that stuff. Like she's kind of interested in when I talk about it with her. She's interested, but she doesn't go out seeking it on her own. In fact, she's the one who gave me the Prism Oracle. Fortune cookies are so tasty, though. I look forward to them more than the meals. Fortune cookies are like an American thing. Like that's how like Chinese restaurateurs uh they made the gimmick of a fortune cookie to get people to buy their food. It was smart, it works, and they're good. Sometimes the yeah, they're an American thing. 5 elements: earth, wood, fire, metal, and water. Yep, I'm a wood rat. And it goes even further than that into Bazai, B-A, capital Z-I, and then you have like a birth chart almost, and it uses the year that you were born, the month that you were born, the day that you were born, and the hour that you were born to show you more of your personality. So I'm a year of the rat, month of the ox, day of the rabbit, and hour of the pig. Yeah, Bazai. I'll show you. I'll link a thing. I'll link a thing, you know what I mean? Here we go. Supposedly each of those, so the year that you were born represents like society, your parents, like the greater good of things and how you interact with that. The month, maybe the month is parents. The day that you were born represents you, and the hour represents children. That's funny. It does sound like an early 70s horror B movie. Honestly, in my opinion, some of the best horror movies are those 70s B movies. I really think they peaked. I know they started in the 70s horror movies. Really, I mean, it's probably in the 60s and in Italy and stuff. They probably were ahead of the Americans, but I like B horror movies from the 70s. Every little thing. American-born Lebanese singer-songwriter. His song Mine, released October 2017, gained popularity in early 2018 when it became a meme. Really? I haven't heard of it. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT about Bazai. Oh my god, my fucking allergies. About Bazai 4 pillars to explain to you guys, because it's pretty interesting. Hi, ChatGPT. What do the 4 pillars stand for in Chinese Bazai astrology?
In Chinese Bazi, or 4 pillars astrology, the 4 pillars refer to the 4 components that make up a person's Bazi chart. Each pillar represents a specific time component of a person's birth and is composed of a heavenly stem and an earthly branch. Together, these provide a comprehensive view of a person's destiny, personality, and potential life path. The 4 pillars are: 1. Year pillar represents ancestors, heritage, early childhood, and the environment during the formative years. Symbolizes the influence of family background and early life experiences on an individual's character and destiny. 2. Month pillar represents parents, siblings, early education, and teenage years. Symbolizes the person's youth, their relationship with their parents and immediate family, and how these factors shape their development. 3. Day pillar represents the person themselves, their spouse, and their adult life, symbolizes the individual's core personality, inner self, and intimate relationships, particularly with a spouse or partner. The day pillar is often considered the most important, as it directly represents the self. 4-hour pillar represents children, ambitions, career, and later life, symbolizes the person's ambitions, career path, potential for future wealth with their children. It also gives insight into the person's later years. Each pillar consists of 2 elements: a heavenly stem, representing the energy or influence of that particular pillar, and an earthly branch, representing more concrete aspects such as specific characteristics or events. These combine to create a complex picture of an individual's destiny, influenced by the cyclical nature of the elements and zodiac signs in Chinese astrology.
So yeah, so each of the pillars represents a different part of your life, and Eric is a water horse, and I am a wood rat. What have you started having doubts, Alada, about? So yeah, Eric is a water horse, Ren Wu in Chinese Bazai 4-pillar, and I am a wood rat. I have a lot of wood in my chart. But I have a lot of yin wood in my chart. So it means like I'm very fragile, but it represents like vines and flowers. Yin wood represents vines, flowers, plants. And yang wood represents like tall trees. That's mostly what it's represented by. Tall trees and bigger plants. I think. I don't know really. I just know my stuff best. And Eric's too. Eric's is interesting because they say the water horse, it's water and fire, because he's a water horse, and horse is represented by fire, and water puts out fire in Bazai circle, like Chinese astrology elemental circle. So they're known to be moody, emotional, every little thing. Yeah. So that's what I know about Chinese astrology. I look a lot of that stuff up. Anything that has to do with personality, I look up. And apparently Eric benefits me more than I benefit him, but we're like still a good match. But yeah. I think like zodiacs are fun. Like, it's just entertainment, really. It is entertainment because that's all I use it for, is to entertain me. I've looked into like Mayan astrology too. Apparently I'm a red Skywalker in Mayan astrology. I don't know. It's just like I know all this stuff, but it's just the thing that isn't pseudoscience that I've learned so much from is typology. It explains a lot of my relationships with other people. Like once you know your type, it's like you can kind of like understand your your relationships with other people if you have, if you type them right anyway. You type them wrong. Like, I'm not sure what my brother is. I used to think he was an ENFJ because he's very sociable, but like kind of fake sociable. So like Eric was suggesting maybe ESFJ. He like lacks his like, well, he's sort of warm. He's warm to like other people. I don't know what he is, but he's like very goal oriented. He gets like shit done. Like in Enneagram, he's definitely a 3. He's very success driven. He's probably a 1. I don't know. Is he a 1? I don't know. You got yin metal, so that's like female metal. Yin is the female element of. I don't know what yin metal represents. Hello 01. I suppose if he was an ESFJ, you would be his supervisor and view him as sort of broken. Well, I never liked it when he would try to parent me. Like, he was very against me smoking weed, so he would like tell my parents all the time. And he said that he was like, he messaged me on Facebook once and was like, just trying to parent me. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? I'm like your older sister. Like, you should be learning from me. Like, don't tell me what to do. Your month is Yang Wood, so that's like represented by trees and stuff. I don't know why. I don't know what I'm saying 01, so I don't want to say it. I'm not going to repeat it because I don't know how to say it and I don't know what it means, so I'm not going to say it. My brother was never shy. He was always a very social kid. He never had trouble making friends. But he's so serious. He's so serious. He's so freaking serious. He gets angry easily. I don't know what type he is. I mean, maybe I'm his supervisor. It doesn't really feel like that though. Like, I was best friends with, I think, 2 ESFJs. I'm not sure if one was an ISFJ or not, but definitely one ESFJ for sure. And she, me being her supervisor, I always had advice for her, but she wanted me just to listen to her problems, not really give her advice. So my role as supervisor in that friendship really didn't help. I'm not going to say that. 01. Ooh, I'm about to make a name for myself. You make sure you tell people what happened here today. We'll do K Cara 154. How was your walk?
Good. A little bit of exercise, really.
That's good.
I stopped over at the other house because when I worked up there, I noticed the light was on in the master bedroom.
Oh, yeah.
But actually,
we left it that way. Yeah. Hey, OJ Simpson. My brother's in New York. Well, like, ESFJs, because they're antipolar, They don't want the full picture. They don't care about that. They can't even see it. So their problems are what's in front of them, what's on their mind currently, what they're dealing with in like
their day-to-day plans.
Yeah.
What's coming up on Tuesday.
Yeah. So I would, I'm saying how like I don't know what the supervisor if my brother is an ESFJ, then I would be his supervisor. And I was as a kid.
Wee-hoo! It's hot out there still.
Is it?
It's not, but when you're walking, it's like 68 degrees outside, but...
Smell. What about Matthew Perry?
They replaced him in the Friends episode with...
Oh. Why?
With that. No, they didn't, obviously. They
Like,
didn't replace him, they just killed him off.
but like, that's so like the opposite of what Friends is. Like, Friends didn't deal with like
Heavy issues like that?
Yeah.
Sometimes it did.
Did it?
Sometimes. Breakups.
That's yeah, but still, it always had like a comedic edge to it.
Yeah, well, that's because all of its stars were alive. Hi, shall I quit school? I don't know if you shall or not. Is the point of typing your personality to help you with personal growth, or does one do it for other reasons? I'm not, I think different people want to know the personality type for different reasons. For me, cognitive functions and personality type is first and foremost of value because it provides a lexicographical tool to parse out different instances of human consciousness in a framework of ways of paying attention and the values that go along with that and the possible combinations of those things, etc. I think it's the most accurate way to model human consciousness. And so in that regard, understanding of a lot of things begins with understanding personality type and cognitive functions. However, I don't feel as though personally I have a lot more to gain in the topic area because I think I use it for what it's good for. I don't extend my thinking about it to metaphor where it's indeterminate in its outcomes. And meow, 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 meow.
Once I got my type right, I felt like it helped explain certain relationships that I had, like with my parents and siblings, much better.
Yeah. Welcome back. Was the farm taken care of? I didn't go take care of the farm. I walked around. I took the longer route because I went by the other house. I wanted to walk by the other house. And for a moment, I was alarmed and thought maybe there was some kind of intruder in there. But then when I walked around the place, looked in all the various windows and stuff, I saw, okay, it's totally unchanged since we've been there except for this one light on. I think we must have left that light on.
Yeah. You probably put it on for pictures and then forgot about it.
Yeah. So that's what I did. I looked through the binoculars at like more, not so much sky things as like house across the ridge whose lights are on.
Mm-hmm.
It's like seeing what's going on.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not like looking inside their house.
No,
it's
no.
Just like you can kind of see their house a little bit better because it's got lights and everything around is dark than you could during the day even.
I mean, that sounds like something I would do. I told you how I would go on walks and I like to when I see a TV set on, I like to see what they're watching.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So that was kind of fun. I felt kind of good getting a little exercise. I am not an outlaw like Clint Eastwood. I'm an in-law like Rachel's dad.
Mm-hmm.
He's my in-law.
He is, yeah. He always makes a point to, like, after I'm talking to him, like, say hi to my son-in-law.
Yeah, nice of him.
Yeah. He's like the one family member that I feel like will actually come and visit again.
He might. Yeah, we could take him to do things.
Yeah, we can go to Yosemite. Well, he'll probably bring Trish and that.
Yeah, they'll want to do their own things. That's fine.
But yeah, I don't think they'll go hiking too much. Her knees aren't good.
See how our blame video's doing. 8 likes, 42 views, no comments. Interesting. My much more labor-intensive video called Gets Lost in Forest on Quad only has 19 views, 2 comments, and 4 likes. So that's why I don't make very many of those kind of videos.
Makes sense. Beauty.
My most successful short recently was 100 mile per hour to the weenus. Got 2,360 views. So that was really not so much me as it was Dallas Braden. Well, I guess that's why they call me a failure.
You're not a failure.
A little bit. It's fine. Rich just gave me a look like. An old man bumped me on the sidewalk, so I chased him down and took his hat, only to discover that his hat was a live crocodile. And that's how come you only have one hand. True story from Pyro Pry 11. The truest of stories on the truest of channels. Here I'm talking with famous people. Where is my lighter? Where are you? I'll have to use this. Yeah, that's right, crocodile. Actually, I think you put a picture of an alligator, maybe? I'm talking about crocodile. Well, I didn't know any better. I thought you might be trying to sneak a caiman by me. No. Well, I mean, at least you're not trying to downplay it now. But truth was, it was not a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was a crocodile. Nile River crocodile, to be specific. Name a car for an edit. I don't want an edit. No such thing even exists. It's like a TikTok thing. Like, get your ticks and your talks out my using my tubes. Ain't nobody want none of that TikTok around here. That's not a cold beer. That's a brisk iced tea. It's brisk, baby. Eric, where do you think the phrase out of the blue came from? Or how would it make sense to mean from what it means? Well, I think it makes sense if it's from the sky, right? You're just standing there, and then out of the big blue sky, um, a meteor hits you on the head. Well, that would be striking you out of the blue, right? Granted, most things that happen to you are not out of the blue. Another way to think of it could be maybe they meant it like I got struck by lightning, even though the skies were blue. That could be a possible origin story for it. Maybe like red is hot, green like red is danger action, green is go action, yellow is caution action, and blue is just supposed to be neutral and safe. But then you get hit by a bomb out of the blue. Could be like that. Do my lips look different? Or do I sound on my face? I seem to be sounding a little bit different too. Oh, what is this thing? So I don't know if either any of those are the correct answer though to your question. That's just me speculating. G48D, I'm glad you asked that question. What are your thoughts on death? My thoughts on death are that I think about it a surprising amount nowadays. Shockingly more often, I suspect, than I did when I was younger. And there were ways in which life sucked more when I was younger. Certain kind of things hurt more. I made more dumbass mistakes, etc. But those dumbass mistakes often still hurt now if I remember them. Just having to relive the memory of it. Yeah, I know. Interfacing is more a natural way to go about things than just Googling everything yourself. It's not, well, it's certainly a more social way of engaging things. Am I afraid of death like a FOMO feeling? Well, I guess the primary thing that makes me think of death more now than I did when I was younger is the reality that I don't have my parents yet to go in front of me. So now all of a sudden I've got to meaningfully account for how I'm going to manage financially for how long? You got to think about, well, when am I going to die? When is Rachel going to die? What kind of things are variables? What kind of things are locked in? What kind of things are, it makes you think about death a lot more because you wonder. I mean, sure, I would like to see things be. I'd like to know that Delilah and um, Rachel would be okay after my death. Should I die first among the three of us? And it's a tricky question because I got to witness firsthand, and then after it happened, come to understand what it was, namely the progression of life until it got until the cost benefit analysis on it for my dad simply didn't work in his favor anymore. You know, he made the right decision, dictated the terms of his own conclusion, and he had practical factors like uh, the well-being of the estate somewhat in mind when making that decision. He also had quality of life things predominantly making that decision, namely lost his wife more or less and much of his functionality, etc. So, I was right, huh? So I do think also about like how my death will affect Delilah, but I know that I feel confident that my death will affect Delilah in a less turbulent, volatile way than my father's death affected me. So what I'm most concerned about is making sure that I can sustain quality of life for the duration of my physical durability, you know? Eric, where you went? I walked around. I was going to do the short loop, but I wanted to walk by the house, so I took the longer route. And then when I saw the house, I saw this light on that I didn't remember leaving on. But then after some examination, I determined that it was, in fact, just us that left it on, and everything was fine. There wasn't any like squatter or anything. So then I went pee, and then I came back. I mean, I looked through the binoculars. Took my binoculars with me. I like to look at like the drones in the sky, planes, look at the moon tonight. It's not moon didn't look especially great because um, no, I'm not especially afraid of death. I'm much more afraid of failing to do life right, failing to manage life adequately. I'm much more afraid of that, you know? And is a ticking clock on making some decisions that can play out meow way or meow way long term for us. And I got to make good decisions, and I got to make them in a timely fashion. So there's that causes me to think about death a lot. Like, but I also recognize that we've got multiple layers of cushion between us and genuine, like, um, lack, you know. I'm 53. I mean, the thing is, things take a long time. I need to get this house we've got that purchase a rental property. I need to get this thing rented, and I need to get on that shit. Maybe I'll do that, tonight after I stream. I'll look into it and figure out where to list it so that I can actually get some action on it. That will make me feel like, okay, well, now we took the first step finally. Now let's figure out what the next thing we're gonna do here is, right? But obviously, I would like to have a positive cash flow, in which case I wouldn't need to worry about money running out. Like I don't want to be in a situation where I go like, okay, well, we're good as long as I don't live any longer than 74. I don't want that situation. Or if you want to come to India for a tour, no, traveling is expensive and generally kind of wasteful. Invest in that. Bunny lives near in your house. There's no bunny living in my house. I don't know what you're talking about. And I think prior to my parents' death, I figured that was uh, not. I was getting ahead of myself to be thinking about things in those terms because I figured I'd have to figure that out once I figured out what kind of estate I inherited and all that stuff. And I just didn't even want to really think about that because it seemed morbid. I loved my parents. I didn't want them to die. I wasn't looking forward to getting their money or something. I genuinely wasn't thinking about it at all, which was a frustration of my father's because whereas I saw this as a way of loyalty and love to not be morbidly thinking about what happens after my dad's death, he was an adult. He was a full adult, right? I had become an actual adult um, after my parents' death, prior to which I wasn't really fully an adult. I think Eric is. What does that say? Self-depend. You think I'm self-depend? Okay. And there are things that I really need to get on that are expenses that I need to do sooner than later in terms of return on investment. Like I'm gonna need to get my teeth fixed because um, the the rest of my life is not gonna be sitting around here doing I am going to return to more productive enterprise and profitable enterprise such that you know we're we have a comfortable nest egg and we're running a positive cash flow. I mean, I'm not super self-dependent. I'm coming to terms with having to be the place where the buck stops. I even kind of tried to pass it off on to my daughter after my parents died, but ultimately I didn't do it. I realized she's the kid, I'm the adult, and she's there's no way for me to get around this except for to do it myself. If I'm gonna do things right, I need to do it myself. I need to make genuine decisions. I need to put together a bunch of I need to organize paperwork. I need to do a bunch of stuff, right? And like I said, it's a slowly ticking clock, but it's a ticking clock nonetheless. And the longer I let it slowly tick, the fewer, you know, possible avenues of meowing I have in front of me. So it's California will flip bread. It seems like it's in some ways flipping against like California state tax tax and spend bullshit a little bit because I think people do understand that California's got an unusually high standard of living in part because of a high amount of regulatory goal taxes. Like we're going to tax this because we want this outcome, which is never a good idea to try to politicize your taxes. Taxes should be fair, even, and not regressive. So, like gas taxes are regressive because everybody has pretty much equivalent energy costs and fairly static energy costs. Therefore, taxes on energy hurt the poor disproportionately. Stuff like that. I mean, yes, but I have considered, given our recent electricity bills, I have in fact considered, you know what? Maybe I should put solar on this house. This is ridiculous. These electricity bills.
Yeah.
Again, America government provides too much facility. I don't know what that means. Well, I mean, the thing is, there are local taxes, there are state taxes, and there are federal taxes. Why are the electricity bills going up? I don't know. I mean, more demand for electricity, and probably I would suspect it's either less subsidy from the government or increased costs for the electricity producers with no change in subsidies from the government. I don't know. It could be PG&E is trying to pay for a bunch of shit it has to do, which includes like some kind of big settlement because they started some fire a few years back, and it includes them having now to go and dig trenches in the roads and put underlying power lines in rural parts of the state like ours. And, I guess that costs money, and the only place they're going to get the money from is their customers, right? We don't pay any water tax. How you get your water depends in America. You can get it from well, in which case it's just you and your own water on your land. You can get it from extremely localized municipal water company like me and Rachel get from, which is this neighborhood business that provides unlimited water to everybody for $70 a month, which is probably not that cheap, but it's better than having well water. The thing is, it's not just that you don't live to your fullest. In some sense, you live to your fullest more before your parents die because you're able to, assuming you've got like responsible parents that you can count on in a pinch, kind of people like I do, and even Rachel had to some extent. Her family was a lot more troublesome than mine.
The tea makes them pretty practical, though.
Yeah, that's true. So the thing is, if you've got practical, responsible parents like that, then on some level, that until they die, you've always got this safety net where you can fall back on your family if need be. If shit gets crazy, you're not going to be homeless, whatever, right? And in my case, I also had the understanding that My grandmother's estate, which my parents inherited, combined with my parents' estate, would be something that I would eventually inherit, and that it would be a decent sized estate that would help facilitate my life after their death. But I didn't think much about it like that, other than that. But because I knew that my parents were there, responsible, and I could rely on them for most things, most of the time anyway, um, I I was able to put off growing up in a lot of ways and just sort of not not plan for my retirement, not think about those kind of things. Not I didn't have to put together a college fund for Delilah, my daughter, because my parents did it. And they like told me they wanted to do that right away when she was little, and I was like, well, go for it, 'cause I don't think I'm gonna be doing that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't regret not putting together a college fund for her, and I'm happy that my parents put one together for her, even though I don't know really what the value of her college education ultimately will prove to be, but it may prove to be something. I believe the world is flattering. Flattering? My cat has AIDS, not autism.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kapia might have autism.
Yes, Winston's mom's son Eric is different than me.
Yes.
That's why she calls him son Eric, because I'm regular Eric.
Host Eric.
Host Eric, or regular Eric, or whatever you want to call me. Now let's go stand outside and have ourselves a puff off the vape. Nicotine vape puffing away. It's an exciting adventure today. It's really not that exciting an adventure, but it's slightly more exciting than nothing. While at the same time always being disappointing for how less than smoking it is.
The fact that who has similar personalities is funny. To,
What did they say?
Nova Spy says the fact they similar personalities too is funny.
Who's they?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Let me get my glasses. I mean, the thing was, I was financially independent of my parents as an adult. I made my living. I raised my family with, my second wife. She had a full-time career, and I had a full-time career, and we rented a house for a relatively low amount of rent per month. But my wife was an overspender who, wasted a lot of money, and since we've gotten divorced, has gone bankrupt and stuff. So anyway, fuck that bitch.
That's how I feel about all my ex-boyfriends. Even all the ones who are nice. I can't help it.
Yeah, well, we don't have a lot of forgiveness for our previous partners' failings. because we have a different frame of reference now. It's like, we're going to think, oh, it was alright. I only had to put up with 6 failings.
Those 6 failings will take a toll. But
Kimberly was alright. I just had to put up with years of constant abuse.
No. I was telling them before how, like, you know, even though I wasn't, like, pursuing you when you were with her, because I'm not like that.
She's not a homewrecker.
No, I'm not. I explained how when we got together, we were both...
There was nothing at all between us before I broke up with Kimberly.
Yeah, it was very clean.
In fact, not even right away after I broke up with Kimberly. Mm-mm. I still tried to find somebody local first, I think.
Yep.
And then I started looking around online.
Yeah, finally when that INTP woman, there was like drama there. And the ENTJ, after the ENTJ woman and the INTP, you know.
I don't know who that was, but I remember the German one.
Yeah, you were like, all right. You like put it out there. You're like,
I'll tell you, crazy bitches.
Yeah, and you kind of put it out to the world. It's like, hey, I'm single. I'm looking for someone who is 30 or older. And yeah.
Not a lot of baggage. I don't want your childhood trauma interfering with my current relationship. I think you said something like that.
Yeah, you did. And part of me was a little hesitant to like even contact you because I'm like, oh shit, like I'm going through like trauma right now, like.
Yeah, but not your childhood trauma that made it impossible for you to trust and BPD and
I didn't.
And toxic, you know.
No. But I was saying how like I didn't understand how I was just always like, you know. I guess I was just like, oh, he's just a yelly person, but she seems to be like, it just didn't seem healthy from an outsider's.
She was pushing my buttons like cushion to cushion.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like,
how
are they
Russian
together?
Famous for pushing buttons.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Cushion to Russian.
Cushion to Russian.
Yeah. KGB's most expert button pusher.
I think YouTube is a better option than Tinder.
Oh yeah, YouTube's a better option than Tinder for sure. We do not drink alcohol. We do drink other liquids. Things like water and iced tea.
Yeah, we like those a lot.
So we do
coffee.
We do some hydration.
Yeah. She is an over 5. You described her very well. She's a very good, quick-witted researcher.
Grapefruit juice. Oh yeah, we drink grapefruit juice.
We have some in the fridge, actually.
I drank quite a bit of it today.
Did you?
Yeah.
That's good.
You know why it's so good?
Oh, because it helped with the...
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. The last Adderall pill I took, I actually swallowed it because I figured at that point I had drank enough grapefruit juice. Have you watched other bread tubers besides FT Signifier? What are bread tubers? I've never even heard that term before. I mean, I'm a bit of a bread tuber when I get into bread at night to go to sleep.
What's that?
He says, I have watched FT Signifier. I don't know what a bread tuber is, though.
Well, why do you think that you're a bread tuber?
Well, I'm saying, he doesn't mean it like this, but I'm saying, when I get into bread and tell bread time stories, you could call me a bread
tuber. Got it.
But I don't know what he means when he says FT Signifier is a bread tuber.
Oh, I don't know either.
Will
Meow,
you stop
meow.
meowing? Your constant meow, constant meow. Meow is too much. Constant meow, constant meow. Meow's a whole bunch. Constant meow. Make me watch. Constant meow. Get off my crotch. That's my poem. I hope you enjoyed it. Here's constant meow. Who feels the need to constantly meow? Until I obey his command. What is his command? The same command it usually is. Watch me eat. Well, I'm here, Trouble. I'm watching you eat. You can see by the question mark shaped tail that he's happy. Well, when it goes up into a question mark shape, that means he's happy. I am searching street dog puppy. This is more or less that. He may be a cat technically, but he acts more like a dog. He was a stray tomcat originally. And then the animal control people clipped his balls off, and all of a sudden he was like, "No, I want you to be my family." We're like, "Hi, get out of here, yo!" But eventually he won. Do I like Trump? No, I don't like Trump. That doesn't mean I like Kamala Harris. No, I don't. I certainly don't, Katie Bell, because I was starving for a metaphysical ecosystem, which is what the internet is, without even knowing it, until it came about. I'm a talker. I was made to do this. You cannot buy my cat. Hey, Trouble! In a past life, I was Lady Godiva. I rode that horse, but you know what? The rumors are a lie. I wasn't naked. I was just wearing nylons that were flesh colored. A nylon skin suit that was flesh colored. And yes, I liked chocolates, but not that much. In another past life, I was Detroit Lions running back Barry Sanders. What do you mean he's still alive? Yes, I was Lady Godiva in a past life, and I just wanted to clear up the rumors are a lie. I was wearing a nylon flesh-colored bodysuit. I was not naked on that horse. And I wasn't really that into chocolates. I did like them, but not that much. I was also failed son of Civil War General Ulysses S. Grant Jr. in a past life. In another past life, I was.
Wait, you talked about cheerleader, right?
I didn't mention that yet, but I was obviously a very. It wasn't a cheerleader who was known. She's not known in the history books or something. My name was Rose Gosson. I was a cheerleader, and I invented the expression shish boom ba. So you need to get your glasses fitted properly. Fitted with what? Fitted with jetpacks? Pew 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 pew. You gotta just hold on to your glasses and you'll fly through the sky. You are legally blind. But when you're feeling frisky, you illegally see incredibly well. Hello, sir. I am new here. Is this channel about ceramics and brickmaking, among many other things? Yes. Which kind of ceramics? I'm going to say bowls, punch bowls, and flower vases. I do use reading glasses to read small text, such as the text on the phone right here, which even Rachel had to squint to read. So it is pretty small on my phone. It's bigger on her phone. Neither of those two people, Jameen Poulis, neither. I do play a little guitar now and again. I think I might play some right now, in fact. She lives in the city called Tennessee. You were Henry Ford's right-hand representative. Little known Henry Ford associate Jack Frank John. Frank John is one word. Oh, I'm not fooled. Don't worry. I get it. I get how these past life things work. First I was Thomas Jefferson, then I was one of Thomas Jefferson's slaves. And nobody could quite figure out how that worked.
I think Eric was a cheerleader in his past life because he can make up cheers really well.
Thanks, Rachel.
You're welcome. Trouble. What are you doing? Hey! Oh, don't make
song. A little song for everyone. Let's play. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Well, Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans could interrupt all the work that started off happily. And now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing factless to listless, so how all of the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands a little more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald's feeling there's too much to do. And he dropped time in the interview. Too much to but so we're now in wood. Too much time spent me picking this cue with you. Now Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. 'Cause Gerald has a thought. Thanks, Katie Bell. Very kind words. Kind words for you. Thanks, B. Okay, what are we going to play now? Play another song. El Niño, my ass. Call the storms. Where is the rain? No drizzle don't count, I drizzle more. When I be in the sink, which is just the right height to catch all of the undesired splatter. When I'm done, I'll go outside and climb a ladder. I will go up there and take me a bucket and pour water inside. And I'll say, hey, Mr. Cloud, won't you drop it from the bottom? Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom on me. Thanks, Rachel.
You're welcome, Eric. You are a talent.
Thanks. WTF is that, says Lol. Those are hearts with pluses inside of them. Thanks, D-Wop. Thanks a lot. Now I'm going to play a song I started to play earlier, but didn't play the whole thing. It's called Destruction of the Whole Damn World. Logic to life we decisively unlike, and from which we'll rarely budge. People everywhere gather up, enemies outrage that tower, they miss a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery, follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting, cussing, and misery, we're stuck with such petty larceny. We all petition the rest of reasons for the destruction of the whole damn world. Judy shares now her limb, hoping Julie will too. Jerry shares for 4 minutes. We just can't share things like they do. Julie always thought that she should have bought two when she had the chance to buy, and Julie soon forgot about it, and not although she ever called Chill's eye. People everywhere gather up, enemies outrage that cow, they missed a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery, follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting, cussing, and misery, we're stuck with such pretty larceny. We all petition the renderings and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Okay, what shall I play next? I think I will play Second Night. It's the second night when you start to feel strange, and you're wondering if the range is on, sending sparks a soar in the kitchen sky. An actual night. Is there no top to the dark up above the shelves, where she stores the child above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely times? They lie beneath a million running suns, rugged and they're done with the actual night. you're wondering if the range is on, sending sparks to soar in the kitchen sky. An actual night. Is there no top to the dark up above the shelves? Where she stores the chat above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types. They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. Thank you very much, everybody, for listening to my songs. You are a kind and understanding group of people. Yeah, it's a pretty good song. Pretty tricky bit of songwriting, pretty tricky song to play and sing, but when I pull it off, it has its own kind of pop to it. I'm not kind, but I am understanding. I mean, I know I have a pretty good sense of where I fit in the musical landscape in terms of quality. You know? My best skill as a musician or artist is songwriting. My songwriting is really quite strong, better than most people, certainly, and probably almost as good as people who are killing it. In some instances, as good, but I have very high standards for it too. So, I don't want to be in the top 1%. I want to be in the top 0.001%. The vocals, you could critique on a couple of different levels. Either that I didn't execute the singing very well, that you don't like the sound of my voice particularly, or that you think the vocal melody is bad or doesn't go well with the chords, or potentially that you could critique it on the grounds of lyrics. So there's a lot of different possible ways for a person to potentially critique what I'm doing, either in terms of vocals or in terms of songwriting or in terms of guitar or whatever. But it is nice when people are specific. I don't have fake teeth. These are my real teeth. If I had fake teeth, I'd have a lot more of them. GMC enjoyer. I'm not sure who GMC is exactly. I'm assuming it's a person, but it could be, say, digital monarch catheter. Could be that. Could be a number of things. So I've been making media and stuff for a long time. I'm not particularly pragmatic about the process by which I execute that process. I'm not very pragmatic about the process. I don't formally publish stuff. I just put it up on YouTube. It would help if I formally published it, then people would listen on Spotify and stuff. But I'm a bit of a perfectionist. I'm not a music producer. I want somebody who's good at producing music to produce my music. But who is telling that Eric chews betel nuts? I do not chew betel nuts. I do not. I don't really chew any kind of nuts, beetle or otherwise. Obviously, you need a few more teeth than I have to do that. But, I don't have to play guitar if you don't want. If you don't like my guitar and my songwriting, I could just rap for you. I could show you how to rap. I could show you what a great rapper I am. Okay, you want to hear my rapping then, Dean Tark? Is that right? It's fair enough. You don't like the sound of my voice singing because you want to hear me spitting some bars, right? Understandable. I'll spit some bars for you, sure. Because, it's Friday night and let's party. Nothing says a party like spitting some bars. I'm just waiting for this looms to open. I don't know why it's taking such a long time. A boop boop pa, boop 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 pa, boop boop pa, boop 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 pa. Okay. Now, because we're going to be rapping, we need a beat that includes things like a kick, a snare, hi-hats, the whole 9 yards. We're going to view the beat baseline editor, okay? Pow, there. All right, let's move back over here to do this for a second. And then we're going to see the true adventure of what they used to call me Bars, Bars, Bars. That was my name because I had so many bars. Let's make this like this. And then we'll put what do we need? A snare, that's right. Some kind of snare. Like, I don't know. Like maybe like, that's not the right thing. There. Wait, no. Still not right. Here we go. Drums. Okay, now we're going to get a snare drum. Mr. Snare Drum. Yeah, there you go. That's a good snare drum. No, not like that. Boop, 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 pa. Like this. What about like this? No. Boop, boop. Seems like it's late. Okay. We're just gonna go like this. Okay, well, that goes like that. What did you say? Boop back, boop back. There we go. That's a good beat to rap over. Mm-hmm. Can you hear it? So now it's time for me to rap. Rap, rap, rap. I'm gonna show you how to do it, in fact. First you find a word that you don't know how to rhyme. Then you find another word and you find it just in time. And if you do, then you twine and you make a ball of twine. Roll it up as big as you can, as big as wine. As big as wine in a big wine bottle that's been left around until everybody could throttle it. And now you're following me and you're learning how to rap. What do you see? Dean, Tart, Cum, Dumpster, Hairy Balls, and Trump are both two wings of the same bird. Who's Cum, Dumpster, Hairy Balls? Is that Cum, Dumpster, Hairy Balls' sister? Hairy Balls' sister? Hairy Balls is what? I never heard of this person or their butt. I can rap all the time. Look at me go. I can rap really slow. I can rap really slow. I can speed up the beat though and rap it much faster. Listen to me go. I'm a rapping master.
Oh yeah.
Now it's fast and it's zesty too, and you gotta rap faster or it'll catch up with you, and then no one will see that you're good or clever. They just say that you suck at the rapping there, sir. And I don't want them to tell me that, so I go faster and faster until I got flow. And then when I do, I tell everybody then, see, you can listen to me rapping again. Let's rap. What, let's rap. What, let's say some rap words. Mama. Yo mama, let's say some rap words. Hey, hey, hey. Let's say some rap words. I'm rapping. Let's say some rap words every day. I've got a gat. That's a rap word. I've got a hoe. That's a rap word. I've got a no. That's a rap word. I've got what? I've got to do a show at the club. That's a rap word. How do you know? Because it's dubstep, yo, and that's a rap word too if you want to see true. And you listen to trap music with a whole lot of hi-hats. Trap music. Everybody loves it. Trap music. Trap music. So yes, I can rap. I can rap this song. I was rapping it from beginning all along to the end. I was rapping every part. The part about that stuff before and this part here, the next part coming over there. I was rapping every piece of them everywhere, and everybody said, "Are you rapping to this present, Derek?" No, I'm rapping this song. Can't you see it? Are you dumb, Derek? Yeah, I could rap about my cat. I've got a cat. He's very bad. His name is Trouble, and it makes me sad. He doesn't want his sister to be happy too. He thinks he can only dominate you. He's a narcissist. He's a narcissistic cat. He's a narcissist. I wish he would go up to bat and be a narcissist. But to somebody else, be a narcissist to the neighbor's cat instead. Instead, I saw you when we drove up today earlier. I saw you sitting with that brown cat, Dracula, earlier than you should have been. Perhaps not early enough because you didn't drive away that bad cat. So what the fuck? Come on, Trouble, you can do better than that. I just gave Trouble a diss track. I just gave Trouble a diss track.
Oh yeah.
I just gave Trouble a diss track.
He did.
I just gave Trouble a diss track.
Well, what?
Okay, well that's good rapping. I hope you enjoyed it. So yeah, maybe my flow's not cool, you know. Maybe I don't have a cool flow. Maybe I don't talk about cool things. But you know what? That's okay. Because I rap from the heart, like Drake. I rap my true feelings like Drake does, okay? Thanks, First Class, for saying that was fun. Naika is triggered that you're trans. Okay, well, I may not have anything that's cool, Gene Tark, but Unicorn says I have something that was pretty cool, and that's almost cool. You hope I have a good ass night. I hope I do too. I'm having a good night so far. Everything's pretty cool. Thanks, Acacia. Trouble's getting in trouble again. You're the best, Acacia. With your super chat, your affirmation of my carryings on. What a wonderful occasion for us all. Because, you know, people don't think so sometimes, but I've got feelings on a sunny day. You know what kind of feelings they are? They're moist and tender feelings. I am a gentleman, which means I'm a gentle man. Usually, I try to be. Like, hey, I don't want to yell at you. But then the next second later, it's like, fuck off. Dean Tark, you should get a doctor to check that out because no matter how bad my music was, that's not responsible for your medical problem of bleeding ears, I assure you. So, in fact, probably it's the bleeding ears that caused you to hear so badly. Naika's go to bed, honey. Who's Naika's? Eric's going to sleep. Someday, maybe. Sometime, eventually. Not right this second. Who is Naika's? You stop talking to people who aren't even here? Hey, you guys, you make feel stupid. Mine is a 7. Your what is a 7? Hey, Eric, give me blue. I'm not going to get you hooked on fentanyl or Hulu Reader. I'm sorry. I don't want to do that. Yeah, often, an explosive device may have detonated near your head, and you may have confusion, dementia, retardation, excessive dumbness syndrome, or chronic and determinate stupidity syndrome, which is maybe even the worst. But I don't know. I'm no doctor, Dean Tark. I'm not a doctor. Did I say a TV show I'd choose to live in for a year? Like, or maybe, well, maybe like maybe in So I'm a Spider, So What? If I got to be a powerful thing, that would be kind of a fun place to spend a year. Well, reader, do you not learn anything about telling other people what they should do with their bodies? Transplant it from where? I'm willing to give up this hair so that somebody else can transplant it into their head if they want it. You think Kamala loves you. She's just using you for your winning personality. Okay, Naikas, we do not need to be like that. We can have some kind of civil discourse, please. Civil discourse is preferable to uncivil discourse. Why? Because nobody accomplishes anything by getting all, reductive, demonizing, those darn meows or that darn meow, She's not the devil, she's just a terrible candidate. So why don't we just stop treating her as some sort of subhuman? Nobody is swayed by someone's uncivil vile, just venomous bile they're spewing at something. It's like, and Biden, he not only has dementia, but he also has a super intelligent plan to destroy America. And he's a predator. And, it's like, okay, look, I get it. He's not a qualified candidate for president. Trump's not qualified for president. Kamala is a nightmare from what I can see so far. A nightmare of mishmashed bullshit that combines, like infinite reproductive rights, even though she has no say over the matter. The Supreme Court's already ruled on it. And combines a prosecutor's enthusiasm for jailing people who committed no real crime, etc. I mean, Biden wasn't terrible. He was just very weak and lacking in any kind of vision, right? So, stopped in to be your 37th like. Well, thanks. I see only 20 likes, though. Oh, now I see 37 over here. Nice. Did they, Dean Tark? Well, that is a good way to provoke around here. That is, of course, completely insane. They didn't work. They weren't vaccines, right? Because a vaccine prevents you from getting the disease. Well, Gene Tark, I think it's fair to say that you are a name caller. I'm not worried about what Nayika's is. I'm worried about what claims and statements they make and whether those statements or claims could be substantiated or not. Hi, Tahoe. Nice to see you. Oh, good for you, Gene Tark. He got his 10th booster shot, you know? As long as you get continual booster shots every 3 days, you'll be fine, I'm sure. RFK's not running, I don't believe. I mean, I don't think Rachel was particularly good at typing people prior to getting with me. I don't think she had quite the depth of cognitive function understanding. But I think now she's quite good at typing people just with her gut, you know? Yeah, vaccination. The main takeaway from COVID was the word vaccination no longer means anything. I'm not an ultra maha Republican, right? I believed that the best thing to do right from the outset was to let it run its course and let individuals make their own decisions about their health choices. Maybe it would be good to ask businesses to be accommodating to people who want to be extra protective of their health and stay home, work from home and stuff, but to not try to centralize those kind of decision making because each person has a different set of priorities, different immune system, different needs, different whatever, and they need to be afforded the agency to manage their own lives autonomously, right? So the problem wasn't that there was a lack of respect for science. It was a lack of respect for rights and a lack of respect for the proper way to go about doing things, you know, where to assign the onus of responsibility. It was an improper seizure of extra legal powers by health officials, etc. So it's potentially conceivable that the lockdowns saved some lives, as it is the case that the COVID virus was less a less virulent pathogen by the time the lockdowns were done. But the bottom line is any objective and decent study of the impacts of the thing acknowledges that the harms vastly outweighed the benefits, that the number of lives potentially saved by doing that is basically incalculable. It's presumed but not measured, you know? And that the harms related to mental health, standard of living, homelessness, suicide, all kinds of different things, that are measurable and countable, that they are massive. The harms are massive. You know, benefits are questionable because you've got somebody like my dad who was kept away from exposure to COVID successfully, I guess, when the whole country shut down, and eventually got the vaccine, which, you know, he had to go see his wife in the nursing home. And then, of course, got COVID really bad, and it took away a lot of his physical capabilities towards the end of the whole thing, right? Now, if he had gotten it earlier, it may have been a more virulent pathogen, but he would have been younger and had a more robust immune system to respond to it. Was he saved in any sense? No, and COVID still got him more or less. So, I articulate the correct positions on these things. Well, I mean, the vaccine didn't do anything bad. I didn't say it caused harms. Maybe providing fake hope is bad. It certainly did a harm, like in how we treated it as a mandatory prerequisite before you could meow, right? When there was no evidence whatsoever that it would work. So, and it didn't work, as I predicted it wasn't going to work because of the nature of the COVID virus. It's a coronavirus. It's very resistant to vaccinations. They tried to take a different approach with this. It didn't work, obviously, because vaccinations prevent you from getting diseases. It was not a false pandemic, though, Theron. Don't be misled. That was a real pandemic. It's most likely a lab release, either accidental or intentional, of a virus that was specifically engineered to humanely thin the human population by killing off all the old and sick people and leaving the young people untouched. That's what it intuitively seems to me. I don't have any evidence to prove this, but the preponderance of the evidence stacks up in favor of that, including the oddly overwrought response to it. If some parties in the public health domain understood that it was a bioweapon, then you can understand why they'd want to maybe freak out about it. However, at the same time, they don't want to actually tell people it's a bioweapon because then, well, how did this happen? Somebody's going to be held accountable or something. So these are how you think intelligently about stuff. Ron, you don't want to pretend as though COVID was a false pandemic. It was a real novel virus, almost certainly engineered in a lab. And the problem wasn't that we were being lied to about this thing. The problem was we weren't responding properly to it. I mean, shit like that does happen, Ruben R. And it could very well be somebody covering shit up, or it could just be incidental, coincidental. What I think was in the vaccine, I think it was an attempt to introduce, non-active COVID virus to generate antibodies in a more or less traditional fashion, but it took a different delivery approach that it hoped would bypass the problems that have prevented us from having vaccines for the common cold forever. The flu vaccine has to be reinvented every year, but with the corona virus, it adapts much too quickly for a vaccine to work. It certainly smells fishy, yeah. If I were a superhero sidekick, what do I think people would call me? Well, I think they would call me the scolder. So, do I trust the government? No, but I think it's important to remember the government's not some monolithic enterprise. Most of the COVID policies happening that I incurred some consequences from, or were having to be beholden to, they were local LA County public health officials overstepping their authority, implementing emergency seizures of power in an extra legal fashion that was completely unacceptable. It's like there's nothing about the freedom of assembly that says unless there's a cold going around. Well, I think that the thing to remember about Bitcoin or any questions about any kind of crypto stuff, is that underlying these things is bit chain technology, which allows us to definitively and reliably determine that digital object number 423 is the one and only true digital object number 423 and not some other counterfeit version of it. Okay, so blockchain technology, it underlies the value of cryptocurrency because it guarantees the non-counterfeitability of say Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever. And that's critical in locking down a necessary criterion for being effective as a currency, in theory. You know, if you want to have something that in theory is effective as a currency, it needs to be non-counterfeitable, divisible, and fungible. So like every instance of it has to be the same as every other instance of it. Every quarter is worth the same. Unless you occasionally get a special quarter. There's some exceptions like, you know, coin collectors or whatever. But so the reason we had gold and silver as an initial currencies was because they have low melting points, so they're easily divisible. They're soft metals. They're have and not the third thing I meant to say was scarcity, not fungible. They were scarce naturally, and you couldn't counterfeit it. So it met all the criteria for a good currency. When we have country issued currencies, which some people call fiat currencies, but there's no difference between like a gold standard currency and a fiat currency functionally. It's just you're just playing games with understanding what qualifies as fiat. So Dean Tark, will you stop just being mindlessly provocative? Be more interesting. So Bitcoin has those qualities, and blockchain technology enables people to generate many instances of the same level of quality in terms of its utility as a currency, with the basics: non-counterfeitability, divisibility, and scarcity. So the nice thing about cryptocurrencies is they can establish a finite, concrete amount of total issuances, right? Like they can say, not only is this finite and scarce, but we know exactly how much of it there is in circulation now and how much there will be in circulation now, right? So that gives it an extra advantage over other kinds of currencies. The disadvantage of it as it stems from the fact that it's not filling that role as a currency, except on the dark web, where people use Monero to purchase drugs or whatever, you know. People generally aren't going to use their cryptocurrency as an actual currency for two reasons. One, like Bitcoin has a high transaction cost of, I think it's $4 a transaction. That's not going to cut it if you're going in to buy a pack of gum someplace. Number two, the volatility of crypto makes it hesitant for anybody to use it as currency or accept it as currency. The $10 worth of Bitcoin you accepted yesterday for your hamburger meal that you sold, it very well may be worth $1 tomorrow. Might be worth $20. Do you really want to be accepting currency that has that kind of volatility? And equivalently, do you want to be spending currencies that have that kind of volatility? The thing is, if in fact, it's kind of a catch-22. If in fact people accepted it as currency and used it as currency, the volatility would go way down. There are coins/tokens that have value other than just Bitcoin, which is a common thing I hear around this conversation topic, which is that only Bitcoin has real value. Everything else is Ponzi scheme, meow, meow, meow. Demetrius DeMarcus says, Eric, I think we need to honestly talk about a better hobby. You're on the sob all damn day. Where do you find time in your day to accomplish other tasks? What's the sob on the sob? What does that mean? So where do I find time in the day to accomplish other tasks? Well, some days we have a longer amount of time spent streaming than others. Earlier today, I went to the supermarket and got my drugs, and we've done a few different things today, actually. I've gotten trash taken out. I got the floor swept a bit. So, yes, we still do have a great conversation going here at W Stocks. I just think that people need to remember that with tokens, especially, their value of those things is predicated on the value of the ecosystem they represent, or the tools that they represent. So, like, let's say I come up with a way to process blockchain requests faster or cheaper, and or I figure out a way to glean more information from packets of from blocks than has heretofore been able to be gleaned from that. Well, then, to the extent that some blockchain developers, or I'm not sure how, I'm not that kind of an expert on it, right? But to the extent that people who are working with blockchain stuff want to utilize that additional tool that facilitates their blockchain work, then they have to pay to use that tool in the token of that tool. And that's how that token ends up having some value, because you have to buy that token with something else like Bitcoin, probably, or, US dollars or whatever. So if in fact you have a blockchain architecture widget or something, ecosystem, that in fact makes the work of people doing blockchain stuff that much better or faster, and it's popular and it's used by those people, then because that ecosystem only accepts payment in their token, the token has actual value because people have a demand to actually buy it. I find out when I ship out for the Army on Thursday. Well, that's good to know then. It'll be good to know. You'll know when it is. Let's see what this says here. Ruben R. and Nyakas, a lot of INFJ YouTubers I've come across say they feel as though their unconscious is that of a cold ENTP. It's also funny to see that Rachel is INFJ, married to her ENTP husband. Okay, Dean Dark, like, find a new kind of joke or something. You're just boring. It's like, you are well aware that we have nuanced and nonpartisan, at least certainly me, I've expressed clearly enough, I have nuanced and nonpartisan political views, you're not honestly trying to claim anything. You're just trying to trigger or provoke a response. But at this point, you should recognize it's not going to work. Who is a beautiful person? Is it first last? Oh, wait. So just like you just did, Ruben? I mean, Ruben was critiquing the existing landscape, not claiming to provide better. Oh, don't worry about haters, you talking to Spanish people. Okay, I won't worry about hate. No, I realize this platform is a cesspool of retards since this conversation. The most retarded of you of all is you, the person who insists on staying here, a place he has no respect for. So, fuck off and go away. I'm feeling as though you are the only one in the world that thinks this way and are weird or something. I don't feel like I'm the only one in the world who thinks this way or is weird. I do feel like I'm the only one in the world who by and large uses language carefully enough. They said, put a girl on. Okay, fair enough, Mr. Poopy Butthole. Nobody likes a sausage party.
I like Mr. Poopy Butthole from Rick and Morty. I saw these socks in Sears one day, and it was like Rick and Morty socks, and they had Mr. Poopy Butthole as one of the socks, and I was like, I have to get them. Hi, Naikas. Thanks, Phil McCracken. So yeah, I believe that socioeconomics gets a lot of like. Hi, Michelle. I believe that. Thanks, McKenna. I believe that socioeconomics gets a lot of stuff right, like a decent amount right about intertype relations. I think that's why a lot of people look into socioeconomics because of the intertype relations. I know I do. I know on Reddit they complain that most people are just interested in the intertype relations, but I think it's like it leans heavily on dual being the ultimate relationship, and like other types of relations being kind of, like I said, problematic.
Varying degrees of shittier.
Yeah, and it's like, I don't know.
Like, hi, sometimes my relationship's shitty.
Yeah, like, did the people who were putting socionics intertype relations, like, did they date every single kind of person?
No, they're going like, here's the mechanics as we understand it. right? But they don't have correct understandings of absolute and instrumental values and how those things play out together.
Well, that's true.
So their mechanics are not quite right. Some things are more right than others.
Yeah.
At least it's kind of based on observation, so they're not entirely wrong.
No, it's not. It's not entirely wrong. Like,
it says that the ISFJ ENFP relationship, or INFJ ESTP, is the most comfortable relationship.
mm-hmm.
But I don't know, man. This relationship seems pretty comfortable to me.
Yeah, and I worry about how I look to Delilah all the time. Like, I care so much, like, what she thinks. It's not very comfortable. But when we are together,
you don't have as many opportunities to confirm her positivity about you as you do with me too.
Yeah. I love Delilah. I want her to think well of me. I care what she thinks, guys. I'm being real. I actually care what someone thinks. I do care what people think. You were a vibe. Thanks for McCracken. It's not totally like astrology. Astrology's more fiction.
Astrology is just completely random. It's like
it is
if
random.
you're a Cancer and I'm a Capricorn, whether we're compatible is totally unrelated to the fact that we're Cancer and Capricorn.
Yeah.
It has absolutely nothing to do with it. I'm probably not like a typical Cancer. The Capricorn's probably not like a typical Capricorn. And the idea, even if the idea is correct that people who are like Capricorns might be compatible with people who are like Cancers, since people aren't actually like their astrology type, it doesn't matter.
But it is a problem that people are comparing MBTI or typology to astrology. Like, I can see where they are coming from because it's describing a personality, but they're not understanding that it's a cognitive thing.
Because they don't get that MBTI personality descriptions are predicated on an actual mechanics that makes sense, not just something unrelated like the stars.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true. Correlation doesn't always equals causation. Oh, guys, I got recommended some video about the MBTI craze in Korea. I think I found a reality show of MBTI type Korean on YouTube, although I don't know, maybe they were skits. That's interesting. I would probably be interested in watching that. I was just talking about Capricorn and Aries Nova 5. I was saying how, like, I don't have a lot of Aries friends, but because, like, Capricorn and Aries are square, so they're supposed to be like, oh, we're living our lives, boom! We hit into each other, and our lives are so different. But Libra is supposed to be like that too, and I'm a Capricorn, and I've had a lot of Libras in my life that I've gotten along with, even though that's another square.
This applies to lizard people because for lizard people, Saturn and, Mercury is never in retrograde. For the lizard people.
For the lizard people?
Yeah.
I think
they get an exception.
I think we're in Mercury retrograde right now.
Is it?
I think so. Let me see. We met on the channel. I followed the channel since 2018, interested in MBTI, typology, and Enneagram, and Eric had a lot of videos on it. So I started off liking his content. Then he started posting music, and at the end of his music videos, he always says, like, liking and comments are appreciated. So I was like, oh, I like this stuff. I'll definitely leave a comment. So I left comments on the music videos. And then I started following the live streams, and they were highly entertaining. I always laughed. So I was interested only when he was single. I was not looking to break up any sort of relationship. But I got a typing with Eric, and things kind of unfolded from there. No, you don't drive a Tesla. If you technically have a lot of air or fire in your chart, then you can get along with other incompatible elements of astrology if you get deep into it. Yeah, I mean, I have a Libra ascendant, so it could be why I get along with Libras more than I do Aries, although Aries is my seventh house, with seventh house represents the husband, so I should be attracted to Aries, but it's not really like that. It's fun to talk about, like it's a fun topic because there's a lot of stuff out there. That's funny, Winston's mom. I only have one air element, and it's my rising sign, so sometimes they don't even count that. Air Earth dominant caps. Is air first for you, Anova 5? Are you mostly air and then earth? I'm mostly water. So air and earth, huh? It could make a Capricorn a little bit more of an airhead, forgetful, caring about equality and balance more than a typical Capricorn would. But having Earth still grounds you, and you're down to earth person who knows about the material goods of the world. Hey, Mean Bird. Cool, Michelle. That's cool. June 26th. Your birthday wasn't too long ago, huh? I'm dominant. Water and then earth. So yeah, practical but progressive. Exactly. That's what a Capricorn who has predominantly air and earth in their chart. We saying Gregory and get disguise, Mean Bird. Love is all you need in this world. Love helps. What are you gonna say, Raoul Reader? What's that all about?
Lick this.
I think I got it all.
Oh man. Lick that. Lick. Getting it from there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that. There's anything much in there. I don't think there's really anything much in this one, but
The good old days.
yeah. So hopefully you got just
I definitely got a little bit.
you got a little bit of like ketamine blue balls.
What does that mean?
Not enough to get you ketamine down, but enough to.
I feel a little like tingle in my
Yeah,
nostril.
yeah.
It's ketamine. I do very well when I'm in the K-hole. I have to say, I do very well when I'm in the K-hole because Eric doesn't treat me like I have a drug problem when I'm on it. So like when I'm like when you go in the K-hole, you kind of like get into like a freeze state. You try to like I remember one time when when Corey was here, we were planning on going into town. And I'm like, oh, I can take a ketamine bump. That'll be fine. Actually, that might be fun to do. But I go upstairs to change, and I have like these two dresses in my hand, and I just like cannot make a decision on what to wear. And Eric is talking to me, and I'm not responding, just like barely responding. And I ended up in bed listening to YouTube, and it was great. It was great. Like I was in like this cocoon.
You loved you just the way you were.
Yeah. I know you crazy.
Seems like you have a drug problem that Eric is enabling.
Oh my god. No.
Really?
That's definitely not true. I mean, I like ketamine. It's hard to get, or at least it's hard for us to get. But I haven't had ketamine in over a year.
Yeah. You think she has a ketamine problem?
Yeah.
She did it a year ago.
A year ago. And like, apparently my psychiatrist uses ketamine in his practice to help people, but I'm still like
She's a little scared to hit him up for it.
I am scared to hit him up for it. I have allergies right now. My allergies are
K-holes are scary. She has a cough and a cold. Rachel did not have a cough or a cold.
I luckily so K-holes can be scary. I think they are mostly for people. For most people are. I didn't find it scary. I found it like really comforting. I don't know.
K-hole is like when you're so K'd out you can't move, make any decisions,
Yeah.
say anything.
Yeah,
It's
which is
just
probably what happened with Matthew Perry. Like he probably got into the K-hole and was, in a hot tub. You freeze up. You can't interact. The best place for you to be is in bed, laying down. I wouldn't recommend it any other way, actually.
Yeah. It's the way to go.
Yeah, and like listen to some music that you like. Like I remember one time I was like getting out of the K-hole and I was like, oh shit. Like I wonder if Eric and Corey came back because like my sense of time was way off. So I stayed in bed for a little bit, listened to YouTube, and then like was like, Eric? And then I was like, oh yeah, he went into town. And then I sat on the chair like right over there, and we were like getting into Johnny's music at that time. We were listening to Never Fair Always True.
Mm-hmm.
and I put on the music video, the little like mini music movie he made, and I was like, oh my god, this is so great. I love this music so much. Like, it just was like so.
The thing is, why don't you think I have a drug problem that Rachel's enabling?
Yeah, right.
Why is it
Yeah.
I have to be enabling her drug
Yeah.
problem?
Oh, I mean, you can put. It looks like candy, but no, it's not candy. And proceed with caution when it comes to ketamine. I would definitely say.
What's not candy?
Ketamine?
Ketamine's not candy. It's
No.
a drug.
Yeah.
Like all good drugs, it is for the purpose of having fun.
Yeah. And it was. I wasn't on it for anything. It definitely is.
The crazy thing with this drug problem idea is, what is the problem exactly? Like, doing drugs is not inherently a drug problem. A drug problem is like, oh, I'm sick because I'm strung out on fentanyl, and if I don't get any, I want to die.
Yeah.
That's a drug problem. You can articulate a problem. It seems to be a proper prerequisite to a drug problem, right?
Yeah, I just like it recreationally.
There to actually be a problem before you can claim there's a drug problem. But yeah, people say dumbass shit all the time. It's just the way of the world, I guess.
I don't know if this is an INFJ thing or just a me thing, but I grew up dissociating. It was my way of coping when my parents were fighting. I would dissociate. So I like that feeling a lot of dissociating, like not having anything on my mind and like just being in the moment. You know, like Corey's a really cool guy, and it was nice getting to know another INFJ. You know, aside from Lou, just because like it was interesting seeing an INFJ male. Yeah, I miss that.
We've got, I think, a bit of a disadvantage over INFJ females because they've got to try to be manly while also trying to be an INFJ. And INFJs aren't inherently the most manly.
No. I mean, he was wearing a Hello Kitty shirt while he was here.
Wow.
Yeah, he's not. But it's always nice to see yourself in another person. Like, oh yeah, I do that. Like I do that with Johnny's music. Like things that he'll say, his lyrics. I'm like, oh my god, I actually say those things. That actually comes out of my mouth. I don't think he would think that he's an INFJ. In fact, I think he would think that he's an extrovert.
Yeah, well, because he's full of colloquial understandings of terms that aren't very useful.
Yeah, it wasn't useful for me. I mean, it kept me thinking that I was ENFP for a long time.
Oh, I'm right over here. I'm busy right now doing a little bit of, I guess you might call it like general drug surgery. So I'm messing with shit.
Yes, this Putty Cat, you're right. This this channel is about scrapbooking and needlepoint. Love those things. While indica strains generally offer immediate calming effects, sativa strains might suit those needing to remain alert. It's crucial research and consult professionals before self-medicating with marijuana for anxiety management. I always liked sativa much better than indica. Indica, I don't like to fall asleep. I like uppers. I like to stay up and stuff. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, when I take sativas, I feel like
I like to stay up and stuff too.
we have fibromyalgia and a history of anxiety disorder. Indica would work better for that, Michelle. Candy means toffee in India, which is sweet in taste. I like toffee. Toffee is a very English and a very British English kind of candy. Eric is off camera. No, he's not picking Lynn from his belly button. He's trying to get some DMT, which we both like too. We are in the Pacific daylight time zone. Daylight savings time zone, Pacific. PDT, I think it is. Where are you? Where are you? I don't know what hero and parent functions means. What slots are those?
Hero is the dominant. Parent, I'm not sure if it's second or sixth. One of those two. Where are those blue?
1 and 2. So my hero is NI and my parent is FE. I mean, my NI is like, I don't know if it's my hero. Like when things were going on with Eric's dad, I had crazy intuition. Like it was just like I knew something was wrong. But like, what good is that? Like I couldn't do anything. Like, sure, I had an intuition, but what could I do with that? It didn't help.
Do you know where the blue plugs are? Oh, right there.
And FE as my parent. I mean, I don't think that FE. Like, I think of parents as like scolding and giving you rules and stuff, and like maybe it does give me rules to go by. Like,
I think it means like you're like a responsible parent with this function. Not just an adult, but like a responsible parent.
I guess.
I feel that way with TI. You can rely fully on my TI. I'm not the best at it. Like, it's not. I'm not the hero TI. That'd be INTP. But I am certainly fully competent at it. I can trust myself to handle any TI business successfully.
Yeah.
I can be the parent when other people are TI children. It's a way to think of it.
It's weird because I just feel like everyone's FE is good, but
no, you can see it with you and me. I'm the TI parent, you're the FE parent. And we're loving parents, so it's like I'm nurturing to your TI child, and you're nurturing my FE child.
yeah, that's true. No, Michelle's blood is her own.
Let Michelle keep her blood for her own vampires. Vampire poaching is a big no-no around here.
No, Raoul Reader.
Raoul Reader, you say all kinds of stuff.
Haha, Putty Cat. Yeah, I'm enabling Eric, and I also am grooming him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because, like, that's the only way to get a person that you like to be the way that you want them to be.
I'm the better way to be unique is my blood type is I can receive anybody's blood, but nobody can receive mine.
No.
It's all take.
I'm pretty sure it's all give.
Yeah, interesting.
Oh, I was like, if you're
doesn't make any sense that you could receive everybody's, but nobody could receive yours. It makes no sense.
Well, O is the universal donor, so any type can get O, but only O can get O.
Right. It doesn't make sense that nobody could get
Oh,
yours.
yeah, no, it doesn't. I'm a little slow, guys.
It's fine to be a little slow. We're both a little slow sometimes. We can only get our own type back, but we can give to others.
Yeah.
I have the other way around, see? I can take from everybody. I can give to no one.
Oh. So, like, labs are like, we don't want your blood.
It's called Evil-O.
Evil-O.
Yeah, I've got Evil-O. Putty Cat's blood type is Jack Daniels.
Oh, no.
It'll return to blood if you let the Jack Daniels filter out over time. You know.
Interesting, Michelle. Eric doesn't drink Jerry Jodo.
So you ain't never gonna see that stream.
I feel like a drunk stream, like.
If you do, it's an extremely dark day in my life.
Oh my god, I don't know what I would do.
Right. I mean, something super horrible would have to have happened for it to even be conceivable. I don't know what could be quite that horrible. But
I hope that never happens.
me too. I don't think it will.
No.
Jerry Jodo wants to know why you're so beautiful. I think it's odd that Jerry Jodo would be so like abrasive and anticipate that you'd be receptive to. I guess the bottom line is he's not being abrasive to you.
Yeah, but he is to you.
Being abrasive to me. Yeah. I see.
Don't
that
be
makes
abrasive
sense.
towards my husband.
That makes sense though, at least now. Now it makes sense. Now I get it. Why he would be very very flattering to you and yeah.
A little bit putty cat, but I don't like how it's going. I just think that they should just I don't know, like fucking leave people alone. Like he wanted to take ketamine, he found a way to get it, he took it, he did it. Like it's his. Matthew Perry killed himself on accident, but it was his doing. Did I miss Ellie? Hi, Ellie. I like your horses. Eric doesn't. Yeah, but Jerry Jodo, you've been giving love to me, but not Eric. I mean,
It's fine, Rich. I shouldn't have even brought it up. I misread what was going on a little bit because I thought he was abrasive to you or whatever. It was just
oh.
now I say okay, this makes more sense. But are you wrong for trying to bring the love? No, but only because there's no chance of it working. If you could actually drive some kind of wedge between me and Rachel, then it would be wrong of you. Although, you're not the one with the obligation. It would be kind of shitty of you, but not rights violating.
It's pretty like morally wrong.
Yeah.
I think it's important to have morals. I'm not like this crazy strict moral person, but I don't know. I think that it's important to have some morals so that you don't cross lines.
I don't know why people drink God either, but they do.
Do they drink God?
They drink wine. They drink the wine in the church. That's God.
I thought. Oh, and
blood of Christ.
Blood of Christ.
And they also eat God.
But aren't they eating Jesus more because of the blood of Christ?
Okay, well, yes, but Jesus is Lord. Lord is God. We could maybe say we stretch them
through Jesus's.
Yeah, Jesus' blood and the wafer.
Yeah, the
those
wafer
equal eating God and drinking God, in my opinion. Even though it's Jesus and not God.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
I think any component of the Holy Trinity counts.
I think that, Jesus went through a lot, so he can get as much credit as he wants, and God is doing his thing.
It's the same when I insufflate Holy Ghost ectoplasm. That's insufflating.
Oh.
God does not teach judge others. God does not teach you to judge others. I mean,
I don't know if the Athletics win. I didn't see.
They didn't play today. They don't play.
Oh yeah, that's right. Tomorrow.
Which is fortunate because we get Brent Rooker back after taking the series against the Mets. So, bada bing, bada boom.
Bada bing, bada boom, indeed.
We brought a little bit of that New Jersey swagger into the Mets stadium.
Yeah. The A's were in a newer groove.
Eric, why are you so handsome?
He is so handsome.
Well, Jerry Jodo, it's because every morning when I wake up, I look at myself and I say, hey, you are going to win people over just with your appearance today by glowing. I may not be the most, I'm a little pointy here, missing a few teeth, etc. But if I have enough glow, everyone will think I'm handsome.
I think everyone does think you're handsome because you are. And did you experience a glow up? Do you know?
I don't know what a glow up is.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you my secret of glowing if you want.
Yeah.
Keep a little candle in the very back of my throat. Just like a jack-o'-lantern. Just like a jack-o'-lantern.
So do babies put their candle on when a mother has like pregnancy glow? Like, is that like the baby being like, I'm here?
Babies are, until they come out of the womb, the top of their head is actually on fire.
Oh, so the fire like goes through the mother.
Their hair forms a wick all the way until they leave the womb. That's what provides the glow. Also, as babies leave the womb, they usually deposit a little bit of radioactive waste inside of their mother. And that'll help her to glow as well.
So glad to know that.
Mm-hmm.
Putty Cat, have you kept up with the whole like Blake Lively and her director drama? It's really interesting. I never really liked her, but that's just me.
Hopefully, in the Athletics and Giants play, there is not the earthquake like the World Series. I have shaved my beard before. I do not look attractive with a beard shave. I keep it no shorter than 2.5. Muhammad Rafiq, he hands out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trophies, and I think we've earned at least 4 of them.
I think we have.
The 5th one may be indicative of a trophy we've not actually earned. Eric, what does the J on your hat stand for? Jesus? No. It stands for Johnny. And it's been signed by Johnny.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's a little harder to get Jesus to sign your hat.
Would it be bloody, you think?
Well, he's like, sorry, I don't sign things.
Oh.
I forgive, I don't sign things. That's what his exact words are. Helps bring out the jawline, yeah. It's better for me to have a wider face, to be less skinny, less pointy, etc. I remember when his name was Jehovah, not jealous. Who's jealous? God? God's jealous because I said that Jesus' blood and body and wine and crackers, because I said that counts as eating and drinking God. You think I made Jehovah jealous? That's a far-fetched notion, Naikas, if you ask me. A far-fetched notion. Ezekiel 25:17.
So does that mean that there was 25 passages and 17 is what you're referencing?
It's like, it goes verse, book, verse, line. So,
Book of Ezekiel,
yeah,
verse 25 and line 17.
17.
Okay.
Maybe. I think that's it. I don't really know for sure. For you shall worship no other God for the Lord, whose name is jealous. Is a jealous God. Is he jealous of Jesus? I mean, wasn't that before Jesus? People change when they have a kid.
Oh, it's chapter then verse.
Oh, chapter, verse. Okay.
Okay, so it is chapter. Out of the book of.
So it's book, chapter, verse.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, don't you agree, Naikas, that God could have been jealous back in the day. But once he had a kid, he chilled out. He mellowed a bit.
Did he? I mean, he mellowed for a bit until Jesus, he was like, all right, you're going to have to die.
Well, I mean, the point is, he let Jesus forgive all the sins and said, okay, fine, I won't stop plaguing the shit out of everybody with the locusts and the fire from the heavens and stuff.
Oh, God?
Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely did chill out with that.
Yeah.
Once Jesus was around, it's true.
So I remember the one time he said there isn't a song about the name Rachel. There's this band called The Booze. There's a song called Rachel. It's also the case that I don't have a song about Rachel.
Well, the first one ever when we were at the beach.
I mean, I've come up with something, but I don't have one that I'm happy with or that I play, you know?
Yeah.
It'd be difficult to do. The Old Testament is the father of lies, who is a liar and a murderer. You belong to your father, the devil, and you want to carry your father's desires. He was a murderer from the beginning, not holding to the truth, for there is no truth in him. Who is it? Who is he talking to? Whose father is the devil? Jesus's? Is that what you're saying? That really Jesus's father is the devil? That's an odd notion. I've not heard that before.
No, I have not. Putty Cat. I actually don't know what I'm going to say. I need to drink because, like...
Yeah, you need to drink some liquids.
My pee was very yellow.
Have some of that. I playing with fire. It's my gay son again. You know, I did everything I could. I made him play baseball. I showed him pictures of naked ladies. He came out gay anyway. I gave him plenty of B vitamins. You should eat something. Do you want me to make you something? Would you like me to make you potatoes as per Mia's suggestion? Would you like me to make you hamburger? Would you like me to make you sausage sandwich? Would you like me to make you bread with cheese melted on it?
Sure, that sounds good.
Just that?
Yeah, because I'm not really that hungry.
Here's your lid.
That's why I'm like, I don't want him to go through, like...
I'll make something easy.
Bread and cheese, melted cheese sounds like a really good toasted cheese, grilled cheese. Sounds good.
Okay. I think what I'll do is I'm going to make you garlic bread with melted cheese on top of it. You might say, Eric, do you really know how to make garlic bread? Actually, yes, I do. Okay. You might say, Eric, why do you know how to make garlic bread? Well, because we're not cooking it, but prepping the garlic bread was part of the deli people's job, not the cooks in the deli kitchen. I definitely think that I didn't get enough DMT in me to make me all psychedelic out, but it definitely slowed me down. What are we doing? What are we doing? We are making bread, garlic bread with melted cheese. What do you want, Capito? Would you like me to let you outside? Gone now. Gone. You just want me to open the door for you, but you don't even want to go outside. What a selfish kitty.
He's so bad.
I was actually talking about Capito this time.
Oh.
Because she always wants me to open the door for her, but she doesn't actually want to go outside.
No.
She wants to look out the door and then decide not to go outside. Alright, so there's a bit of a trick to making garlic bread. I think I might just make Rachel garlic bread. Even though I said, grilled cheese, I might make her patented Anthony's Deli style garlic bread. I think she's gonna like it. And it comes with the 2 slices. That's right, and it comes with the 2 slices. I'm gonna make some for myself too. Alright, I'm gonna teach everybody how to make the perfect garlic bread with just a moment's bit of trouble. Doesn't take a lot of trouble, just a moment's bit of trouble. And you too will be enjoying delicious garlic bread that your friends and family will envy for a lifetime. That is, of course, your goal. To generate bad feelings in friends and family. So what I'm going to do, first step here, I'm going to heat up these because they're currently frozen. Okay, I can't do this when these are frozen. The way to heat these up so that they're going to defrost a little bit, get a little extra moist maybe. I'll put a little bit of water on this. And then we're going to put these in at this oven heating to 500. Blast those with some fast heat. Okay, so we got our 2 pieces of bread moistened slightly with a little bit of water. We're putting in the oven at 500 for just a few minutes to defrost, unwind, become. We're going to put this butter into the microwave for a minute or until it melts. Trouble, he comes to the door, he wants to be let outside, he actually goes outside. So in that regard, trouble is less trouble than Capito. So we're going to wait for that butter to melt. Once we've melted this butter, we're going to do a couple of little tricks that are going to show you the way to the future. We're going to keep this oven, and it's heating right now just to get the breads defrosted. But once we get the breads defrosted, we're going to take them out and keep the oven heating up. So we're going to go back into the oven with the garlic bread at a hot temperature. Alright, take notes everybody. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity to learn the fine art of garlic bread. Alright, so I didn't really need the full minute, but it's fine. So I've got your melted butter right here. I'm going to put a spoonful of this in here. It's your raw garlic. It's going to cook a little bit now. Not the butter, but it will cook again when we use the oven. And then additionally, put a little bit of this garlic powder. And I'm going to put this on the bread too, so we're going to put too much of that. But just a dash of this to give it a little bit of more salty, herby flavor. And a dash of this oregano. Not too much. Okay. So, let's check on our breads. See if they are defrosting in the oven with adequate alacrity. Let's turn them on their sides. See if that helps a bit. I do have that added softness from the bit of wetness that I put on the breads there before I put them in there. So that's a good tip to remember. For those of you who want cooking tips, cooking tips is like nobody ever learns how to cook everything, so they're kind of universally potentially useful to somebody. It's not like I'm cooking anything fancy here. Just preparing garlic bread in the old Anthony's Deli way. While I'm waiting for that bread to defrost a little bit more, I'll give this pan a clean-a-roo in the old sink. Oh, this little scrubber is great. Yeah, this is way better than that brush. I'll show you which scrubber I'm talking about. This one here. Nice and firm. Like a good mattress. Plus it's got this very agreeable soap release button on the top, I like this technology. It's fine soap/scrub technology. Okay. This can now go back where it goes. Ow. And yeah. Check on these breads. Are they defrosted yet? Not quite enough to pull them apart? No. I will turn them around like this. And go a while longer. Hope for the best. Obviously, the downside to freezing your breads stems from the slowness with which you can access those breads for most any purpose because of the necessary defrosting step. This unfortunate disadvantage is magnified when your bread is a roll. It's got a top and a bottom. They get stuck together. If you have a single slice of bread that's frozen, you can defrost that a lot more quickly. Where are my glasses? Then I'll be able to read what you're saying. In all of its pointless inanity. I'm just kidding. I'm sure everything you're saying is fantastic. What's vag shit? Alright, you hit the hay, Ananova. You hit it with all the ferocity of Muhammad Ali at his angriest moment. Close. Looks like a second longer. Okay, so that should be good enough. This one should now be melt already. We'll take out this plate to demo how to do this properly. Our butter's still melted, it was nice and hot. Means the fresh garlic's been kind of simmering away in that melted butter. You can see it becoming a bit more of an emulsion with the butter as I stir it around. Now, surely, at this point, yes. Okay, we've got our breads. Now, leave the oven preheating because these are going to go back in there. Pull them apart into 4 distinct breads. Okay, now we're going to, I had a brush to do this at the deli. I don't know if I really have a butter brush like this. So I'm trying to start with just more of the butter part. Okay. Each of these. And put more garlic part on top of it more. So just get the butter part here. Keep in mind, this butter is already well infused with delicious garlic flavors. And butter here. This. Yeah. And yeah. We're going to put that butter down just like that. You see what I'm doing? Not well enough. And it's pretty exciting. We're making garlic bread from scratch. No thing we bought at the store like just to make garlic bread. We're making this from just regular bread into the magic that is garlic bread from scratch. And I think Rachel and you and me and everybody is going to love it. I really do. Okay, now, next thing we want to do is get the garlic powder. And we sprinkle this on the butter part, lightly. Don't go crazy. Okay, there. Now, we're going to take this goofy part, which is much more garlic and less butter. We're going to put this along here, smush it all around. A spoonful for this one. Smush it all around. And a spoonful for this one. Smush it all around. And get the last spoonful for this one. And smush it all around. Now you got these in this capacity. They're going to go in this very hot oven. It's heating to 500. Alright. Put this. Is this ready for dirty dishes? This is dirty dishes, right? I don't know where Rachel is. It looks like dirty dishes to me. So I'll put these dirty dishes in here and start this. Start this dishwasher. Put this and this. Okay, let's get this plate. We'll put it in here as well. And we'll gather any last dishes that we need more to put in here, like put these dirty lids. Alright. Good enough. Now we'll get them, yeah, from here. And then we'll put it in, yeah. Put on this. And we'll push that. This goes back into the fridge. Okay. This is smelling fantastic, let me tell you. I think Rachel's going to love every delicious bite of this. Yeah, I get it. I need to clean the stove. It's a little dirty. You know, I clean the stuff off the stove. I'll get the stove next. Chill out. Chill out, Martha Stewart's Good Housekeeping Award. Okay, this house is a little lived in. It's not like filthy, for fuck's sake. So just cut us a little bit of slack. Rachel, your food's ready. Rachel? Your food's ready. Okay, yeah, I get it. This stove looks gross. And a very, very fuck you to you as well. Alright, here we go. Ammonia time. What time is it, y'all? It's ammonia time. When you're serious about shit, alright? When you're not fucking around. Okay. That's gonna have to be good. Just gonna get dirty again anyway. There. Okay. Put these back up. Yeah. 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 And yeah. Now, let's put these back on. And these. Alright, good enough. If you're still complaining about the cleanliness of my stove, then just fuck off. So I cleaned it with my whole ass. Five of 10. Everybody's a critic.
Looks good.
No, put out. I did not make the bread itself from scratch. Well, where's it coming from? Where's the money coming from? No, I got that, but like, is it funded by a brand new tax? Is it funded by redirecting existing funds that were poorly spent elsewhere into that? You know, what's the actual funding mechanism? So is it just like more unfunded deficit spending that then the government's going to borrow like that? My point is, I guess that if we could redirect those taxpayer funds from a more wasteful enterprise into a less wasteful one, it might be worth doing. Boba Fett was just talking shit because he's so jealous of my perfect bread. I mean, Jimmy B. It's an incredibly difficult question to answer, right? It's like Jimmy asks here, Eric, do you think life really has a definitive purpose, or did we come into existence by pure chance? So, the idea of us coming to existence by pure chance seems to defy what we know about things. Namely, that you can never apply non-living matter. You can never apply any form of energy or agency to non-living matter from a non-living agent and expect to get anything living from it. Nothing ever is born into life when lightning strikes a tree. A rock, a dead rock, okay? Nothing is ever born into life when highly charged particles crash into a dead stick. So, on the one hand, it seems kind of insane to imagine that the kind of creature that can question the nature of its own existence, whether or not it was purposed or is a purely natural phenomenon, which therefore presumably precludes certain kinds of meanings like intentionality. So I think it seems kind of weird that it would be like totally explainable. Like, look, obviously these big boulders down this hillside are not the work of giants from 1,000 years ago throwing boulders. The ancient people said, "Oh, this is the Titans' playground," but the Titans threw their boulders because the rocks are so big. But we have better explanations for this, right? We recognize that those boulders are this kind of rock that's consistent with this kind of landscape and this kind of geologic history, and that the fracturing of these large pieces off of the side of this cliff is responsible for this big array of boulders down here, not giants throwing them from thousands of years ago, right? So on the one hand, we've got that kind of notion where we have an actual example of like how things like, okay, let me recatch my train of thought. So, okay. So let's say that we are here by chance, which is presumably to say either that we're going to advocate in favor of evolution, even though evolution does not explain speciation, nor is it consistent with a fossil record that doesn't demonstrate gradualism at all and has no, and which suggests something called punctuated equilibrium, but for which evolution doesn't have an actual explanation. It doesn't say why evolution goes super fast and then stops, you know. So we don't have a good explanation for where species came from. Not really. People want to say evolution is an explanation for it, but it's not, because we need to explain how it is the case that so many of the species came into being all in over the course of 10 to 11 million years in the Cambrian explosion, and then there was a sudden succession of new species entering the fossil record, or at least a dramatic downturn in the rate of introduction. Why did this happen? What makes species start out the same and then split into two different species for some stretch of time, and then that process abruptly stop completely? Without the mechanism, we don't have an explanation for that. Do I love you or no? I am sorry. I'm sorry I did not greet you. I'm sorry I did not respond to your words. They're part of the reason why I'm slow to respond to you sometimes. Is because I don't know how to say that name. Translate. Unject. Nez Hudanchik. Nez Hudanchik. I love you, Nez Hudanchik. I'm sorry that I didn't respond to you quickly enough. So the point is, it doesn't matter whether the Darwinian model or any other model of evolution is true, but it is the case that that if we're going to say things just naturally happened, then we want to have some kind of naturalistic process that we can point to justify that claim, right? Evolution would present itself as a candidate for that naturalistic explanation, but it fails to uphold its duty. Jerry Joda says, "You're 4.5 hours from me, Eric. I'm in Los Angeles." That's true. You're 4.5 hours from me. What are you trying to say? So without any kind of natural explanation, it seems kind of intuitively more likely that something this well equipped to discuss, analyze, consider, postulate about purpose, what would comprise evidence of purpose, what would comprise evidence of a naturalistic explanation, etc., that all that kind of analysis and capacity that doesn't seem to link specifically to anything survival oriented, that would seem to suggest instead something contrary to survival orientation, like to what extent do we need to muse endlessly about cosmological questions? How does that help us survive? It might make sense to say it helps us survive to worry about existentiality. In other words, to fear death helps us survive and pass on genes. To avoid it helps us survive. But for this kind of abstraction, it links exceedingly weakly to any kind of possible evolutionary advantage. And it's important to remember also that once you get any decent sized population of a given species, the potential impact of any purportedly advantageous mutation or something introduced into the genome of a given species, the capacity of that to impact the genome as a whole becomes weakened with every additional member of that species, each of which reflects the same fundamental genome. Well, Jerry Jodo, I don't know when I'm going to do that. I was pretty pleased with myself today for making a couple of videos, a couple of long-form videos, after not really making long-form videos for quite a while. I think I'm happier with the one that took very little work than I am with the one that took a decent amount of work. I think the Let's Blame Matthew Perry, Heath Ledger, and which has 58 views from 8 hours ago. I think it's a good video. So I may not be recording new music and making new music videos at the moment, but I will again. But if there was a purpose of human life being created, why isn't there some sort of specific biological imprint in us that tells us what it is? Well, presumably the purpose would require the mechanism of a bunch of independently operating agents defined by one of 16 possible attentional configurations and equally defined by their own particular experience and how it links to that configuration, such that everybody's somewhat unique and everybody's somewhat be a slave to their type. I mean, I think that garlic bread was the fucking bomb.
So good, so good. That was like a nice treat. Like, I haven't had garlic bread in a while.
It's not that hard to make either, right?
That's great. Thank you for doing that.
Sure, of course. First of all, you say your age. I am 53. But if there was a purpose of human life being created, why isn't there some sort of biological imprint in us that tells us what it is? Obviously, because whatever our purpose is requires us to not have access to look behind certain curtains. If you imagine us being a quantum computer, we can't both represent uncollapsed superpositions in some way and also be able to see beyond the curtain and determine the results of the experiment. Even in experiments that don't have some sort of computer analogy analog here, like the one I was making before, you have double blind so that you try to keep the various cogs in the experiment unimpacted by awareness. Dad, which boyfriend of mine do you like more, my ex Justin, or my current boyfriend James? Well, your ex Justin, he was really polite to me, but frankly, I didn't like the way he spoke to you. I thought he periodically rolled his eyes, acted like you were a hassle to deal with. I didn't like that kind of attitude from him. Now, your current boyfriend, James, well, I'm gonna be blunt, son. He seems like a dumb slut. Wait. Is that what you want right now? I don't know. I'm not worried about him, exploiting you or something. Hopefully you get the gist of this. Hey, Eric, when should I ever need to bleach my anus? Never. I am so reliable. Nobody should ever need to bleach their anus. We did not build the city on rock and roll, but we did build the city on rocks. So I think I'm going to take a couple of Tylenol's and then maybe wrap up this stream and try to get a little bit of, that's right, shut eye. I'm not looking to get a full night's sleep. There's no point in lying to ourselves. That's not going to happen. But, I started off today's Enthusiasm Fest with a moderating influencer, which is I took one of Rachel's Klonopins. I have not even begun or thought about any sort of thing like Christmas shopping. Rachel gets mad when she sees advertisements for Halloween stuff. Still only August. Your new gadget lets you grow up to 200 feet tall. Wow. That's amazing. Where can I purchase one of these new gadgets? Well, you could call him a pushover. You could also just call him, you're not the only one who's going to be able to push him over, if you know what I'm saying. You're feeling sleeping after feeding geese? Is that normal? So, what you're saying is after you're feeding geese, it's made you sleepy? I don't know if that's normal. Playing with fire, you know what they say. Once a boy toy, always a boy toy. In fact, I'm pretty sure I saw him on Grinder just before this stream. Oops. Hey, forget I just said that. I'm 5'4" tall. I don't know, playing with fire. You're gonna have to manage your own love life, I guess. I don't approve of any of your man whores. Can't you find a nice Christian boy? The Grinder. It is apparently an application. It's like Tinder, but for gay men. I was just there checking for your safety, obviously. God. We don't even have DoorDash up here.
Oh, I smelled the DMT.
Yeah.
Cool, you got some?
Yeah, no. When I finally, that thing was charged, yeah.
Cool.
Oh, yeah. Christians are the gayest men of all. The hardcore the Christian you are, the more gay you are, like good. Well, I don't know. Playing with fire. Just trust my intuition and say, you know what I want you to start doing? Playing with fire? I want you to start dating straight men. And you won't be so gay. No, we haven't done anything more further on the matter. We need to. Well, look, I'm not into butt sex either. Okay? Just like God says no to sodomy, I say no to sodomy, other people say yes to it. Let's let them decide what they want to do. Oh, you mean homosexuality is genetic? Am I gonna catch the homosexual sin? Does it go backwards like that? Like, gay children make their parents gay retroactively? God burned down a whole thing because I'm gay. Well, he burned down shit for lots of reasons, you know. He used to be really into burning shit down. Knocking shit over, burning shit down, sending a bunch of locusts, the whole 9 yards, you know. The whole 9 yards. Maybe someday I'll be gay, but I doubt it because I just keep wanting to hunt my wife with my penis. I don't think God's homophobic. I just think he doesn't like butt sex because it gets poop on his dick. Same reason I don't want to try it, you know? I don't want anything to do with putting my penis in someone's butt. That's where poop lives. Your dog was bisexual. He loved to hump anything. He's omnisexual. But I'm gonna rub my dick on something until it comes. That's just common to all males, probably, that you could rub your penis on your own hand, this pillow, you know. Whatevs McGivs. Because of attraction, huh? Did you try to use the law of attraction? And you law of attraction to gay? First, last, it's mean. You will marry 6 height person, right? I don't know what that means, but I'm getting tired. I'm getting ready to sleep. You're born with hormones. I'm born with hormones too. And I'm not satisfied with that either. Every morning, I take a shot of all the different hormones to let them fight it out. Testosterone, oxytocin, got your estrogen, your progesterone, all of the other hormones. I just drink them all down. Why you read my personal chat, Eric? I don't know what the fuck who you're talking to or whatever. Just read the words I see. Your pee-pee got hard to boys. Hey, boy. Yes. My pee-pee gets hard around you. Can we play hot or cold? Where is it? Let me see. I'll move further away from you. I'll move closer to you. Now, I'll think about a lady. Now, I'll think about a man. So good for you. You're like, hey there, you with the penis. Let's have a sword fight today. This is what it means to be gay.
Oh, wow.
Sword fighting is the scissoring of gay men.
Oh, I see. I get it. It's a good comparison.
Well, I'm not taking estrogen, okay? Pretty cat. I just drank a mixture of oxytocin, progesterone, estrogen, and testosterone every morning when I get up.
Did you take collagen too?
A little bit of collagen and a little bit of Botox in there.
Oh.
I like my insides to be pouty. So, if you want to know how gay people are, gay women, they have sex like this. Scissor, 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 scissor. And gay men, they have sex like this. We're fencing. I'm jousting with you.
Mm-hmm.
And now you know. Anakin and Obi-Wan says, what the hell? Mix all that with ginger ale? How come it seems like you're always ingesting some kind of drug-like substance? Well, probably because I am. At least while live streaming. I like to have fun when streaming, you know. Often I'm much less consumptive when I'm not streaming. Do I like gays? I don't have any opinion about groups like that, okay? Individuals succeed or fail on their merits as individuals. If you're a shitty person, you're shitty. Doesn't matter whether you're gay, straight, whatever. If you're cool, then you're cool. Doesn't matter if you're gay, straight, or whatever. I'm kind of cute. Well, that's because I have learned how to be kawaii from anime.
Oh my gosh, he is so kawaii. Look at that. You did learn.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to pull another bong rip. No, I don't open carry. I don't carry at all. I do have a firearm at the house, but I do not carry it around or anything. Have I ever been to a swingers? No. Never have. Do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart? Depends on the girl. Do you ever wish you could be on the Johnny Carson show? No, but I probably wished I could be the Johnny Carson of the Johnny Carson show. Ever got caught cheating? No, but I confessed to it. And the one and only time I cheated, and my first girlfriend. Do I believe in ghosts? Not really. It was horrible, you know. It's still traumatic to think that I did that to somebody, you know. Just break up. Don't do that. Chakra Kabbalah 6.
Yeah, I made that mistake. I should have broke up with the guy, and I wasn't happy, and I cheated, and it was not good. It just didn't. It's not good.
Who asked who? Who asked her what? I don't know what you mean.
Me?
Oh, you mean you're asking who asked my wife Rachel? She misunderstood what I read. Chakra Kabbalah 6 said I asked permission to cheat. Rachel misheard or misunderstood that as meaning I cheated after he cheated. I reciprocally cheated. That's what Rachel did. The other person cheated first, and then she cheated in revenge.
Yeah, so it's like, don't even just break up with the person.
Yeah, just break up. In relationships, try never to win and lose, but definitely never cheat.
Yeah.
You might have to win or lose sometimes, but don't ever cheat. And you should try to not want to win or lose sometimes. You want your relationship not to be one of zero sum.
Yeah, well, like, I mean, that's what it became to me, like kind of a game. Like I was like, oh well, he whatever.
Well, Jerry Jodo, here's some news for you. You don't have to cheat. You could instead not lie to the person you're in a relationship with
Yeah.
and not be in a relationship.
What? Oh, it's so temporary.
But what you're saying then is you have to hide who you are from every woman you want to be in a relationship with potentially, because if she knew that, she's not going to trust you ever, and it's not going to be a good relationship. So you have to constantly be in a state of deceiving the person, not just about what you're doing, but about who you are fundamentally. What if you cheated with a woman? Would I care? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's still cheating. In fact, like, wouldn't you be confused too? Like, I mean, cheating is cheating. It doesn't matter whether.
I wouldn't be able to process it. It seems,
Yeah.
at this point, it seems so incredibly unlikely / impossible, for that to happen. You and I don't drink alcohol. If something crazy is going to happen and somebody's going to do something like that and regret it horribly and it be a huge mistake or whatever, it's going to involve a lot of alcohol,
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah, I met someone like that. He cheated on his wife, and there was heavy alcohol involved, and he had a lot of shame and regret over it.
I mean, I'm not talking about civilization at all, Jerry Jodo. I'm saying you have a partnership with another human being who's just as entitled to consent as you are. If you're in a relationship with them under false pretenses, they are not consenting to it ultimately because they need fully informed consent. Especially if you believe this other person is not lying to you and is honestly being faithful and assuming you're doing the same. I mean, you're doing them a great disservice on many grounds. Number one of which is people are extremely traumatized by that. And then they don't have the capacity to trust in future relationships. Jerry Joda, you should always miss out on an opportunity when it involves betraying somebody else and potentially traumatizing them for life. KRS. I won't even tell you anything. So, anyway. No, I don't wonder. I don't.
No,
I
neither
don't.
do
I
I.
don't notice opportunities. I'm not looking for opportunities. If an opportunity would have to punch me in the face for me to even recognize it as such, and then I would immediately say no. Okay, well, Jerry Jodo, I can't help but think you're engaged in terrible wickedness and creating a lot of wreckage and trauma.
It's sad. It's like
Yeah, it's sad.
the other person is living, like, basically your whole relationship is a lie.
Well, you're cucking your partner.
Yeah.
You're
You're cucking your partner without their consent.
you're making them into like the butt of your grand joke
Yes.
at the expense of their emotional well-being. No, I can judge your ways because your ways are expressly violating the rights of another. You are entering into an agreement that you have no intention of keeping. You enter into the agreement in bad faith.
Yeah.
You engage in a fraudulent relationship with somebody.
Yeah.
And that is expressly bad. My ways are not doing that. They don't meet that criterion for judgment, and so they shouldn't be judged. Where they do meet that criterion, they definitely should. I don't think anything is that bad, but
I'm like,
okay. Again, Jerry, the thing is, your partner didn't agree to be in a relationship with you as long as you were really good at hiding being cheating, right? She agreed to trust you, and because you agreed to not sleep around.
mm-hmm.
So you're just a liar and a fraud. Not to mention a wicked person doing a great deal of trauma in the world. On that note, I think I will. It's instincts, okay? So if you cannot control your instincts to engage in lying, fraud, and traumatizing people, then that just makes you a deeply shitty person.
Just why don't you just like be in an open relationship or with someone who's okay with that stuff? Like the other person you're with is, it just doesn't seem like there's consent there.
The thing is, Putty Cat, I'm not lying to anybody about what I'm doing. And I'm not, other people aren't making decisions predicated on the idea that I'm not doing what I'm doing and then being surprised later on by the fact that I'm lying. Like Rachel had something like that in an earlier relationship where she lied to her partner early on about whether she smoked weed, and then she had to try to hide it, and etc. You know, the problem in that instance was exactly the same as in cheating. It's not as severe in my mind, but
I lied though.
it's the same kind of problem. It's her partner couldn't trust her because she was trying to be something that the partner wouldn't have been okay with, despite the fact the partner wasn't okay with it, and hide it and lie about it.
Yeah, it was bad.
Keep in mind, Jerry Jodo, what I do with my body does not involve the consent or agreement of another person, and that's the big distinction. So, on that note, I'm going to end the stream. You kind of bummed me out with your
That sucks.
with your just shittiness.
Jerry.
Or if you want to continue stream, go for it.
I mean, I do, but I don't. Yeah, we are, McKenna. How are you still awake? Did you sleep? Is it still?
It's not even 2 a.m.
Hi, Rostov von Don in Russia. How should we start over? You're making cups, like, out of pottery? I can't do a blinker. I have insomnia too. I take Klonopin for it.
I'll hit this a little bit.
Good.
I'm not going to blinker it, but I'll hit it some.
My favorite board game. I was never really a fan of board games. I'm not really a competitive person. Although, I guess it's not fully true because I do like when teams win. What is my favorite board game? I like the Game of Life. I like Chutes and Ladders. I liked Candyland as a kid.
Who's Negan? Listen. Meow, meow, meow. Who is Negan?
Wow.
What is she high on? I don't know, Rachel.
No,
are you
Eric
high
is
on
not gonna
something?
get on OnlyFans. Do you have an OnlyFans? I wouldn't be surprised.
Actually, yes. It says we're not on any Molly.
No.
We wish we could get drugs like that.
Yeah, I know. I wish. I've never tried Molly before. I've always wanted to.
Racking lines and hoofing bumps. It's Saturday. I don't know what that exactly means, but it sounds like drug talk.
It's true. Trazodone doesn't always work. I was on Trazodone and I believe I got used to it. It didn't always work or whatever, and I would end up taking more than I was prescribed. I did that a lot.
Okay, Jerry. Well, you know what? It's never too late to come to Jesus.
It is never too late.
Legend P says that girl on something.
I'm smoking weed, plus like my eyes are really watery. There's something must be in the air that I'm allergic to. So Chakra Kabbalah 6, I've never had a bad mushroom trip, but I've had bad mushrooms experiences because I don't like to throw up, and a lot of times taking mushrooms makes me throw up, but I fight it. So I'm like, I get the mushroom tired, and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go to sleep. But I'm like in bed, like rolling around because like I'm supposed to throw up, but I'm fighting it. And then I'm like, no, if I just go to sleep, it'll be fine. And I close my eyes, and then I start hallucinating. And it's tough for me. But I'm different than Eric. Eric has very good trips on mushrooms, almost every time. So I'm not sure what the chemical is in there that makes it different for us, but like I've never seen like the devil or like hallucin like been scared or anything. It's unpleasant for me because I don't like throwing up.
Okay, well, instead of praying for you to stop, Jerry Jodo, I'm just gonna put you on timeout. Probably a more effective approach. Acid and shrooms made me do those stops too. What stops? Do you know what he's talking about?
No.
Yeah, I don't know either. I do shrooms relatively often,
Yeah.
but I haven't in a while because I'm out of them, and it's kind of a long trip to get more. She sang earlier,
Yeah, I
actually.
sang earlier, yeah.
I've had it before, but no, it's not 17 years. It's 14 years. She's 39 and 53. Sometimes it's 13 years. She'll be 40. Well, still 15, 53. Well, I still don't know who Negan is. Yeah, well. You know, Rachel and I are meant to be.
Yeah, we are.
It's not just like. People want to interpret this as like, okay, aging Eric gets like sugar baby turns into trophy wife or something. That's this is not who we are.
It was like right away, even before I like went to LA, that like we fell for each other.
I mentioned that the girlfriend I had before Rachel was my age exactly.
Mhm. Yeah, not
And the boyfriend you had before me was
younger
younger
than
than
me.
you.
Yeah. Yeah. But actually the BPD was same age as me.
Hmm.
Yeah, so that whole age thing really doesn't matter. I mean,
It doesn't for us.
like it
It,
doesn't for
it
us.
has some conceivable small impacts that might, like there's no particular reason why you ought to presume that you and your wife are going to live to the same time, same age, if you are the same age, right? So it is more likely that if we were closer in age, that we'd die closer together, right? But that's my parents died close together,
Mhm.
but uh, like my grandmother, her husband was younger than she was, and she outlived him.
Oh man, I don't want to think about like.
Right, those are depressing things, right? But that's about that's what I'm getting at is that even the depressing parts, there's no guarantee that just because you're the same age, you're going
No,
to live
no,
as the same amount of time.
no, there isn't. No. Like,
No, there's no Viagra.
well, like you don't want to be Drake or like that YouTuber Cody Co. Like, uh, like being 25 with a 17-year-old. It's like, why can't why, like, why can't you find someone your old age? Like, I don't.
I
Why?
mean, would I want her to move on? Yes, provided it's somebody who really loves her and takes care of her, and I wouldn't want her to have to get into relationship for practical reasons. But if I were to pass before she, and I wouldn't want her to be lonely.
Yeah, I wouldn't want you to be lonely either.
I don't know if I would bother, but
I don't think I would either.
you know,
I wouldn't either. I mean, if you did, like, I like would want the same thing for it to be for love and to take care of each other and stuff like that. Um, but I I wouldn't want to be with anyone else, really. That kind of.
I mean the thing is, it's a little less obvious at 39, or a lot less obvious at 39 than it is at 53. But you only have so many decades, and they go by pretty quickly. And your body changes, you're getting older, you're aging with a partner.
Mhm.
Um, there's a shared relationship with some of the existential fears. There's a shared relationship with having each other to cling to and to trust. And that's not easy to attain, and it's not easy to replace.
No, it's not.
This is the first relationship I've had where it's been that good of a relationship and provided all those things for me. And I don't think I'd be able to easily enough replace it.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, you remind me, and I know, but I like when you remind me like that what we have is special. Sometimes I'm like tough on people in relationships, like um, but I have to realize that what we have is not exactly what even the standard is.
I mean, I think it's informative that neither of us had an equivalent relationship prior to this one. You know, it's not. It's not. We both had not bad relationships before,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Like,
it was
so
important for me.
my first girlfriend wasn't a bad relationship. My second wife, for most of it, wasn't really a bad relationship. It was, you know, both everybody was down to fill the roles they were supposed to fulfill, and you know. So, so I guess the takeaway is, yeah, I've been charging it, but I wonder if maybe I need to
Oh, there you go.
do that.
No, it's not lighting up.
I guess it needs more charging. Alright, just leave it charged for a while. Who has a password on their phone?
I do.
I do.
Not because I have anything to hide, just because if I were to leave my phone somewhere.
It's just basic good digital security.
Yeah.
To have, or those kind of things.
Yeah, we put one up last year. We cut it from our side yard.
Really?
We're kind of Christmas people. We both enjoy the season a lot, I think.
I think this year, yes, we know each other's phone passwords.
Yeah, we do.
So it's good for general digital security. Like, you know, if a robber gets your phone, you know, they can really mess with your shit if they can get into your phone. But we don't have secrets from each other. What's that?
Legend says exchange phones now. Let's see the honesty test. Like, honestly, I mean, I have nothing. Okay, you want to see what I've.
I'm not looking at her phone. I've done this so many times. Okay, I'm not perfectly trusting. I take advantage of the fact that I can investigate, right?
Honestly.
What?
I'm not gonna even look at your phone.
I know you never bother, you know.
It's like.
Yeah, it's all pretty boring stuff.
Yeah. How's it a vibe killer, Legend P? You want me to look at Eric's phone?
I can't because I'm live streaming on my phone.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't do shit on my phone. If she wants to search, you should look on the laptop.
right? It's like, you know, I mean, like,
Yeah, it's just like makeup stuff and
outfit stuff and
free people, different possible things you might, different kinds of Kristen S. hair products that you were looking at.
Yep. I'm telling you, you wouldn't, Legend P. All the stuff that's embarrassing.
Double
To me?
strap flats.
Yeah, like,
Nothing.
I'm telling you, there's nothing. Eric does peep on my phone every once in a while, and like, if he finds something, he's usually happy. Like, I don't know, he doesn't find anything. If he finds something, it's something that I'm embarrassed about, but like,
I don't find anything indicating any kind of cheating or talking to other boys or
no
anything like
way,
that.
no.
She's the only thing that would bother me. I do find it curious sometimes what she's up to, but you know. What is this? Fenty Beauty. Is this like makeup named after fentanyl? Fenty Beauty?
Yeah, Fenty. It's not named out of Fenty. No, it's Rihanna's makeup brand.
That's a terrible name.
I think her last name is Fenty, but yeah.
One color palettes. So boring.
Can I have my phone?
All these ballet flats. It's just shockingly boring.
Good, I'm glad, because it is boring. I'm not. Yeah, Fenty is a makeup brand. No, you know what, Pretty Cat, I haven't. You know, I know that, like, Eric looks at porn sometimes, like, that's just normal, and, like, I don't want to know. Like, I don't.
My blood pressure is not building. I didn't see anything that concerned me at all in the slightest on her phone. It's just a bunch of boring shit. Sometimes I look at sometimes I get caught up looking at it because it's like, how many different pairs of flats are these? Did you buy all these pairs of flats, or did you just look at them all? You couldn't have possibly have bought that many pairs of shoes.
No, I'm literally just looking for ideas.
I was thinking that, come off this, guy, hug your wife, life is short. My wife and I don't have any problems at all.
I don't mind hugging.
I don't mind hugging at all, yeah.
I love you.
There's nothing to see on her phone. And she's she's not even hiding anything at all. It's like she's terrible at hiding things. And I'm pretty good at being a detective.
Yeah, you are.
So,
And I just choose not. Like, I just choose to trust you, so I just don't look at stuff. Like,
you are smarter than me and normally I don't look at your stuff too, right?
no, you normally
By
don't.
and large, we just trust each other at this point.
Yeah.
However, we're still subject to the irrational fear that I think everybody's subject to once they've been betrayed at some point.
Yeah. I mean, look, I get jealous. I get jealous over the dumbest shit. Like, like I said millions times, like I'll check Eric's synastry, astrology, his birth chart compared to like an attractive celebrity, and find out that they have like amazing compatibility, and be like, oh my god, he's gonna leave me when he meets her.
Ooh la la. Guess what, Simone Biles? You and I are astrological
God.
matches.
I have to find out. Actually.
Because I don't really like Simone Biles, you know. Rachel and I aren't upset at each other at all. I don't have celebrity crushes. Rachel's just pulling this shit out of random air, right? She like goes, I wonder what Eric's compatibility is with Ariana Grande or something.
Yeah, and then if it's better than our compatibility, because we have really good compatibility, I get jealous.
She's worried, for example, because apparently they've got very good compatibility with Britney Spears.
Yeah, like 100% all across the board.
This is not a fedora, it's a baseball cap. So anyway, obviously I'm not interested in Britney Spears. Legend P, let's just, that's far enough. That is far enough.
No, I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Just yeah, this.
Is she an Aries? Or just Pisces.
We were having fun, and you pushed it a little too far. We were having an interesting conversation. Buddy cat. Yes, there was a time, as you insist on reminding me.
Oh my gosh.
So many times in life, when I did as a kid have a crush on Tootie from Facts of Life. Tootie.
Get over it. I mean, everyone has like a crush like that.
You know? It was just more of like a... It was like boyhood crush too. It wasn't even like me fapping to pictures of Tootie in the bathroom, you know? What signs are we two? I'm a Taurus.
And I'm a Capricorn.
Capricorn and Taurus.
So this is how accurate astrology is. If astrology was totally accurate, Eric would actually be very attracted to Simone Biles. Yeah.
Well, there you go, Rachel. There you have it.
You know, that's like basically all I need.
What have I demonstrated before I knew anything about that? I demonstrated that I do not like
her.
Simone Biles.
Mm-mm. No, in fact, like, so Eric and Simone Biles' human rating is 95%, emotional rating 99%, sexual rating 100%, and communication rating 91%. That couldn't be any more wrong. That's why I feel like it's really important for people to know each other's MBTI type, because that's actual like behavior stuff.
You don't want to end up in an arranged marriage with Simone Biles.
She's only a year younger than Delilah.
I would have thought she's older than that, actually.
Oh wait, maybe a year older. She's a year older. Yeah, she's a year older. I thought she was actually closer to my age. With her demeanor, she's so like serious. She's so serious.
Well,
Just like Serena Williams.
she's so trying to be polished, you know? It makes me be like, you bad faker. If you're gonna be fake, do a good job of faking.
What does polished look like, though? Or do you think that there's some people who...
I'm smelling bad. I was smiling and waving.
But she's not always.
No,
Sometimes she
she's not.
slips.
Yeah, well, she's polished enough for idiots to be fooled, I guess.
Yeah. Cause like I think of like Grace Kelly as being very like a very polished person, but I don't think that she was fake, really. I mean, I don't know. She just seemed to have that like. Oh no. Like classic glamour sort of perfection, but that came naturally. She wasn't trying to. I actually kind of feel bad for the Hukta girl. I mean, she didn't give bad advice, but now like she's just known as forever as the Hukta girl. And she says that she really doesn't want to be known as that. Yeah, we heard, Putty Cat. I think we heard from you. I'm glad she's getting something out of it. I mean, it was funny, you know. I saw the interview. At first, I was like, "What the hell?" Like, that doesn't sound funny at all. But then I saw the interview, and I was like, "Ah, that's actually pretty funny." Like, you know, like a young girl, like she's like, "Oh yeah, I got the secret to what."
Oh, I have a good answer.
Yeah, and like, you know, she said it before because her friend was like, "Oh, you don't want to talk to me. You want to talk to my friends." Like, and then they interviewed the Hukta girl. But yeah, she said she's gone on podcasts and stuff and said that she's like not happy with the title of being the Hukta girl.
Because it's like from now on I'm known as a girl who spits on dicks.
Yeah. I mean,
She's not wrong.
no, she's not. Where is she from, Putty Cat? Is she from Long Island? I wouldn't be surprised. It wouldn't like surprise me at all if she is for some reason from like Long Island.
It's like I haven't even spit on that many dicks.
Oh, she's from Tennessee. She does have a accent. So what the heck was she doing throwing out for the Mets? That's weird.
I don't know.
I have It Boy stuck in my head.
I know. It does take on a head.
It does. Even though the line, the Gen Z Eminem, I'm always like, you're not Gen Z.
And you're not very much like Eminem.
He's not.
You're totally a different artist, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Doing a totally different kind of thing. The only similarity you try to want to claim is like largeness, I guess, importance. But in all other ways, you're not like him. Like your style is not like him at all. He's an any dom. You're NI tool. You're not all about getting into beefs with everybody.
No.
Yeah, baby, no money.
Baby, no money. No, in fact, he's more of a collaborator than anything.
Right.
He loves to work with other people.
So he's just not really like Eminem in any meaningful way. Okay. Let me put
She's
this
got an
in here.
agent and publicist now. She's doing the rounds, all the podcasts and stuff. So they got her first pitch somehow.
Did you throw a spitball?
Oh, see, that's like the thing. Like she's gonna get jokes like that, like all over the place. It'll die down soon, and it'll be another person.
Nobody even knows what her name is. She's just
The Hawk Taw girl, yeah, tour girl, yeah.
I'm gonna go like that, Rachel.
Okay, I'll be right there.
You scream if you want to, or come to bed if you want.
Okay. Thanks, UFC food. Do you guys like Baby No Money? I think the line, the Gen Z Eminem, just sounded good, so he used it. Like, I don't think he... Yeah, so are you guys Baby No Money fans? Or Eminem fans? Hello, hello, hello. Is there anybody in there? I do like coffee a lot. I like coffee a lot. Hello, hello, hello. Is there anybody in there? Tell me. Yeah, he's known first last for catchy songs, Baby No Money. He knows how to make a catchy song. Eminem is okay. I could take him or leave him. I like Eminem. He always intimidated me. Like I felt like if I was a celebrity, he would somehow like put me in a song in a way that might not be like, if you're a celebrity, you can't really outrun being in an Eminem song, especially if you're like popular at the moment. At least that's what he used to do. I know he talked about like a couple of celebrities on this most recent album. This most recent album is really a disappointment. I was seriously looking forward to Eminem's newest album. It's really not good. It's not that it's not good, it's just very long. And because it's so long, the listening power is just not there. When I lived in Michigan, a friend of mine was one of the many in the crowd in the rap battle 8 Mile. Oh, really? Thanks, you seafood. That's pretty cool. He was like an extra or like he was an extra in the rap battle in 8 Mile? I remember seeing that movie and being like, wow, this is actually really good. I sometimes see change. Cool, that's cool. I've heard being an extra. Hi, Roy. I'm Rachel, Eric's wife. I heard being extra is actually pretty decent work. Like, one time they were filming a commercial at the restaurant that I worked at, and some of the extras in the commercial like came up to me and were talking to me, and they were like, yeah, like I basically work when I want, and make my own, like if a job comes up and my agent calls and says that I want to do it and I can, then I just go. But it's not like it's not like, 5 days out of the week. It could be tough. I'm like not liking this coloring right now. Like I don't know how to make it better. Oh, you can see him for 1 second. That's fun. Hey, GC, I'm good. How are you? Yeah, so like, we live in Mariposa, California. How about you? But yeah, the extras were like, yeah, this is so much fun. You should do it. But you kind of have to hustle. It's kind of hustling. I'm from Mariposa, California. Where are you from? Oh, you've been going for 8 hours. Two, 3, 4, 5 a.m. on the East Coast. Like having family back east, it's like difficult sometimes to coordinate like phone calls and stuff with them because of the 3-hour difference. It actually makes a big difference for me because sometimes I wake up late. Like I'm a night owl and I wake up late. Usually I wake up around anywhere from like 12 to 2 in the afternoon. So 2 in the afternoon Pacific time is 3 hours different. So 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like dinner time for a lot of the families that I have on the East Coast. What's about your last vacation? We didn't really go on vacation. When was the last time we went on vacation? We went to visit Lou in Portland. That was part of a vacation. We did something else though. Did we just do that? Did we just go to Portland that time? I guess so. So yeah, last vacation was probably Portland. I think that was last year. We visited a friend from the channel who was in Portland. I feel like I can't remember. But we don't really go on vacation very much. It's a lot of money. Plus we have the cats. South Carolina. What part of South Carolina? My mom's in Myrtle Beach. Hey, Cobb. Mama, ooh, I'm already married. I'm married to Eric. He's asleep right now. He's heading to bed. Or he's already said, yeah, I'm married. 30 minutes away from the capital. What is the capital? Is the capital Charleston? Or is Charleston just a city in South Carolina? I'm not gonna drop him. He's the best thing that's happened to me. Love. Oh, the Columbias. Columbia, South Carolina. I've only been to Myrtle Beach and Charleston because my sister went to Charleston College, Charleston University, Charleston College for college. And we went to visit her one time, and we stayed in Myrtle Beach and met up with her in Charleston. It was fun. I liked it. Oh. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, Charleston is on the coast. In fact, I was talking to my mom not too long ago, uh, and she was saying how Charleston really has to worry, like they worry a lot about like hurricane season and stuff because they are like right on the water, and Charleston gets flooded a lot. It's such a pretty city. It's too bad. Mortimer Snurd, it is me because I have eyebrow. You know, like how they were saying on TikTok, do I have eyebrow blindness or um blonde blindness? Like I absolutely 100% had eyebrow blindness, mascara blindness, and blonde blindness. Like when I went blonde, I went from like having like an ashy blonde color all the way to like platinum. Like I couldn't stop bleaching my hair. Even though my hair is naturally like this color. This is my natural color. Um and yeah, so I absolutely had blonde blindness for like the longest time. Um I thought it was like the color for me. Uh and then my eyebrows, I used to tweeze them a lot. I don't tweeze them anymore. I don't do anything to them anymore. They just never grew back. Um, so my eyebrows are pretty dark. So when I was blonde, I tweezed my eyebrows so they weren't as like noticeable. They weren't as like there wasn't such a contrast. But yeah, people have been talking about like blush blindness, outfit blindness, blonde blindness, uh eyebrow blindness. Thanks. Thanks, Mortimer. Snurd. Girl, you refresh me like ice cold soda. My heart is blah for you to come over. No one loves you like I love you. No one loves you like I love you. No one loves you like I love you. I love you. I love you. I'm gonna. I think people do thread still. I got pretty addicted to plucking my eyebrows actually. Like I liked the way it felt. My friend and I I mean, like, I like makeup and doing stuff like that. Like, I've always liked, like, when I was little, I wanted to play with my mom's makeup and stuff, and I like girly things. So, I don't mind makeup. You know, sometimes I don't want to do a full face of makeup, but it can be fun. I mean, it's easier being a dude, that's for sure. But I don't really like wish I was a guy. But you wouldn't want everyone to be XY because then you just would be a dude amongst dudes. I'm gonna put up a song that you guys should really listen to because it's stuck in my head and I think you guys should listen. The best thing, Johnny. Hi, Kyle Pemberton. I'm not sad. I'm fine. Thanks for asking or whatever. Not asking, but like. This could be a summer bop, even though it's not new. This is from like 2 years ago. It's a good song. You guys should listen to it. It'll lift up your spirits, even though it's like 2 in the morning. My allergies have been really like acting up. Every little thing. Yeah, I would be playing it out loud right now if it wasn't for a copyright thing. We would definitely get copyright strike. That's why I'm just sharing it. So definitely check it out, First Last. It's a catchy song. No, I'm not gonna twerk. No, 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 no. Thanks, Kyle Pemberton. I'm your John to your own no. Cause you were the best thing, my heart's obsessing. Okay, good. Sometimes, like, if you're on your cell phone watching the live stream, it won't show up. The link won't show up. The link only works really when you're on your laptop or whatever standard computer. Oh no. Why isn't it showing? So, today was a lazy day. Actually, today we mostly live streamed and we stream about anything. It started off as a typology, Enneagram sort of channel. Then it just became Eric like documenting his life. Hey, Legend P. Shady's back. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who? I like Houdini from the new album from Eminem, but I don't know what he was like. I don't know if he was like trying to like rush for time or something. Because it just doesn't. It just like it feels like it was rushed a little bit. The album, like he did it in like a month or something. It just didn't. Eric is my husband. He is the one who started the channel. We met through the channel and now we're married. But yeah, we usually talk about typology. He wants to be Jamiroquai. What Johnny does? Johnny's not like Jamiroquai at all, Boba Fett. I mean, maybe virtual insanity. It might sound like it, but he might get influence from Jamiroquai. He was young enough to hear it, but oh my god, it's so good. It gets kind of it's like a good summer bop. It's a good summer bop. The best thing by Johnny. It might not be the best thing that he's made, but it definitely gets stuck in my head. Do I know who Visba Cartel is? No, I don't. Yeah, it is very catchy, right? First Last it gets stuck in my head. It hasn't been stuck in my head in a long time, but it's one that I re-listened to like not too long ago, and it's been in my head. VYB. How do you even say that? I don't know who that is. I don't listen to him. Is he good? Like, he looks sort of familiar. He's collaborated with Rihanna, Jay-Z, and Eminem. I don't know any of his songs. Vibes Cartel. Oh, I see. I'm like Biz. What's a good song by Vibes Cartel? Vibes Cartel. He is Gen X. Speaking of, I don't know who Jesse Murph is either. Cool first last. That's a great time to listen to Johnny songs, honestly, is in the shower. He droned them. What does that mean? Drone them? You mean the song? Is that the song you're recommending? I'll have to put you guys on mute. Oops. No. Don't play right now. Okay. I will. And I'll put you on mute. So he's talented for what he sings, for what, like for the type of style he does, which is that like, what is that? What kind of music genre does he sing? Legend P. Like, it sounds so like dance hall. Hmm. Huh. Like with people grinding on each other. That kind of music. That kind of dance hall. It's like stuff that I grew up with. Like Shaggy. But not like Shaggy. Shaggy's not really. But it sounds like that. Like, you know. Yeah, I don't like the auto tune. Eric is sleeping. I'm gonna join him soon. I just didn't feel like I'm like not tired, so I'm not gonna show you. He's sleeping. Oh, dance? Okay, so like when a song like that, Vibes, what's his name? Vibes Cartel would sing. We used to, like, in the 8th grade, God, 8th grade dance, like I remember. So you would go like this, and then you like, and grind on each other. Like your leg would be like under his crotch, and his leg would be under my vagina, and you know. Like that, grinding. You know, and then you do like that. My rhythm is I'm not joking. That's really like what grinding was in like the 8th grade. You would put your leg under his crotch, you put his leg under your vagina, and then you sway. And then you grind a little bit. But it's an 8th grade dance, so they don't let you keep on like that forever, obviously. Kids shouldn't really be like dancing like that, but that's how I learned how to dance. I like have lost a lot of rhythm because of my neuropathy in my feet, so it's hard for me to like be on like beat with the rhythm. Sucks. Thanks, J-Bone. But I don't usually listen to music like that. Like, cool, Legend P. Happy to hear that. Or see that, I should say. What are my top? artist. Top. My most. So on repeat, I have Eminem, which is interesting because I haven't listened to that in a while. Sufjan Stevens, Johnny, Black Flag, Justin Timberlake, specifically Crimea River, Fleetwood Mac, Johnny, Evoking's Wolf Player, like I don't know who that is, Little Dragon, Talking Heads, Johnny, Jim Blossoms, Buddy Holly, Spoon, Johnny, Howard Jones, Saint Motel, Dayglow. My top songs were all like Johnny songs. Adios, Death is DJ, Strawberry Chainsaw, La La La, Wide Open, Wide Eyed. Then Lola Young, Conceited, I Want the World to Stop, Belle and Sebastian, Wet Dream, Wet Leg, Boy Scout Johnny, Les Banana Split. Yeah, 8th grade, I was grinding. Hello, Aden Murga from Berga. I don't know where that is. Hi, Leah McDowell and Kevin McDowell. Bubba Sparks, that takes me back. Bubba Sparks definitely takes me back. I know that name. What's one of Bubba Sparks' like big songs? Yeah, it's fine. It's 2:53 in the morning, so he's in bed. I put my mama on it. Yeah, basically nap time. Hold on, I'm going to look up Bubba Sparks right now. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I muted you guys because I was listening to a song. Sorry. I was trying to find that song, Legend P, but I couldn't find it. But I don't think I like Bubba Sparks. Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius, is that the Stoicism guy? Everyone loves to talk about your Stoicism, Marcus Aurelius. It's annoying. Just because you were stoic and it worked for you doesn't mean that it works for everyone. Like, people have feelings and they're going to express their feelings. I mean, I could see the advantage of being stoic as a leader, but I don't know. Those collections of thoughts, what was it called? I don't know. I don't remember. I used to be like really into like stoicism and stuff. Oh my god, it's tough. Stoicism is tough. It lasted like a week for me, and then I had a bad day, and I was like, all I wanted to do was be like, fuck this shit, fuck you, everything, get out of my face. And that's okay. Like, I had to learn, like, that's okay. Just because, like, I can't be stoic through everything that happens to me in life doesn't make me a bad person or less than. In fact, those days where shit was going down and like I was feeling it and wasn't totally composed was some of my most genuine times. I mean, that's not true, but you know what I mean. Like, I was being true to myself at the time. Pragmatism. So pragmatic. I mean, it worked for the time that you were ruler, so congratulations. I mean, that is maybe war made you meditate, as in, like, war sometimes frightens people. Instead of it frightening Marcus Aurelius, it made him tranquil. I feel like so many people live that way though, Boba Fett. Like, shit happens, shrug, get on with it. And like then nothing really gets solved. Why is no, today's not a special day. We're on amphetamines. It's not so easy to do in real life. It's really not. Life will throw you challenges on purpose to like test your patience and stuff. I mean, if someone is like, you know, in your face, like, and you're not reacting, that's like not a bad thing. But, you know, yeah, that makes sense. Experiencing most of my kids die while 5 made it into adulthood made me prevail in just living and doing good and being useful. You just didn't sweat the small stuff or the big stuff. You were like one of my least favorite lines. It is what it is. I fucking hate that. Ugh, I hate when people say that. You know, it is what it is. I mean, yeah, it is what it is, but you can change it. It doesn't have to be that way. I mean, true. The best thing to do is just walk away, not respond. Anger is a good thing if you don't take action or make decisions on that action. Anger, yeah, yes, I agree. Like, emotions are not great to make decisions with or by. But it is what it is right now. It can definitely change. That's just such a I'm just giving up. I mean, sure there are times where you have to throw your hands in the air and just be like, there's like nothing I can do to save this, whatever it is.
Yeah, it's like somebody says, I really wish I hadn't gotten off to such a bad start with you. I didn't mean to, alienate that person there who was important. And then the other person says, it is what it is. Just tells you there's no fixing this.
Yeah. Yeah, he's hungry and he has stomach acid. I feel bad about the stomach acid.
I'm gonna make rice because you gotta figure that's a pretty stomach calming food.
Mm-hmm. We don't have any antacid or bananas. Eric's gonna make rice. We don't have any milk. We do have ice cream, but I'm not sure that would help. Rice sounds like a good way of... Boba Fett says ice cream works. I just had a glitch. Every little thing. Hello, Medrosi Sound. Marcus Aureli says, I think my book Meditations is better and more helpful than the Bible. It's a pretty damn thing to... That's a pretty... You're entitled to your opinion. I think the Bible was a lot of hula hoopla too, but I've never read Meditations, so I can't say anything about it. I'm just like not a huge fan of everyone being like, watch Jordan Peterson in this interview being stoic and winning the battle against this evil, moody, out to get him reporter. Like, that's nice, Marcus Aurelius. That sounds good. Thank you, Jason Rude. Good morning. I'm not single, I'm married. I met Eric on the channel, through the channel. Yeah, like I remember this was like probably like 6 years ago when I first heard about Stoicism and I don't know. And Jordan Peterson, they had some YouTube had like how to be like something like how to be stoic during a bad interview. And one of the examples was Robert Downey Jr. when someone was asking about they were like doing a press junket for one of his movies, and he was there to talk about the movie, and the interviewer asked Robert Downey Jr. about his drug history, and Robert Downey Jr. was like, I don't think so. Like, we all know about my history and my past, and I really don't want to talk about that right now. Like, yeah, it happened. That was me, but I'd like to talk about what's at hand, like what we're, I'd like to talk about the movie. And the reporter just kept on egging him on, like, oh, well, like, then this shouldn't be a problem for you to answer. And Robert Downey Jr. just was like, okay, this is, like, he gave him another chance and was just like, I just don't want to talk about my drug history. Like, I'd like to move on from the subject. And again, the reporter was like, please, I want to know more. You seem to be getting upset. And then Robert Downey Jr. just like took off the microphone and was like, all right, this interview is over. So that's the way that they, like, this YouTube channel was saying to be during when you're like getting attacked, like kind of being attacked, like not attacked, but when someone's trying to egg you on. And then the other example was Jordan Peterson during an interview. Like, this woman clearly didn't like Jordan Peterson because he said something about I don't know, something archaic about women, and he just like wasn't responding to the woman, the interviewer. And the YouTuber who made the video about Jordan Peterson's reaction during the bad interview, like, was like, this is how you're supposed to be, keep your cool, and I don't know. I agree with you, Marcus Aurelius. I'm saying that humility is, that it's not a sign of weakness. And it is good to be honest about what you're capable and competent of. I think all of those things are important in life because it keeps you grounded, keeps you in reality. Like, I'm 5'2". I am not going to be a runway model, Christian is at 5. Christian V, I will come to the US just for you. Thanks, that's flattering. But you don't have to do that because I am married. Oh, you're talking to Boba Fett, I see. I see, I got it wrong. Where are you, Christian? I find Jordan Peterson to go off the hinges, especially during his interview with Destiny. That's interesting. I mean, that's the thing. You can't be stoic all the time. Like, yeah, he was stoic during that interview. He probably knew what he was getting into. Whereas, like, I think his patience has gone down. And, the mask slips off and you get to see who the real guy is. He's not that patient of a guy. In fact, he has a lot of hang-ups about the way that people are, just in general. Like, yeah, he is. I mean, he's a good example of what 2TE looks like. I don't know if he's an ENTJ or an ESTJ, but I like...
He's not an ESTJ.
ENTJ then, probably?
ENTJ or very outside possibility ENFJ. He's NI tool.
Yeah, he is. He's able to condense larger notions. I thought he was an ENTJ when I was, back in the day when I was watching him too.
What I think is most likely.
Yeah. Boba Fett says SI-polar, hence his addiction problem. He has an addiction problem? To the pain medication?
Not so much his addiction problem is indicative of SI-polar as his insane idea of having a medically induced coma to help him kick benzos without having to experience it.
Oh my god. What a workaround. Thanks, Aden Murga. I don't know what type is Destiny. I don't know who Destiny is, really. Is Destiny who is Destiny?
Like internet debater guy.
Oh, his wife died? I saw a YouTube saying that she had cancer, but I didn't know that she died. Because I know that they got into Christianity because of her, because they would go and pray for her to feel better. I didn't know that she died. That's sad. He got hooks and bendos after his wife died. Oh man, that's so sad. I didn't know that she passed away.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah. I knew that she had cancer. I saw this, like, a YouTube was recommended to me about Jordan Peterson, his more of his wife, and Faith, and how they got into praying when she got.
Well, obviously it didn't work.
Oh, she's alive. But okay, good. Okay, all right, that makes me feel better. I mean, I feel better for her and for him. It could have been his illness that drove him to it. Like, TE dumps don't like surprises, and that's a big surprise. I mean, it is still sad. I hope that they still pray and stuff, like, but I don't think he should have. They're all sick? They're all sick, or just his wife? Now I'm confused again. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Marcus Aurelius. He's whatever, honestly. In my mind, he's whatever. He would probably take a look at my room and then, like, diagnose that I have issues and call me a loser. Although I have a cousin who is an ENTJ, and actually my ENTJ, I have two cousins who are ENTJs. One's my first cousin, Jake, and then my second cousin, Caroline. They could both come into my room and tell me to they can come into my room and tell me that I'm a loser. I don't need Jordan Peterson to say that. Like, my ENTJ second cousin Caroline, I'm just going to keep on calling her my cousin, because calling second cousin, she is my second cousin. She's my cousin's daughter. Caroline is definitely an ENTJ, and she was like, oh my gosh, cannot wait to meet you, to meet Eric, and blah, blah, blah. And then, like, once she actually met Eric, she, like, iced both of us out. I was like, whoa, you're showing your mean girl side. Like, I always kind of knew that she was kind of a mean girl, like, in a very, like,
She's showing her scared girl side. ENTJs are scared of ENTPs.
Really? Well, that's why she would ice us out. Like I didn't know what was going on. I was like, what the hell? Like, you were so excited to like see me and Eric at the wedding, and then you don't interact with us at all. And not only do you not interact with us, but you tell my cousins to not like talk to us like during the wedding. Like, whatever you. And then my other ENTJ cousin, he like, like he must have heard somehow that like I was going outside and smoking weed, and he pulls out his pen and he's like, don't worry, like I understand where you're coming from. And I'm like, fuck you. Like, where the fuck were you when my parents were giving me problems with me smoking weed? Like, you didn't think to like reach out or be like, hey, I hear your situation, I'm sorry. Like, uh, I try so hard to keep my room in nice condition. I swear to you. But like, I just don't, it just doesn't stay that way. I am not a neat freak. Yeah, what was that lobster? It was something about mating. How lobsters draw attention or get mates or something.
I think the point is basically that women are just constantly determining everything according to their sex. Their passionate need for sex and male, the right kind. They're not human beings with agency, but instead are slaves to their biology. That's Jordan Peterson's key message, I think.
Yeah, it is. It is his key message. I've never seen the movie Lobster, no. The main character wants to become a lobster. What does he learn in the end? That it's okay to want to be a lobster, or that he should stop wanting to be a lobster? Do you want to sit here?
Yeah, it's fine for right now. I'm gonna wait for this to be done anyway.
Okay.
Well, it is the case that I feel better about myself when I'm more productive as a general rule, with plenty of exceptions, It is good to try some challenging things and try to accomplish some things that maybe are hard,
Sure.
But I think that by and large, people are oppressed by the tyranny of that frame more than they are liberated by it.
It's probably true. I like lobster too, Boba Fett. Elon Musk seems like an ENTJ, but he could be INTJ.
We have got a drone right over there that's...
Whoa, really?
Yeah, really moving hot. I'll go look at it.
Cool. The Lobster takes place in a dystopian world where men and women are to either be in a relationship, whether it's forced or not. If not, they will become an animal they choose to be. Interesting. No, Elon Musk is not an ENTP or an INTP. He is TE front stack for sure. For sure. Like he's apparently like he wants to have like crazy amount of kids to like have his move his legend, keep his legend going or some shit. Like how do you be a good dad to like 100 kids? I mean, they might be impractical, but TI is more practical than TE. I mean, TE, it's so hard for me to talk about TE because I don't fully understand it, but TE is like ordination and getting. See, I'm mixing it with SE now, and like planning for the future. But TE with NI, like if he's an ENTJ, I don't know. He's whatever. Jordan Peterson. I mean, Elon Musk is also whatever. I don't see us getting along. It's impacts, so it is sort of like a playing force, but it's like impacts on the external world. So like getting up and doing something, or just getting up and doing the thing is really initiating something that you have to do is not really that hard. Like you see it on Naked and Afraid a lot, where like an SE Dom person will just be like, like I don't feel the pain, I don't feel the heat of the sun, I don't have any shoes on, but I'm still gonna get this job done. I want to get this boma up before the end of the night, and I will do it, and they do usually. And they'll do it without like really like. Well, ESTPs are doers, but they do think about the logistics of what they have to do. Like an ESTP is more likely to be like, okay, like I need a new bed. It makes logical sense for me to buy a new bed. So I'm going to buy a new bed and then I'm just going to put it together myself. And then when it comes in, the bed will probably be done like ASAP, like as soon as you get the bed. That's an ESTP. ESFP, having SE Dom and FI tool, they're going to be more motivated by like their passions and stuff. So it's like a impulsive kind of thing. Yeah, corn pop. I actually like don't go to bed until like 4 o'clock some nights. It's 3:26 a.m. here.
Oh, it's late.
Yeah.
Well, you know how that goes. I'm not sure what that thing is out there, actually. When I first looked at it, it looked like it was moving a lot. And when I looked back out there again, it looked like it was dead still, but like too big and bright to be a star or a planet.
That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know. You want to go look at it yourself and
Yeah,
see what
I
you think
do.
it is? Let's go point it out to you. Maybe your phone will tell us it's a star. Or
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So here's where we're going. And if you walk here, Rachel. With the binoculars, see what you think. I'll be back up there right now. So, let's see if we've got an alien or whatever. It's probably not an alien, but you never know. I know, we need like a... We need like a binoculars. It's so big. That's really bright tonight. Yeah, but I mean, we didn't know it was that big. So apparently, it's Jupiter. That's proof that boys are stupider because they think it's an alien when really it's Jupiter.
Something. It's not a star though.
Yeah. Very large. Alright, my rice should be about done now.
Boba Fett asks, rice with what? Beans, chili, steak, gravy?
Chicken.
With chicken. That sounds good. I don't sleep during the weekend since it's my week off. So you're saying because it's your week off, you're not sleeping during the weekend? I get that, but I don't get. I'm starting to get tired. Oh snap, the internet broke. Did it, Eddie? Well, how did it break? I didn't see anything on this end. Oh my god. Oh, sometimes I do seem frozen. I freeze when I think. Sometimes, you know. Hmm. You look suspicious when you think. When I worked at one of my first like jobs in college, which was a hostess at the Olive Garden. I used to, when I was really busy, I used to like walk around with a concerned look on my face, but I was really just thinking about how many tables were available and who was next in line in the rotation to get sat, and if there are any big parties and stuff. So I was thinking to myself, which I guess I had made me have a worried look on my face, but I wasn't really worried. I was just trying to figure out like who, like I said, who's supposed to be sat next, how many people are in front of this big party, who wants to take the big party, how long we should put how long should the queue be for people to wait, has it gone to a half hour? Thanks, Eddie. Yeah, in college, that's where I worked, was the Olive Garden. During the summers, I worked with my friend Alana at the time, and we worked really well together. And it was a good first job. It got really, really busy. I learned how, in the restaurant business, you don't get weekends off. I worked there for a long time, actually. That might have been one of my longest jobs, working at the Olive Garden. 4 years, maybe 3 years. It is 3 pairs of glasses behind me on the blinds. Eric keeps them there so he doesn't lose them.
You want some of this food?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. You got a why.
fly?
There was a fly.
Oh, flies.
I am tired but wired. Hi, Eddie. Got 3 pairs of glasses. You never have too many pairs of glasses. What do I have on schedule for the weekend? Not a whole lot, really. Just like I'd like to make some progress on that rental listing.
Yeah.
But I will say, this is a wonderful flavor of deliciousness.
That's great.
I got it from the flavor store. I just got my first pair of glasses from the VA. I'm getting so old. Well, what do you have planned for the weekend, Daddy? Chicken fried rice. I didn't give it a lot of frying, though.
May I have my bake, please?
What is it? Is it charged?
Yeah. You have some if you like.
Oh, thanks. You're gonna go see the new Wolverine movie with the wife. The Deadpool Wolverine combo movie, huh? I've heard a couple of different responses to it. One pretty negative, one less so. Well, this doesn't have any gravy on it. It just has a little bit of soy sauce. Thanks. It is my chair away from chair. Hmm. I feel like 100 times better now. Thanks to the eating of foods. It's also made me like, okay, now I'm actually feeling sleepy. I could go to sleep. Hmm. Hmm. This is how you truly, at long last, celebrate the moments of your life with International Foods coffee. Mm. OMG. That was exactly the prescription I needed. A prescription of chicken fried rice. Now I'm ready to go to bed. Rachel, do you want to continue streaming, or you want? I'm gonna wrap this up otherwise. All right, cool. I'm about ready for actual sleeping now. I'm pretty tired. Good night, everybody. Thanks for being here. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.